6 weeks went by. Rodolphe did not come back. At last, one evening, he appeared. He had said to himself, the day after the agricultural show, let us not return there so soon. That would be a mistake. And, at the end of the week, he had left to go hunting. After the hunt, he thought it would be too late. Then he reasoned to himself, but if she loved me from the first day, she should, eager to see me again, love me all the more. On then, and he understood that his calculation had been correct when, as he entered the room, he noticed Emma turn pale. She was alone. The day was fading. The little muslin curtains drawn across the window panes thickened the twilight, and the barometer's gilt, struck by a shaft of sun, glimmered fierily in the mirror between the coral's jagged edges. Rodolphe stayed standing, and Emma scarcely responded to his first polite phrases. I've had business matters to attend to. I have been ill. Seriously so? She cried. Well, said Rodolphe, sitting down beside her on a stool. No. It's just that I did not wish to come back. Why? You cannot guess. He stared at her again, but in so violent a way that she lowered her head, blushing. He went on. Emma, monsieur, she said, moving away a little. Ah, you see plainly, he replied in a melancholy voice, that I was right not to want to come back. For this name that fills my soul and has burst from my lips, you forbid me to use it. Madame Bovary. All the world calls you that. What's more, it's not your name. It is the name of another. He said again, another. And he buried his face in his hands. Yes, I think of you all the time. The memory of you drives me to despair. Ah, forgive me. I'm leaving you. Farewell. I'll go far away. So far away that you will hear of me no longer. And yet, today, some unknown power thrust me towards you again. For we cannot strive against heaven. We do not resist the smile of angels. What is lovely, sweet, adorable, we allow ourselves to be tempted by. It was the first time that Emma herself had heard such things said, and her pride, like someone refreshing themselves in a sweat house, stretched itself out languidly and at full length in the warmth of these words. But, though I did not come, he continued, though I was unable to see you, at least I have looked upon your surroundings. At night, each and every night, I would rise from my bed, I would venture up here, I would gaze at your house, the roof shining in the moonlight, the garden trees waving at your window, and a tiny lamp, a gleam, shining through the window panes in the shadows. Ah, you little knew that a poor, miserable wretch stood by, so near and yet so far. She turned towards him with a sob. Oh, you're so good, she said. No, I love you, that's all. You do not doubt it. Say it to me. One word, a single word. And Rodolphe, imperceptibly, allowed himself to slip from the stool onto the floor, but the clatter of wooden shoes could be heard in the kitchen, and the door to the room, he perceived, was not shut. Might you be kind enough, he pursued, rising to gratify a whim. This was to visit his house. He wished to know her, and as Madame Bovary saw no inconvenience in it, they were both rising to their feet when Charles came in. Good day, doctor, said Rodolphe. The physician, flattered by this unexpected title, broke out in obsequiousness, and the other man took advantage of this to compose himself a little. Madame was talking to me, he said. Of her health? Charles interrupted him. He was extremely anxious, indeed. His wife's dullness of spirits had started again. Then Rodolphe asked if horse riding would not be beneficial. Certainly. Excellent. Perfect. Now, there's an idea. You should follow it up. And as she objected that she had no horse, Monsieur Rodolphe offered her one. She refused his offer. He did not insist. Then, with the aim of stating a motive for his visit, he related how his carter, the man who was bled, was still troubled with giddy spells. I'll drop in, said Bovary. No, I shall send him along. We'll come together. That will be more convenient for you. Ah, very well. I thank you. And as soon as they were alone, why do you not accept Monsieur Blanget's proposition, so kind as it is? She adopted a sulky air, sought 1,000 excuses, and declared finally that perhaps it would look strange. Ah, what do I care for that? Said Charles with a crafty sidestep. Health before anything. You're mistaken. Well, how do you wish me to ride a horse, since I have no riding habit? We must order one, he replied. The riding habit decided her. When the costume was ready, Charles wrote to Monsieur Blanget that his wife was at his disposal, and that they were counting on his compliance. The next day, at 12 o'clock, Rodolphe arrived in front of Charles's door with 2 mounts. One sported pink pom-poms behind the ears and a lady's deerskin saddle. Rodolphe had donned long, soft boots, telling himself that without doubt she had never seen the like. Indeed, Emma was charmed by his bearing, when he appeared at the top of the steps with his long velvet riding coat and his white knitted breeches. She was ready. She was waiting for him. Justin slipped out of the pharmacy to have a look at her, and the apothecary likewise went out of his way. He gave Monsieur Blanget some advice. A misfortune happens so quickly. Take care. Your horses may perhaps be spirited. She heard a noise overhead. It was Felicite drumming on the window panes to distract little Bert. The child sent a kiss from afar. Her mother signaled back to her with a knob of her horsewhip. "Happy riding," cried Monsieur James. "Prudence, above all. Prudence." And he waved his newspaper as he watched them move off. As soon as it felt earth, Emma's horse broke into a canter. Rodolphe cantered next to her. At moments they exchanged words. Face lowered, hand held high, and right arm stretched, she abandoned herself to the rhythm of the movement that rocked her in the saddle. At the bottom of the hill, Rodolphe gave his mount its head. They set off together in a single bound. Then up on the top, all of a sudden, the horses came to a halt, and her long blue veil subsided. It was early October. There was fog over the flat country. Between the contours of the hills, vapors spread to the horizon, and others, tearing away, rose, dissolved. Sometimes, during a break in the clouds, under a shaft of sun, they glimpsed the roofs of Yonville in the distance, with the riverside gardens, the yards, the walls, and the church steeple. Emma narrowed her eyes to pick out her house, and never had this poor village in which she lived seemed so small to her. From where they were on the heights, the whole valley appeared like an immense pale lake, evaporating into the air. The blocks of trees, here and there, jutted out like black rocks, and the tall lines of poplars, reaching above the mist, became strands stirred by the wind. Nearby, on the greensward between the pines, a dusky light was circulating in the warm air. The earth, reddish-brown like tobacco powder, deadened the plod of the hooves, and, with the tips of their horseshoes, as they walked, the steeds kicked before them the fallen fir cones. In this manner Rodolphe and Emma followed the verge of the wood. She turned away from time to time in order to avoid his gaze, and then saw nothing but the straight lines of pine trunks, whose unbroken succession made her a little dizzy. The horses blew. The saddle's leather creaked. The moment they entered the forest, the sun came out. "God is shielding us," said Rodolphe. "You think so?" she cried. "Forward, forward," he insisted. He clicked his tongue. The two animals sped on. Long fronds of bracken on the side of the track kept catching in Emma's stirrup. Rodolphe, without stopping, would lean over and pull them out one by one. At other times, to push away the branches, he passed close to her, and Emma felt his knee graze her leg. The sky had turned blue. The leaves did not stir. There were large clearings full of flowering heather, and sheets of violets alternated with the tangle of trees, which were gray, fawn-colored, or golden, in a variousness of leaves. Often they would hear, beneath the bushes, the faint flap of wings darting, or else the hoarse, soft caw of crows flying among the oaks. They dismounted. Rodolphe tied the horses. She went in front, over the moss, between the ruts. But the unwieldy length of her dress encumbered her, even though she lifted it up by the train, and Rodolphe, walking behind her, contemplated between that black cloth and the black half-boot the daintiness of her white stocking, which seemed to him a part of her nakedness. She stopped. "I'm tired," she said. "Come on, just a little more effort," he urged. "Courage." Then, 100 paces further, she stopped again, and, through her veil, which fell obliquely from her man's hat down onto her hips, you could make out her face in a bluish translucency, as though she were swimming beneath azure waves. "So, where are we going?" He made no reply. She breathed in a jerky fashion. Rodolphe cast his eyes about him and chewed his mustache. They came to a broader area, where staddles 26 had been hewn. They sat down on a felled tree trunk, and Rodolphe began to speak to her of his love. At first he did not frighten her at all with compliments. He was calm, serious, melancholic. Emma listened to him with lowered head, all the while stirring the fallen wood shavings with her toe. But, at this sentence, "Are our destinies not mutual now?" "Of course not," she replied. "You know perfectly well. It is impossible." She got up to leave. He seized her by the wrist. She stopped dead. Then, having considered him for several minutes with moist, love-filled eyes, she said sharply, "Look, let us speak no more of this. Where are the horses?" "We're going back." He made an angry, world-weary gesture. She repeated, "Where are the horses? Where are the horses?" Then, smiling with a strange smile and a fixed gaze, teeth clenched, he came forward with outspread arms. She backed off trembling. She stammered, "Oh, you're scaring me. You're hurting me. Let us leave." "Since we must," he went on, with an altered expression, and immediately he returned to being respectful, fawning, shy. She gave him her arm. They retraced their steps. He said, "So what was the matter?" "Why? I cannot make it out. You have doubtless misunderstood. You're my soul like a Madonna on a pedestal, up on high, steadfast, and immaculate. But I need you in order to live. I've need of your eyes, your voice, your mind. Be my friend, my sister, my angel." And he stretched out his arm and put it around her waist. She strove feebly to break loose. He supported her thus, as they walked. But they heard the two horses cropping the leaves. "Oh, once more," said Rodolphe. "Don't leave. Stay." He drew her further off, around the rim of a small pool, its waters green with duckweed. Withered water lilies lay motionless among the rushes. At the sound of their footsteps in the grass, frogs leapt to hide themselves. "It is wrong of me," she said. "I must be mad to listen to you." "Why?" "Emma, Emma." "Oh, Rodolphe," said the young woman slowly as she leant on his shoulder. The cloth of her dress caught in the riding coat's velvet. She threw back her white neck, distended by a sigh, and, weakening, all in tears, with a drawn-out shudder and hiding her face, she surrendered herself. The evening shadows were falling. The low sun, passing between the branches, dazzled her eyes. Here and there, all about her, in the leaves or on the ground, spots of light trembled, as if hummingbirds, flying to and fro, had scattered their feathers. The silence was everywhere. Something sweet seemed to rise from the trees. She was aware of her heart, that was beating again, and of the blood circling through her flesh like a river of milk. Then, she heard from far and away, beyond the wood, on the opposite hills, an indistinct and protracted cry, a voice that lingered, and she listened to it silently, as it mingled like a snatch of song with the last quiverings of her plucked nerves. Rodolphe, cigar between his teeth, was patching up a snapped bridle rein with his pocket-knife. They returned to Yonville by the same path. They saw again in the mud the prints of their horses, side by side, and the same bushes, the same stones in the grass. Nothing around them had changed, and yet for her, something had taken place that was more considerable than the shifting of mountains. Rodolphe, from time to time, leaned over and seized her hand to kiss it. She was delightful on horseback, straight-backed, with her slender waist, knee bent on the animal's mane, and her color heightened a little by the open air in the evening's blush. Riding into Yonville, she pranced a caracole on the paving stones. She was being watched from the windows. Her husband, over supper, thought she was looking well, but she appeared not to be listening when he inquired about her ride, and she rested her elbow next to the plate, between the two glowing candles. "Emma," he said. "What?" "Well, I spent this afternoon at Monsieur Alexander's. He has an old filly, still very fair, just a little broken-kneed, and which we could have for 100 crowns. I'm certain of it," he added, thinking how much that would please you. "I reserved it. I bought it. Have I done right? Tell me now." She moved her head in a sign of assent. Then, a quarter of an hour later, "Are you going out this evening?" she asked. "Yes." "Why?" "Oh, nothing, my dear." And, as soon as she was rid of Charles, she went upstairs to shut herself up in her room. At first, it was like a giddy spell. She saw the trees, the paths, the ditches, Rodolphe, and she still felt the grip of his arms, while the leaves quivered and the rushes hissed. But, when she glimpsed herself in the mirror, she marveled at her face. Never had her eyes been so large, so black, nor so deep. Something subtle had spread over her body, transfiguring it. She repeated to herself, "I have a lover, delighting in this idea as if at a second puberty that had unexpectedly come upon her. So she would at last possess those joys of love, that fever of happiness she had so despaired of. She was entering into something wondrous where all would be passion, ecstasy, delirium. A bluish immensity surrounded her. Emotion's peaks glistened beneath her thought, and ordinary existence appeared only in the distance, far below, in the shade, between the intervals of these heights. Then she recalled the heroines in the books she had read, and the lyric legion of those adulterous women began to sing in her memory with beguiling, sisterly voices. She became a veritable part of these imaginings and realized the drawn-out dream of her youth, in deeming herself one of those archetypal lovers whom she had so envied. Moreover, Emma felt the gratification of vengeance. Had she not suffered enough? But now she was triumphant, and love, so long contained, gushed forth whole and with a joyful bubbling. She relished it without remorse, without unease, without confusion. The next day passed by in a fresh sweetness. They exchanged pledges. She recounted her sorrows. Rodolphe would interrupt her with his kisses, and she would beg him, gazing upon him with eyelids half closed, to call her again by her name and to say once more that he loved her. It was in the forest, as the day before, in a shoemaker's hut. The walls were of straw, and the roof came down so low, they had to stoop. They were seated one against the other, on a bed of dry leaves. From that day forth, they wrote to each other regularly every evening. Emma would carry her letter to a crack in the wall, at the bottom of the garden, near the river. Rodolphe would come there to fetch it, and put in its place another that she would always accuse of being too short. One morning, when Charles had gone out before dawn, the whim took her to see Rodolphe instantly. One could speedily reach La Hachette, stay there an hour, and be back in Yonville with everyone still fast asleep. This idea made her gasp with lust, and she soon found herself in the middle of the meadow, where she walked at a rapid pace, without a glance behind her. The day was beginning to break. Emma, from a distance, recognized her lover's house, whose two swallow-tailed weather vanes stood out blackly against the pale dawn. After the farmyard, there was a main building which must be the chateau. She entered, and it was as though the walls, at her approach, had stood aside of their own volition. A great flight of stairs rose straight up to a corridor. Emma lifted the latch on a door, and all of a sudden, at the far end of the bedroom, she perceived the sleeping man. It was Rodolphe. She let out a cry. "There you are. There you are," he repeated. "How did you manage to come? Ah, your dress is soaked." "I love you," she replied, circling his neck with her arms. Having succeeded in this first boldness, each time Charles now left the house early, Emma would dress swiftly and with a stealthy tread descend the flight of steps that led to the water's edge. But when the cattleboard was raised, she had to follow the walls that ran along the river. The steep bank was slippery. She hung on with one hand to the bunches of withered wallflower, so as not to fall. Then she took off across plowed fields, into which she would sink, stumble, and entangle her puny lady's boots. Her scarf, knotted over her head, was flung about by the wind in the pasture. She was scared of the oxen. She broke into a run. She would arrive out of breath, cheeks flushed, and breathing from every pore a fresh fragrance of sap, of greenery, and the open air. Rodolphe, at that hour, would be still asleep. It was as though a spring morning had entered his room. The yellow curtains across the windows let through a deep golden light. Emma would grope her way blinking, while the dewdrops, suspended from the drawn-back sways of her hair, made a halo of topazes all about her face. Rodolphe, laughing, drew her to him and caught her to his heart. Afterwards, she would examine the room. She would open the drawers. She would comb her hair with his comb and gaze at herself in the shaving mirror. Often, she would go so far as to set between her teeth the stem of a stout pipe that was on the night table, among the lemons and the sugar lumps, next to a carafe of water. A good quarter of an hour was needed for their farewells. Then Emma would weep. She wished never to have to leave Rodolphe. Something stronger than herself thrust her towards him, so much so that one day, seeing her suddenly and unexpectedly appear, he knitted his brows like someone vexed. "What's the matter with you?" she said. "Are you in pain? Tell me." Finally, he declared, in a serious manner, that her visits were becoming indiscreet and that she was compromising herself. Madame Bovary Ⅱ little by little, these fears of Rodolphe's gained on her. Love had intoxicated her at first, and she had thought of nothing beyond it. But now it was indispensable to her existence. She feared to lose some part of it, or even that it might be disturbed. When she made her way back from visiting him, she would throw anxious glances all about her, closely watching each shape that went by on the horizon and each attic window from which she might have been observed. She listened to the footsteps, the cries, the clinks of plows, and she came to a stop, more pale and shivering than the poplar's leaves swaying above her head. One morning, when she was returning thus, she suddenly thought she could discern the long barrel of a rifle which seemed to be aimed at her. It extended at an angle beyond the rim of a small tub, half buried among the grasses, on the margin of a ditch. Emma, ready to faint from terror, came forward nevertheless, and a man emerged from the tub, like a jack-in-the-box springing up from the bottom. He had gaiters buckled up to his knees, his cap pushed down to his eyes, lips shivering with cold, and a red nose. It was Captain Binet, lying in wait for wild ducks. "You should have spoken from further off," he shouted. "When one observes a gun, warning must always be given." In this way, the tax-gatherer was trying to conceal the fright that he had just had. For a prefectorial decree having forbidden duck hunting other than from a boat, Monsieur Binet, despite his respect for the law, was committing an offense. So, at every moment he believed he could hear the rural guard arriving. But this worry chafed at his sport, and, all alone in his tub, he congratulated himself on his good fortune and his wheeliness. At the sight of Emma, he seemed relieved of a great burden, and immediately, beginning the conversation, "Not warm out. Biting." Emma made no reply. He pursued, "And there you are, out bright and early?" "Yes," she said, stammering. "I'm coming from the wet nurse house where my child is." "Oh, very good, very good. As for me, I've been here from daybreak, just as you see me, but the weather's so mizzly that unless you've the feather on the muzzle—" "Good day, Monsieur Binet," she interrupted, turning on her heel. "Your servant, madam," he resumed in a dry tone, and he popped back into his tub. Emma regretted leaving the tax-gatherer so brusquely. He would be making unfavorable conjectures, no doubt. The story of the wet nurse was the worst excuse, everyone at Yonville knowing full well that the Bovary child had been back at her parents' house for a year. Moreover, nobody lived roundabout. This path led only to La Hachette, so Binet had guessed where she was coming from, and he would not keep quiet. He would blab, for certain. She continued until dark, torturing her mind with all the lying schemes imaginable, and having this imbecile with the game pouch endlessly before her eyes. After dinner, Charles, seeing her anxious, wished to divert her by taking her to the pharmacist's, and the first person she noticed in the pharmacy was him again, the tax gatherer. He was standing before the counter, lit by the glow of the red jar, and was saying, "Let me have, if you please, a half-ounce of vitriol." "Justin," cried the apothecary, "bring us some sulfuric acid." Then, to Emma, who wished to go up to Madame Homais' room, "No, stay, it's not worth it. She'll be coming down. Warm yourself by the stove while you wait." "Excuse me." "Good day, doctor," for the pharmacist very much flattered himself in uttering the word doctor, as if he would have something of the splendor he found therein reflected back on himself. "But take care not to tip over the mortars. In fact, go and fetch the chairs from the parlor. You know jolly well that the armchairs in the drawing-room are not to be disturbed." And Homais was hurrying out from behind the counter to put back his own armchair, when Binet asked him for a half-ounce of sugar acid. "Sugar acid?" said the pharmacist scornfully. "Don't know, never heard of it. Perhaps you want some oxalic acid? It's oxalic, isn't that right?" Binet explained that he needed a mordant to mix his own copper solution with which to rub the rust off various hunting pieces. Emma gave a start. The pharmacist began to say, "Indeed, the weather is not propitious on account of the wet." "Nevertheless," said the tax-gatherer with a sly air, "there are some who put up with it." She choked. "And give me—" So he's never going to go, she thought. "A half-ounce of rosin and turpentine, 4 ounces of unbleached wax, and 3 ounces of bone black, please, to clean my equipment's shiny leather parts." The apothecary was starting to cut the wax when Madame Homais appeared with Irma in her arms, Napoleon next to her, and Athalie following. She went to sit down on the velvet bench by the window, and the little boy squatted on a stool, while his older sister prowled around the juju box, next to her dear papa. The latter was filling funnels and corking bottles. He was pasting labels, making up parcels. There was a hush around him, and all that could be heard was the weights jingling in the scales from time to time, with the odd low word from the pharmacist giving advice to his apprentice. "How's your little one?" asked Madame Homais suddenly. "Silence!" exclaimed her husband, who was scribbling figures in the rough book. "Why haven't you brought her along?" she resumed in a whisper. "Hush, hush!" said Emma, pointing at the apothecary. But Binet, completely absorbed in reading the bill, had probably heard nothing. At last he left. Then Emma, rid of him, let out a great sigh. "What deep breaths you take," said Madame Homais. "Oh, it's because it is a little warm," she responded. So they considered, the next day, how to arrange their meetings. Emma wanted to bribe her maid with a present, but it would be better to find some discreet house in Yonville. All winter, 3 or 4 times a week, in the darkest night, he would come to the garden. Emma had deliberately taken the key out of the gate, Charles believing it lost. To alert her, Rodolphe would throw a fistful of sand against the window blinds. She got up with a start, but sometimes he had to wait for her, as Charles had a mania for prattling by the fire, and he would not finish. She was consumed with impatience. If her eyes could have managed it, they would have thrown him out of the window. At last, she began to prepare for bed. Then she took up a book and went on reading quite calmly, as if entertained by the words. But Charles, who was in bed, would appeal to her to turn in. "Come along, Emma," he said, "it's time." "Yes, I am coming," she answered. However, as the candles dazzled him, he would turn round to face the wall and nod off. She would make her escape with held breath, smilingly, quiveringly, in dishabille. Rodolphe had a large coat. He wrapped her up in it completely, and, putting his arm around her waist, he hurried her away without a word down to the end of the garden. It was under the arbor, on that same seat of rotten sticks where in times past Léon would gaze upon her so lovingly through the summer evenings. She scarcely thought of him now. The stars glittered through the leafless jasmine branches. They heard the river slipping past behind them, and, from time to time, on the bank, the clapping of dry reeds. Here and there, massed shadows swelled up in the darkness, and sometimes, all shuddering with the same motion, they towered and leaned over like huge black waves advancing to conceal them. The night's cold made them clasp each other the more. The sighs from their lips seemed louder to them. Their eyes, though they could barely make them out, appeared to them larger, and in the midst of the silence, there were words spoken very low that fell on their soul with a crystalline resonance and reverberated there in repeated vibrations. When the night was wet, they would go and take shelter in the consulting room, between the cart shed and the stable. She lit one of the kitchen candles, hidden by her behind the books. Rodolphe would make himself at home in there. The sight of the bookcase and the desk, in short of the whole room, fired his high spirits, and he could not stop himself cracking numerous jokes about Charles that troubled Emma. She longed to see him more serious, and even more dramatic on occasion. Like that time she thought she could hear the sound of approaching footsteps on the garden path. "Someone's coming," she said. He blew the light out. "Do you have your pistols?" "Why?" "Well, to defend yourself," answered Emma. "Is it your husband?" "Ah, the poor fellow." And Rodolphe completed his sentence with a gesture that signified, "I'll crush him with a flick of the nail." She was amazed at his courage. although she sensed a kind of indelicacy and natural boorishness which shocked her deeply. Rodolphe pondered on this pistol's business a great deal. If she had spoken seriously, then that was truly ridiculous, he thought, even obnoxious, as he for one had no reason to detest this good Charles, not being consumed, as they say, by jealousy. And, while on the subject, Emma had sworn him a solemn oath that he likewise did not consider to be in the best taste. Moreover, she was becoming frightfully sentimental. Miniatures had to be exchanged, handfuls of hair cut off, and now she was asking for a ring, a real wedding ring, as a token of eternal union. She would often speak to him of evening bells or the voices of nature, then chat about her mother and his mother respectively. Rodolphe had lost his 20 years ago. Nevertheless, Emma consoled him with the kind of insipid language you would use on an abandoned little boy, and even said to him sometimes, while gazing at the moon, "I'm quite certain that together, in heaven, they approve of our love." But she was so pretty. He had possessed so few with such candor. This undebauched love was a new thing for him, and, prizing him from his easy ways, it pampered both his pride and his sensuality. Emma's rapturous elation, which his bourgeois common sense disdained, seemed charming to him in his heart of hearts, since it was directed at himself. So, confident of being loved, he did not bother himself unduly, and his attentions imperceptibly changed. He no longer had, as in times past, those so very sweet words that would make her weep, nor any of those fervent caresses that would drive her wild. So much so that their great love, in which her life was plunged, appeared to diminish beneath her, like the water of a river soaking away into its bed. And she perceived the oozing mud. She did not want to believe it. She was doubly loving, and less did Rodolphe conceal his indifference. She did not know if she regretted having yielded to him, or desired, on the contrary, to cherish him the more. The humiliation of feeling herself weak became a rancor soothed by voluptuousness. It was not affection, it was a sort of permanent seduction. He subdued her. She was almost frightened. On the surface, however, things were calmer than ever, Rodolphe having successfully steered the adultery according to his own caprice. And at the end of 6 months, when spring came, they found themselves, in relation to one another, like a newly married couple keeping the domestic flame alight. It was the time of year when Père Rouault would send his turkey in memory of his mended leg. The gift always came with a letter. Emma cut the string securing it to the basket, and read the following lines. "My dear children, I hope that the present letter finds you in good health, and that this one is as good as the others, as it seems to me a little softer to the touch, if I may be so bold, and heavier. But the next time, for a change, I'll give you a rooster, unless you prefer Gannycocks, 28, and send me back the basket, if you please, with the 2 ones previous. I've had a misfortune with the cart shed, whose covering flew off into the trees when the wind was blowing hard one night. The harvest has not been too famous, neither. In a word, I do not know when I shall be coming to see you. It's so hard for me to leave the house now, since I've been on my own, my poor Emma." And here there was an interval between the lines, as if the good fellow had let his pen fall in order to dream for a while. "As for me, I'm well, save for a cold caught the other day at the Âge fair, where I went off to hire a shepherd, having thrown mine out as a result of his ticklish belly. How we are to be pitted with all those robbers. Besides, he was also dishonest. I learned from a peddler, who had a tooth pulled when traveling through your country this winter, that Bovary still works hard. That don't surprise me, and he showed me his tooth. We partook of a coffee together. I asked him if he had seen you. He said no, but he had seen 2 animals in the stable, from which I conclude that the business bowls along. So much the better, my dear children, and may the good Lord send you all imaginable happiness. It grieves me that I don't yet know my beloved granddaughter Berthe Bovary. I have planted a wild plum tree for her in the garden under your window, and I don't want anyone touching it, unless it be to make her fruit stews later on, that I shall keep in the cupboard for her when she comes. Farewell, my dear children. With love and kisses, my daughter. You too, my son-in-law, and for the little one on both cheeks. I am, with my sincere regards, your loving father, Theodore Rouault." She stayed several minutes holding that coarse sheet of paper between her fingers. The misspellings 29 twined themselves about each other, and Emma pursued the gentle thought that cackled all the way through like a hen half concealed in a thorny hedge. The writing had been dried with ashes from the fireplace, for a touch of gray powder slid from the letter onto her dress, and she believed she could almost see her father stooping to the hearth to take up the tongs. What a long time since she had last been there beside him, on the stool, by the great fireplace, burning the end of a stick in the fierce blaze of the sparkling sea rushes. She recalled the summer evenings chock full of sunlight. The foals would whinny when you passed, and gallop about, gallop about. Under her window was a beehive, and sometimes the bees, whirling in the light, would tap on the panes like bouncing balls of gold. What happiness in those days! What freedom! What hope! What abundance of illusions! There were none left now. At every venture of her soul, she had spent them, through every successive state, in maidenhood, in marriage, and in love, shedding them thus continually throughout her life, like a traveler who leaves something of his wealth at each of the inns along the way. But who then was making her so unhappy? Wherein lay the uncommon disaster that had thrown her into turmoil? And she lifted her head, looking all about her, as if seeking out her suffering's cause. An April sunbeam played its colors over the porcelain figures on the shelves. The fire blazed. She felt the rug's softness under her slippers. The daylight was pale, the air tepid, and she heard her child bursting into laughter. In fact, the little girl was rolling on the lawn at that point, amid the grass that was being turned. She lay flat on her stomach, on the top of the mown heap. Her nursemaid was restraining her by her petticoat. Lesta Boudoirs was raking nearby, and, each time he approached, she would lean down and beat the air with her arms. "Bring her to me," said her mother as she rushed up to kiss her. "How I love you, my poor child! How I love you!" Then, noticing that the tips of her ears were a little dirty, she rang speedily for some hot water, and cleaned her, changed her linen, stockings, shoes, asked 1,000 questions about her health, as though back from a journey, and at last, kissing her again and crying a little, she restored her to the hands of the maid, who was left decidedly amazed before this surfeit of tender love. Rodolphe, that evening, found her more serious than usual. That will pass, he judged. It's a whim. And he missed 3 assignations in succession. When he came back, she appeared cold and almost disdainful. "Ah, you're wasting your time, my darling." And he seemed not to notice her melancholy sighs, nor the handkerchief she would draw out. It was then that Emma repented. She even wondered why she detested Charles so, and whether it would not have been better to be able to love him. But he did not offer much of a hold for this recurrence of feeling, with the result that her wavering desire for sacrifice was decidedly stalled, until the apothecary came pat to provide her with an opportunity. 11. He had recently read an article praising a new method of curing club foot, and, as he was a devotee of progress, he entertained the patriotic idea that Yonville, so as to put itself on a par, should have strephopotic operations. "For," he said to Emma, "what do we risk? Consider," and he enumerated, on his fingers, the benefits of the endeavor's success all but certain, relief and improved looks for the invalid, celebrity speedily attained for the operating surgeon. Why should your husband, for example, not wish to unburden this poor Hippolyte of the Lion d'Or? Observe that he would not fail to recount the story of his cure to every traveler. And then James lowered his voice and looked about him. "What is to stop me sending a little note about it to the newspaper? Huh, good Lord, an article circulates, it is talked about, and finally it's a rolling snowball. And who knows? Indeed, Bovary might succeed." Emma had no evidence that he was not skilled, and how satisfying for her to have committed him to a step by which his reputation and his fortune would find themselves enhanced. All she was asking for was something to lean on that was more substantial than love. Charles, entreated by her and the apothecary, let himself be convinced. He sent to Rouen for Dr. Duval's volume, 30, and, every evening, taking his head in his hands, he plunged into his reading. While he was studying the equinus, the varus, and the valgus, that's to say the strephicadopodia, the strephendopodia, and the strepexopodia, or, to put it more plainly, the different deviations of the foot, either downwards, inwards, or outwards, with the strephipopodia and the strephendopodia, in other words, twisting under and stretching upwards, Monsieur James, using all sorts of arguments, was exhorting the inn's stable lad to have himself operated on. You might just feel perhaps a slight pain. It's a simple puncture like a small bleeding, less than the rooting out of little corns. Hippolyte, pondering, rolled his stupid eyes. Yet, the pharmacist continued, "It's no concern of mine. It's for your own sake. Out of pure humanity. I would like to see you, my friend, unburdened of your dreadful lameness, with this swaying of the lumbar region, which, whatever you say, must be of a considerable disadvantage to you in the exercise of your occupation." Then James described how much more lively and brisk he would feel afterwards, and even gave him to believe that he would be better off in terms of pleasing the women, and the ostler began to smile dully. Then he assailed him through vanity. "Good grief, where's the man in you? How would it be, then, if you'd had to serve, going off and fighting under the flag? Oh, Hippolyte!" And James went away, declaring that he could not understand this stubbornness, this blindness in denying himself the benefits of science. The poor wretch yielded, because it was a sort of conspiracy. Binet, who never troubled his head over another's affairs, Madame Lefrancois, Artemise, the neighbors, and right up to the mayor, Monsieur H. Everyone induced him, lectured him, made him feel ashamed, but what really decided him was that this would cost him nothing. Bovary even took it upon himself to supply the machine for the operation. This act of generosity was Emma's idea, and Charles agreed to it, saying to himself in his heart of hearts that his wife was an angel. To the promptings of the apothecary, and with 3 false starts, he had the joiner, helped by the locksmith, put together a kind of box weighing about 8 pounds, and for which there was no stinting on iron, wood, canvas, metal plate, leather, screws, and nuts. However, in order to know which of Hippolyte's tendons to cut, they had first of all to establish what type of clubfoot he had. He had a foot that, along with a leg, described an almost straight line, which did not prevent it from being turned inward. So that was an equinus mixed with a dash of varus, or else a light varus strongly marked by equinus. But on this equinus, as broad indeed as a horse's hoof, with a roughened skin, dry tendons, big toes, and where the black nails formed a horseshoe's studs, the strephopode himself, from morn till night, galloped about like a stag. You saw him constantly in the square, hopping all around the carts, throwing his uneven prop out in front. He seemed even more vigorous on that leg than on the other. By dint of seeing service, it had acquired, as it were, moral qualities of patience and energy, and when he was given some weighty task, he would shore himself up on it, favoring that side. Now, since it was an equinus, the Achilles tendon would have to be cut, even if it meant getting to work later on the anterior tibial muscle to correct the varus, for the doctor did not dare risk 2 operations in one go, and he was actually trembling already for fear of stumbling upon any essential area about which he knew nothing. Surely neither Ambrose Pare, applying a ligature directly to an artery for the first time since Celsus, after an interval of 1,500 years, nor Dupuytren proceeding to open an abscess through a thick layer of encephalitic matter, nor Gensel, 31, when he carried out the first ablation of the upper maxillary, had such a pounding heart, so trembling a hand, so strained an understanding as Monsieur Bovary when he approached Hippolyte, clutching his tenatome 32 between his fingers. And you could see, on a nearby table, as in a hospital, a heap of lint, wax threads, a lot of bandages, a pyramid of bandages, all that could be had in the way of bandages from the pharmacy. It was Monsieur Homais who, from first thing that morning, had got all these things ready, as much to dazzle the multitude as to delude himself. Charles punctured the skin. A sharp crack was heard. The tendon was cut. The operation was over. Hippolyte could not get over his astonishment. He bent over Bovary's hands and covered them with kisses. "Come now. Calm down," said the apothecary. "You may show your gratitude to your benefactor later on." And he went down to relate the outcome to 5 or 6 onlookers who were standing in the yard, and who imagined that Hippolyte would emerge walking soundly. Then Charles, having buckled his patient into the mechanical apparatus, went back home, where Emma, all anxiousness, was waiting for him at the door. She flew into his arms. They sat down to table. He ate a great deal, and he even desired a cup of coffee with dessert, a debauch he only permitted himself on a Sunday when there was company. The evening was delightful, full of prattle, of dreams in common. They talked of their future wealth, changes for the better in their household economy. He saw his esteem expanding, his well-being enlarging, his wife loving him forever, and she was happy to revive herself on a new, more wholesome, finer feeling, to experience at last some tenderness for this poor boy who cherished her so. The thought of Rodolphe crossed her mind for a moment, but her eyes turned back to Charles. She even observed with surprise that his teeth were not ugly. They were in bed when Monsieur Homais, despite the best efforts of the cookmaid, burst into their room, holding in his hand a freshly inscribed sheet of paper. It was the announcement he intended for the Rouen Beacon. He had brought it for them to read. "You read it," said Bovary. He read, "Despite the prejudices that still cover the face of Europe like a net, enlightenment nevertheless begins to penetrate our country places. So it is that, on Tuesday, our little town of Yonville saw itself the theater of a surgical experiment that is at the same time an act of lofty philanthropy. Monsieur Bovary, one of our most distinguished practitioners—" "Oh, that's too much, said Charles, choking with emotion. "But no, not at all." "How so?" "Operated on a victim of clubfoot. I didn't put the scientific term because, in a newspaper, maybe not everyone would understand." "The masses have to indeed," said Bovary. "Go on." "I'll resume," said the pharmacist. "Monsieur Bovary, one of our most distinguished practitioners, operated on a victim of clubfoot by the name of Hippolyte Tautine, stable hand for 25 years at the Lion d'Or Hotel, kept by Madame the widow Lefrancois, on the Place d'Armes. The novelty of the attempt and the interest attendant on the subject had attracted such a throng of the populace that there was a veritable congestion on the establishment's threshold. The operation, however, was carried out as if by magic, and scarce 4 drops of blood appeared on the skin, as though confirming that the obstinate tendon had just yielded at last under the exertions of great skill. The patient, oddly enough, we vouch for Devaisu, did not complain of pain. His state, up until time of writing, leaves nothing to be desired. Everything leads us to believe that the convalescence will be short, and who knows whether, at the next village festival, we will not be seeing our valiant Hippolyte stepping out in the bacchanalian dances amidst a chorus of jocund fellows, and thus proving to all eyes, through his verve and his capering leaps, his complete recovery. Honor, therefore, to the noble savants. Honor to these untiring spirits who dedicate their night labors to the betterment or rather the relief of their species. Honor, thrice honor. Should we not now be crying out that the blind shall see, the deaf shall hear, and the lame shall walk? But that which zealotry in times of old promised to its elect, science now accomplishes for all mankind. We will keep our readers informed of the successive phases of this truly remarkable cure, which did not prevent Mayor Lefrancois, 5 days later, from arriving in a state of wild distress and crying out, "Help! He's dying! I'm going to go mad!" Charles rushed towards the Lion d'Or, and a pharmacist, seeing him passing by on the square, hatless, deserted the pharmacy. He appeared himself, puffing, red-faced, uneasy, and asking all those going up the stairs, "So what's the matter with our interesting strephopode?" The strephopode was writhing about in atrocious spasms, so much so that the mechanical apparatus in which his leg was cooped up kept thumping against the wall with enough force to stave it in. With a great deal of care, in order not to disturb the position of the limb, they then withdrew the box and saw a horrible sight. The foot's contours were swallowed up in such a swollen mass that the entire skin seemed about to rupture and was covered in bruises caused by the much-vaunted machine. Hippolyte had already complained of it hurting. No one had heeded him. They had to admit that he had not been completely mistaken, and they left him liberated for a few hours. But scarce had the edema faded a little, than the two savants deemed it proper to restore the limb to the apparatus, clamping it on tighter, to speed things up. Finally, 3 days later, Hippolyte being unable to bear it any longer, they again withdrew the mechanism, while being very much amazed by the observable result. A livid tumefaction was spread over the leg, with Flictini 33 here and there, from which oozed a black fluid. Things had taken a serious turn. Hippolyte was starting to get worried, and Mayor Lefrancois installed him in the parlor, next to the kitchen, so that he would have some diversion at least. But the tax-gatherer, who dined there every day, complained bitterly of such company. So they carried Hippolyte into the billiard-room. There he was, moaning under his thick blankets, pale, unshaven, hollow-eyed, and turning his sweaty head now and again on the soiled pillow where the flies kept settling. Madame Bovary came to see him. She brought him linen for his poultices and comforted him, encouraged him. Yet he did not lack for company, above all on market days when the peasants surrounding him knocked their billiard balls, fenced with the cues, smoked, drank, sang, brawled. "How goes it?" they would say, thumping him on the shoulder. "Ah, you're not in great spirits, it appears. But it's your own fault. You have to be doing this, doing that." And they told him stories of folk who had all been cured by other remedies than his. Then by way of consolation, they would add, "It's on account of you nursing thyself overmuch. Up with you now, coddling yourself like a king. You are. Ah, never mind, why, old dog, it don't smell too nice." The gangrene, indeed, was creeping up and up. Bovary was sick from it himself. He came hourly at all times. Hippolyte gazed at him, eyes brimming with terror, and sobbingly stammered out, "When I be cured? Oh, save me. I'm that low, I'm that low." And the doctor went away, invariably recommending a starvation diet. "Don't you listen to him, my lad," chided Mayor Lefrancois. "Haven't they made a martyr of you already? You'll grow weaker still. Here, drink up." And she would offer him some nice broth, a slice of mutton, a morsel of bacon, and at times a small glass of brandy that he did not have the courage to bring to his lips. Abbé Bournigeon, hearing he was worsening, desired to see him. He began by pitying him his misfortune, at the same time declaring that he should rejoice in it, since it was the Lord's will, and that he should quickly profit from the occasion to be reconciled with heaven. "For," said the clergyman in a paternal tone, "you've been a little neglectful of your duties. We rarely see you at the divine service. How many years is it since you approached the communion table? I understand that your work, that the whirlwind of the world, may well have diverted you from attending to your salvation. But now, the hour has come for reflection. Do not despair, however. I have known men of heavy guilt who, when their appearance before God was all but nigh, you're not yet there, I'm well aware, had beseeched his forgiveness, and who died in the best frame of mind, to be sure. Let's hope that, just like them, you will show us a fine example. Thus, by way of precaution, what is to stop you from reciting morning and evening a Hail Mary, full of grace, and in Our Father, which art in heaven? Yes, do it. For my sake, to please me. What would that cost? Do you promise me?" The poor devil promised. The cleric came back over the following days. He chatted with the landlady, and even regaled them with anecdotes mixed in with pleasantries, and puns that Hippolyte did not understand. Then, as soon as circumstances permitted, he reverted to religious matters, adopting a suitable face. His zeal appeared to succeed, for soon the strephopode expressed a desire to go on pilgrimage to Bon Secours, were he to recover, to which Monsieur Bernigin replied that he saw nothing against it. Two precautions were better than one. Nothing ventured. The apothecary was indignant at what he called the priest's manoeuvre. It was prejudicial, he claimed, to Hippolyte's convalescence, and he kept repeating to Madame Lefrancois, "Leave him be, leave him be. You're undermining his morale with your mysticism." But the good woman would not hear of it. He was the cause of it all. To spite him, she even hooked a brimming holy water pot onto the patient's bedhead with a sliver of boxwood. Yet religion appeared to bring him no more succor than surgery, and the insuperable rot went on spreading up from the extremities to the stomach. In vain they had varied the potions and changed the poultices. Each day the muscles were becoming increasingly detached, and at last Charles responded with a nod of the head when Mère Lefrancois asked him if she could not, in desperation, call Monsieur Kennevet, of Neuchâtel, who was renowned doctor in medicine, 50 years old, enjoying a good standing and sure of himself. Charles's colleague did not refrain from laughing disdainfully when he exposed that leg gangrened up to the knee. Then, having frankly declared that it would have to be amputated, he went off to the pharmacist to rail against the dunderheads who could have reduced a wretched man to such a condition. Shaking Monsieur James by the coat button, he cried out in the pharmacy, "There we have it. Paris's inventions. Such are the ideas of these gentlemen from the capital. It's like strabismus, chloroform, lithotrity, a heap of monstrosities that the government should forbid. But they must always be showing off, and they'll stuff you with remedies without a thought for the consequences. We are not as clever as that. We're not savants, dandies, lady killers. We are practitioners, healers, and we wouldn't conceive of operating on someone who is doing perfectly well. Correct the club-footed? Can we correct the club-footed? It's like wishing, let's say, to straighten out a hunchback." James suffered, listening to this speech, and he concealed his unease beneath a courtier's smile, needing to treat Monsieur Kennevet with care, his prescriptions sometimes reaching as far as Yonville. Neither did he take Bovary's part, nor make so much as a single observation, and, abandoning his principles, he sacrificed his dignity to the weightier interests of his business. It was a considerable event in the village, this amputation at the thigh by Dr. Kennevet. That day, all the inhabitants turned out at the earliest hour, and the main street, although full of people, had a lugubrious air about it, as if what was to take place was a public execution. Hippolyte's sickness was discussed at the grocer's. The shops were selling nothing, and Madame Tuvache, the mayor's wife, did not budge from her window, so eager was she to see the surgeon come. He arrived in his gig, driving it himself. But, the right-hand spring having long sunk under the weight of his stoutness, the vehicle was a little tilted as it went along, and you could make out beside him on the other cushion a great box, covered in red sheep's leather, whose 3 brass clasps shone magisterially. After bowling in under the porch of the Lion d'Or, like a whirlwind, the doctor, shouting at the top of his voice, ordered his horse to be unhitched, then proceeded into the stable to check if it was properly eating its oats, for on arrival at his patients' homes, his first thoughts were for his mare and his gig. They would even say, in reference to this, "Ah, Monsieur Kennevet, now he's a queer fellow," and they rated him the higher for this unwavering self-possession. The universe might have expired to the last man, yet he would not have altered the least of his habits. James appeared. "I'm counting on you," the doctor said. "Are we ready? Forward march." But the apothecary, blushing, confessed that he was too sensitive to assist at such an operation. "When one is simply a spectator," he said, "the imagination, impresses one with some sinister thought. And then my nervous system is so—" "Bah, nonsense," interrupted Kennevet. "Quite the reverse. You seem to me the apoplectic type, which doesn't surprise me, moreover, for you pharmacy fellows are constantly stuck in your kitchens, which must be damaging to your constitution in the end. Look at me, rather. Every day, I get up at 4 o'clock, I shave in cold water, I'm never cold, and I don't wear flannel, I never catch cold, I have a famous chest on me. I eat sometimes this way, sometimes that, staying philosophical, taking potluck. That's why I'm not a delicate thing like you. And it's all the same to me whether I cut up a Christian or the first fowl of the hand. After that, habit. Then, without any regard for Hippolyte, who was sweating with anguish between the sheets, these gentlemen entered upon a conversation in which the apothecary likened the surgeon's sang-froid to a general's. And this comparison pleased Kennevet, who replied with a torrent of words on the exigencies of his art. He considered it a priestly office, even though medical officers dishonored the calling. At length, returning to the patient, he examined the bandages brought by James, the same that had appeared at the time of the operation, and asked for someone to hold the member for him. They sent for Lestiboudois, and Monsieur Kennevet, having rolled up his sleeves, passed into the billiard room, while the apothecary stayed with Artemise and the landlady, both of them paler than their aprons, and with ears strained to the door. Bovary, during all this time, did not dare move from his house. He stayed below, in the parlor, seated by the unlit hearth, chin on chest, hands clasped, gaze fixed. What misfortune, he thought. What disappointment. Yet he had taken all necessary precautions. Fate had intervened. No matter. If Hippolyte happened to die later, he would be the murderer. And then, what reason was he going to give on his rounds, when asked? Still, had he perhaps not made a mistake with something? He hunted about, found nothing. But the most famous surgeons certainly made mistakes. That was what no one would ever believe. Quite the opposite. They were going to be laughing, gossiping. It would spread all the way to Forges, all the way to Neuchâtel, all the way to Rouen. Everywhere. Who knows if his colleagues might not attack him in writing. There would be an ensuing controversy. He would have to respond in the newspapers. Hippolyte could even prosecute him. He saw himself disgraced, ruined, undone, and his imagination, assailed by numberless suppositions, tossed about amidst them like an empty tub carried off by the sea and rolling in the swell. Emma, sitting opposite, considered him. She did not share his humiliation, but suffered another. It was to have imagined that such a man could be worth something, as if she had not sufficiently perceived his mediocrity 20 times already. What lamentable madness had driven her to ruin her life, thus, with constant sacrifice? She called to mind all her instinct for luxury, all her soul's privations, the sordidness of married life, of keeping house, her dreams tumbling into the mud like wounded swallows, everything she had desired, everything she had denied herself, everything she could have had. And why? Why? In the middle of the silence that filled the village, a rending scream struck through the air. Bovary went pale, as if about to faint. She rubbed her eyebrows with a nervous gesture, then carried on. Yet it was for his sake, for this creature, for this man who understood nothing, who felt nothing. For there he was, completely calm, and without even suspecting that the mockery of his name would, from this time forth, soil her as much as him. She had striven to love him, and had weepingly repented having yielded to another. But perhaps it was a valgus, exclaimed Bovary suddenly, who was deep in thought. At the unforeseen shock of this sentence falling on her thoughts like a lead ball into a silver dish, Emma gave a start and raised her head to guess what he might mean, and they faced one another in silence, almost amazed to see themselves, so removed were they by their differing realization each from the other. Charles considered her with the confused gaze of a drunkard, while listening, motionless, to the amputee's last screams succeeding one another in long drawn-out inflections, cut off by shrill bursts, like the distant shrieks of some beast being slaughtered. Emma chewed her wan lips, and, rolling between her fingers one of the bits of coral she had snapped off, fixed on Charles the burning points of her eyes, like two flaming arrows ready to be released. Everything about him irritated her now, his face, his clothes, what he did not say, his whole person, in short, his existence. She repented of her past virtuousness as of a felony, and what was left broke up under the furious blows of her pride. She took delight in all the wicked ironies of the triumphant adulteress. The memory of her lover came back to her with giddying charm. She cast her soul upon it, swept towards this image by a fresh enthusiasm, and Charles seemed to her so detached from life, so permanently absent, so ridiculous and crushed, that it was as though he was about to expire and would suffer the pangs of death under her very eyes. There was the click of a footstep on the pavement. Charles looked out, and through the lowered blind he caught sight of Dr. Canavet by the side of the market house, in full sun, wiping his brow with a silk handkerchief. Hames, behind him, carried a great red box in his hands, and the two of them were making their way towards the pharmacy. Then, in a sudden fit of fondness and discouragement, Charles turned to his wife and said to her, "Kiss me then, my sweet." "Leave me alone," she snapped, red in the face with anger. "What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you?" he repeated, astonished. "Calm yourself. Take hold of yourself. Surely you know I love you. Come to me." "Enough," she cried with a terrible look, and making her escape from the room, Emma closed the door so hard that the barometer bounced off the wall and smashed on the floor. Charles sank down into his chair, thrown into confusion, hunting about for what might be wrong with her, imagining a nervous complaint, weeping, and dimly sensing some baleful and incomprehensible thing circling around him. When Rodolphe, that evening, came into the garden, he found his mistress waiting for him at the bottom of the flight of steps on the first stair. They clasped each other tight, and all their rancor melted away like snow under the heat of that kiss. Madame Bovary, 12 they began to love one another again. Emma would even write to him all of a sudden, in the middle of the day, then, from the window, signal to Justin, who, untying his thick apron, would fly off to La Huchette. Rodolphe would arrive. It was just to say that she was heartily bored, that her husband was odious, and her life dreadful. "What can I do about it?" he exclaimed one day, quite out of patience. "Ah, if you were willing," she was sitting on the ground, between his knees, her drawn-back hair loosened, a lost look in her eyes. What then? Said Rodolphe. She gave a sigh. We might go and live together, somewhere else. You're mad. Really you are, he laughed. I don't believe it. She came back to the subject. He appeared not to understand and diverted the conversation. What he did not understand was all this turmoil over something as straightforward as love. Her affection had a motive, a reason, and a kind of auxiliary force. This fondness was, in fact, gaining more and more ground under the repulsion she felt for her husband. The more she surrendered herself to one, the more she utterly detested the other. Never had Charles seemed more disagreeable to her, his fingers so stubby, his mind so dull, his manners so commonplace, as after her assignations with Rodolphe, when they would sit together. Then, ever acting the wife and the woman of virtue, she blazed within at the thought of that head of black hair with its curl falling over the tanned forehead, of that robust and yet so elegant figure, of that man, in short, who showed so much experience in his judgment, so much wildness in his desire. That she filed her nails with a sculptor's care was for his sake, just as there was never sufficient cream on her skin, nor patchouli on her silk handkerchiefs. She loaded herself with bracelets, rings, necklaces. When he was due to arrive, she filled the 2 large blue glass vases with roses, and arranged the room and her person like a courtesan awaiting a prince. The maidservant had to be endlessly washing the linen, and Felicite did not stir all day from the kitchen, where little Justin, who often kept her company, watched her working. Elbow on the long board where she was ironing, he would greedily contemplate the women's things spread out around him. The dimity petticoats, the fichus, the collars, and the running string pantaloons, full at the hips and narrowing lower down. What's it used for? The young lad would ask, drawing his hand over the crinoline petticoat or a hook and eye. You've never seen nothing then? Laughed Felicite in reply. As if your mistress, Madame Hames, don't wear the like. Oh yes, Madame Hames. And he added meditatively, is she a lady like Madame? But Felicite grew impatient to see him twirling all around her like that. She was 6 years older, and Theodore, Monsieur Guillemin's servant, had started to court her. Leave me in peace, she said, removing her pot of starch. Go off and crush the almonds, rather, always rummaging about next to women. You are. Wait till you've whiskers on your jaw, naughty brat, before meddling in that. Come, don't be cross. I'm going to do her lady boots for you. And straight away, he reached up to the mantelpiece for Emma's shoes, all pasted with mud. The mud of assignations that came off in powder under his fingers, and which he would watch gently float up in a beam of sunlight. How scared you are of spoiling them, said the kitchen maid, who never took such care when she cleaned them herself, because Madame, as soon as the fabric was no longer fresh and new, left them to her. Emma had a great number of these in her wardrobe, and she squandered them in proportion, without Charles ever allowing himself the slightest remark. Thus it was that he spent 300 francs for a wooden leg which she judged only proper as a present for Hippolyte. The shaft was lined in cork, and it had sprung joints, a complicated mechanism covered in a black trouser leg, ending in a varnished boot. But Hippolyte, not daring to use his handsome leg every day, begged Madame Bovary to obtain him another and more convenient one. The doctor, of course, once again incurred the expense of this purchase. So, the stable lad went back to his work bit by bit. You could see him getting about the village as before, and when Charles heard from a distance the sharp tap of his stick upon the paving stones, he would very speedily take another route. It was Monsieur Leroux, the dealer, who took charge of this order. This gave him the opportunity to associate with Emma. He would prattle to her of the latest deliveries from Paris, of 1,000 feminine curios, behaving in a most fawning manner and never demanding money. Emma surrendered to this easy way of satisfying her whims, and so she wished to have, as a gift for Rodolphe, a very handsome horsewhip to be found in an umbrella shop in Rouen. Monsieur Leroux, the week after, placed it for her on her table. But the following day he appeared in person at her house with a bill for 270 francs, not counting the centimes. Emma was very embarrassed. All the drawers of her secrétaire were empty. They owed Lestiboudois more than 15 days, the servant 2 quarters, a deal more of other things, and Bovary was impatiently awaiting the remittance from Monsieur de Roserais, who was in the habit, every year, of paying him around St. Peter's Day. She at first succeeded in refusing Leroux. At length he lost patience. He was being pressed hard, had a lack of capital, and if he couldn't call some of it in, he would be forced to take back from her all the wares she had. Well, take them back. Oh, that was a jest, he replied. But I do regret the horsewhip, that's all. Faith, I shall ask Monsieur to return it. No, no, she said. Ah, now I have you, thought Leroux. And, sure of his discovery, he left, repeating in a low tone and with his habitual little wheeze. Very well. We shall see, we shall see. She was considering how to extricate herself from this, when the kitchen maid came in, placing on the chimney-piece a little roll of blue paper on the part of Monsieur de Roserais. Emma leapt on it and opened it. There were 15 Napoleons. It was the right amount. She heard Charles on the stairs. She threw the gold into the back of her drawer and took the key. 3 days later, Leroux reappeared. "I've an arrangement to propose to you," he said. "If, in place of the agreed sum, you would like to take." "There we are," she said, placing 14 Napoleons in his hand. The dealer was astonished. So, to conceal his disappointment, he poured out excuses and offers of service, all of which Emma refused. Then she stayed a few moments fingering the 200 sou coins in her apron pocket that he had given to her in change. She resolved to economize before paying back later. Nonsense, she reflected. He won't give it another thought. In addition to the horsewhip with its silver gilt knob, Rodolphe had received a seal with this motto, Amour nel cor, plus a scarf to use as a comforter, and lastly a cigar case identical to the Vicomte's that Charles had picked up long ago on the road and that Emma had kept. Yet these presents humiliated him. He refused several of them. She was insistent, and Rodolphe ended up obeying, finding her tyrannical and over-encroaching. Then she would have strange ideas. Whenever midnight sounds, she said, "You shall think of me." And if he confessed that he had not thought of her then, reproaches would fly in abundance, and always finished on the eternal sentence, "Do you love me?" "Why, yes, I love you," he would reply. "A lot. Most certainly. You haven't loved others then, You think you took me intact?" he exclaimed, laughing. Emma wept, and he endeavored to console her, embellishing his protests with puns. "Oh, it's because I love you," she went on. "I love you so much I can't do without you. Don't you know that? Sometimes my longing to see you again tears me apart with all the rages of love. I say to myself, where is he? Perhaps he's talking to other women. They smile at him. He draws near. Oh no, not one of them pleases you, do they? There are some more beautiful, but I know better how to love. I'm your servant and concubine. You are my king, my idol. You're good. You're handsome. You're intelligent. You are strong." He had heard these things said so many times that to his ear there was nothing original about them. Emma resembled all his mistresses, and the charm of novelty, dropping away little by little like a garment, left nakedly in view the endless monotony of passion, whose shapes and words are always the same. This man, with so much experience, could not distinguish the differences in feeling beneath the sameness of expression. Because licentious or venal lips had murmured similar phrases to him, he believed only feebly in their innocent candor. One had to beat back, he thought, the exaggerated language under which everyday affections hid themselves, as if the soul's fullness would not at times spill over through the most vacant of metaphors, since no one can ever take the exact measure of his needs, nor of his conceptions, nor of his sorrows. And human utterance is like a cracked kettle on which we beat out tunes to. Make the bears dance when we would like to move the stars to pity. But, with that high ground of discrimination belonging to those who, whatever the engagement, keep to the rear, Rodolphe perceived in this love other enjoyments to be made the most of. He judged any sense of modesty inconvenient. He treated her without ceremony. He fashioned her into something compliant and corrupt. It was a kind of idiot affection full of admiration on his part, of voluptuousness on hers, a bliss that numbed her. And her soul sank down into this drunkenness and drowned in it, shriveled up, like the Duke of Clarence in his But of Malmsey. By virtue of her amorous habits alone, Madame Bovary's appearance changed. Her looks grew bolder, her words looser. She even had the unseemliness to walk out with Rodolphe, a cigarette in her mouth, as if to defy the world. Finally, those who doubted still, doubted no longer when she was seen. One day, alighting from the Hirondelle, her figure squeezed into a waistcoat in the manner of a man, and Mère Bovary, who after a dreadful scene with her husband had come to take refuge at her son's, was not the least scandalized of the good townswomen. She found much else to displease her. First, Charles had not listened to her advice concerning the prohibition of novels. Then, she did not like the style of the house. She took the liberty of making some remarks, and they quarreled, one time especially, over Felicite. The previous evening, when going along the passage, Mère Bovary had surprised her in the company of a man with a dark collar, of about 40 years of age, and who, at the sound of her footsteps, swiftly fled the kitchen. Then Emma began to laugh, but the good woman lost her temper, declaring that, unless morals were to be made a mockery of, one ought to watch over those of the servants. "What world do you belong to?" said the daughter-in-law, with such an impertinent look that Madame Bovary asked her if she were not in fact defending her own cause. "Get out," said the young woman, leaping to her feet. "Emma, mother," cried Charles, in an attempt at reconciliation. But they had both fled in their exasperation. Emma stamped her feet and kept repeating, "Ah, what good breeding! What a peasant!" He ran after his mother. She was beside herself. She stammered out, "A saucebox, that's what she is. A featherbrain. Worse, perhaps." And she wanted to leave immediately, if the other did not come to apologize. So Charles went back to his wife and entreated her to yield. He got down on his knees. She ended by replying, "So be it. I'll go." Indeed, she held out her hand to her mother-in-law with the dignity of a marquis, saying to her, "Excuse me, madam." Then, going back upstairs to her own room, Emma threw herself full length upon the bed and cried there like a child, her head buried in the pillow. They had agreed, she and Rodolphe, that in the event of something unusual happening, she would attach a little scrap of white paper to the window blind, so that if by chance he was in Yonville, he would hasten into the lane behind the house. Emma prepared the signal. She waited for 3/4 of an hour, when all at once she caught sight of Rodolphe at the corner of the market house. She was tempted to open the window, to call him, but he had already vanished. She slumped again in despair. Soon, however, she thought she heard someone walking on the pavement. Doubtless it was him. She descended the stairs, crossed the yard. He was there outside. She threw herself into his arms. "Be careful now," he said. "Oh, if only you knew," came her response. And she began to tell him everything, in a hurry, disconnectedly, exaggerating the facts, inventing a few, and lavishing digressions in such an abundance that he understood nothing. "Come now, my poor angel. Cheer up, console yourself, patience." "But I've been patient and suffering for the past 4 years. A love like ours ought to be declared before heaven. They are torturing me. I can stand it no longer. Save me." She pressed herself close to Rodolphe. Her eyes, full of tears, glistened like flames beneath the waters. Her throat pulsed in agitation. He had never loved her so much, to such an extent that he lost his head and said to her, "What must we do? What is it you want? Take me away," she cried. "Carry me off? Oh, I beg you." And she hurled herself onto his mouth, as if to catch there the unhoped-for consent exhaled in a kiss. "But," Rodolphe resumed, "what is it? And your daughter?" She reflected for a few minutes, then replied, "We will take her. Too bad. What a woman," he said to himself, as he watched her move off, for she had just slipped away into the garden. They were calling her. Mayor Bovary was most astonished, over the next few days, at the metamorphosis of her daughter-in-law. In fact, Emma was turning out more manageable, and even carried her deference to the point of requesting a recipe for pickled gherkins. Was it in order to dupe both of them the better? Or did she want to savor more deeply, by a kind of voluptuous stoicism, the bitterness of what she was soon to abandon? But she paid no heed to it. Quite the contrary. She lived as if lost in the anticipated first taste of her imminent happiness. This was an eternal topic in her chats with Rodolphe. She would lean on his shoulder, murmuring, "Ah, when we are in the mail coach. Do you think about it? Can it be possible? The very moment, it seems to me, that I feel the carriage spring off, it will be as if we were going up in a balloon, as if we were leaving for the clouds. You know that I'm counting the days? And you." Madame Bovary was never so beautiful as at that time. She had that undefinable beauty which results from joy, from enthusiasm, from success, and is but the effect of temperament and circumstances in harmony. Her lustfulness, her sorrows, the experience of pleasure, and her still youthful illusions had developed her by degrees, just as dung, rain, wind, and sun bring out flowers, and she was opening at last into the fullness of her nature. Her eyelids seemed expressly shaped for her long, amorous glances in which the pupils would vanish, while each vigorous breath widened her slender nostrils and turned up the fleshy corner of her lips, where a slight black down lay shadowed from the light. One would have said that an artist qualified in depravities had arranged her hair's twisted coil over her nape. It rolled itself up in one heavy mass, carelessly, and according to the accidents of adultery, which unraveled it every day. Her voice now took on softer inflections, as did her figure. You were pierced by something artful that emanated even from the fabric of her dress and the arch of her foot. Charles, as in the early days of his marriage, found her delicious and utterly irresistible. When he came back in the middle of the night, he did not dare wake her. The porcelain night lamp cast a round, quivering brightness on the ceiling, and swelling out in the shadows beside the bed. The little cradle's closed curtains formed a kind of white hut. Charles gazed at them. He thought he could hear his child's faint breath. She would grow up now. Each month would bring a speedy advance. He already saw her coming back from school at dusk, all laughter, her little smock spotted with ink, and carrying a basket on her arm. Then she would have to be sent to boarding school, and that would cost a great deal. How to do it? So he reflected. He thought of renting a small farm in the neighborhood, and he would look after it himself every morning when going to see his patients. He would put the income by, he would place it in a savings bank. Then he would buy shares somewhere, no matter where. Besides, the practice would grow. He was counting on it, because he wanted Berthe to be well brought up, to have accomplishments, to learn the piano. Ah, how pretty she would be. Later, at 15, when looking like her mother, she would wear like her big straw hats in summer. They would be taken for sisters from a distance. He imagined her working in the evenings close to them, under the light of the lamp, She would be embroidering slippers for him, occupying herself with the housekeeping, filling the whole house with her charm and cheerfulness. Finally, they would think about her settling down. They would find her some honest fellow with a solid business. He would make her happy. It would last forever. Emma was not sleeping. She was pretending to be asleep. And, while he was slumbering at her side, she roused herself with other dreams. A coach and four had been galloping them away for a week towards a new land, whence they would not return. On they went, arms entwined, their words spent. Often, from a mountain top, they would suddenly descry some splendid city with domes, bridges, ships, forests of lemon tree, and cathedrals of white marble, whose pointed steeples held storks' nests. The horses went at walking pace because of the great flagstones, and on the ground there were bunches of flowers that red-bodiced women would offer you. They heard the peal of bells, the neighing of mules, with the murmur of guitars and the splash of fountains, whose drifting mist cooled the heaps of fruit, arranged in pyramids at the foot of pale statues, smiling under the water jets. And then they arrived, one night, in a fishing village, where dark nets dried in the wind, along the cliffs and the cottages. This was where they would stop to live. They would dwell in a low house, with a flat roof, shaded by a palm tree, in the remotest part of a bay, on the edge of the sea. They would take rides in a gondola, they would swing in a hammock, and their life would be yielding and generous like their silk clothes, all warm and starry like the mild nights they would gaze upon. Nevertheless, from the immensity of this future that she conjured, no one particular thing emerged. The days, all of them magnificent, were as alike as waves, and they rolled to the horizon, endless, harmonious, bluish, and bathed in sun. But the child would begin to cough in her cradle, or Bovary snore louder, and Emma would only nod off in the morning, when dawn blanched the window panes and young Justin on the square was already opening the shutters of the pharmacy. She had sent for Monsieur Leroux and had said to him, "I shall need a cloak, a big cloak, lined with a long cape." "You're going traveling?" "No, but no matter. I can rely on you, can't I?" And quickly. He bowed. "I will also need," she went on, "a chest not too heavy suitable." Yes, I understand. Roughly 92 by 50 centimeters, like what they make them nowadays. With a carpet bag. Decidedly, mused Leroux to himself. There's a rumpus at the back of this. "And here," said Madame Bovary, drawing her watch from her belt, "take this. Pay yourself out of it." But the dealer exclaimed that she was mistaken. They knew each other. Did he doubt her? What childishness! She insisted, however, that he take the chain at least, and already Leroux had put it in his pocket and was going out, when she called him back. "You will leave everything at your house. As for the cloak," she seemed to be reflecting, "don't bring that either. Only, give me the workman's address and let me know when I have it at my disposal." It was the next month that they were to elope. She would leave from Yonville as though to run errands in Rouen. Rodolphe would have reserved seats, taken the passports, and even written to Paris, so as to have the mail coach to themselves until Marseilles, where they would buy a carriage, and from there continue by the Genoa road without stopping. She would have taken care to send her baggage to Leroux's house, to be carried straight to the Hirondelle, in such a way that no one might suspect, and there was never any question of her child in all of this. Rodolphe avoided mentioning the subject. Perhaps she did not give it a thought. He wanted to have 2 more weeks ahead of him, to complete a few arrangements. Then, at the end of a week, he asked for another 2. Then he claimed he was ill. After that he made a trip. The month of August went by, and after all these delays, they determined that it would be set irrevocably for the 4th of September, a Monday. At last the Saturday, 2 days before, came round. Rodolphe came in the evening, earlier than usual. "Is everything ready?" she asked him. "Yes." Then they made a tour of the flower bed and went to sit down near the terrace on the curb of the wall. "You're sad," said Emma. "No, why?" And yet he looked at her peculiarly, in a loving fashion. "Is it because you're going away?" she pursued, "leaving what you're fond of, leaving your life?" "I understand, but I have nothing in the world. You're everything to me. Likewise, I shall be everything to you. I shall be a family to you, a country. I will look after you. I'll love you." "How delightful you are," he said, clasping her in his arms. "True," she said with a voluptuous laugh. "Do you love me? Swear it then." "Indeed I love you. Indeed I love you. Why, I adore you, my sweet." The moon, quite round and purple-colored, rose up level with the ground, at the far end of the field. She climbed swiftly between the poplar's branches that hid her here and there, like a black curtain full of holes. Then she appeared, blazing with whiteness, in the empty sky she had illuminated. And so, slowing on her course, she let fall upon the river a great stain that made an infinity of stars, and this silvery glimmering seemed to writhe there, down to the depths, as if it were a headless snake covered in luminous scales. And it was not unlike some monstrous candelabra, too, from whose whole length streamed drops of melting diamonds. The warm night spread out around them. Sheets of shadow filled the foliage. From time to time, he half opened her dressing gown and revealed just the upper part of her breast, which was whiter still than the moon's wanness. Emma, eyes half shut, sighed deeply, sucking in her lungs the freshness of the blowing wind. There were no words between them, too lost as they were and overrun by their daydream. The tenderness of the old days crept back into their hearts, abundant and silent like the flowing river, with the same indolence as the scent of the lilacs brought to them, and that cast across their memory shadows more immeasurable and melancholic than those of the still willows, lengthening on the grass. Often some night animal, a hedgehog or a weasel, beginning to hunt, disturbed the leaves, or else they heard at moments a ripe peach falling all by itself in the espalier. "Ah, beautiful night," said Rodolphe. "We'll have others," responded Emma, and, as if talking to herself, "Yes, it will be good to travel. Yet why is my heart so sad? Is it the fear of the unknown, the reality of ways forsaken, or rather, no, it's a surfeit of happiness. How weak I am, don't you think? Forgive me. There's still time," he cried out. "Reflect on it. You'll rue the day, perhaps." "Never," she returned vehemently, and, drawing nearer to him, "Well, what misfortune might come upon me? There's no desert, no precipice, no ocean that I would not cross in your company. As long as we're living together, it will be like an embrace, each day tighter and more perfect. We will have nothing to trouble us, no worries, no hindrances. We shall be alone, entirely together, for eternity. Speak then, answer me." He replied at measured intervals, "Yes, yes." She had run her hands through his hair, and she kept repeating in a childish voice, despite the fat tears trickling down, "Rodolphe, Rodolphe. Ah, Rodolphe, dear little Rodolphe." Midnight struck. "Midnight," she said. "Come, it's tomorrow. Another day." He rose to leave, and, as if this movement of his had been the signal for their elopement, Emma, all of a sudden, adopting a cheerful air, "You have the passports?" "Yes." "You've not forgotten anything?" "No." "You are sure?" "Quite sure. You will be waiting for me at the Hotel de Provence. Isn't that right? At midday." He nodded. "Until tomorrow, then," said Emma through a last caress, and she watched him move off. He did not turn round. She ran after him, and, stooping at the water's edge between the brushwood, "Until tomorrow," she shouted out. He was already on the other side of the river and walking quickly over the field. A few minutes later, Rodolphe stopped, and, when he saw her with her white garment fade away little by little into the shadows like a ghost, he was taken by such a thumping of the heart that he leaned against a tree to stop himself falling. "What a fool I am," he said, cursing tremendously. No matter, she was a pretty mistress. And Emma's beauty, with all the pleasures of this affair, appeared to him again on the instant. At first he felt moved to pity, then grew indignant against her. "After all," he exclaimed, gesticulating, "I cannot leave my own country, or have a child on my hands." He said all this in order to harden himself further. And besides the fuss, the expense— "Oh, no, no, 1,000 times no. That would have been too stupid." Madame Bovary Xiii, as soon as he was back home, Rodolphe sat down brusquely at his desk, under the stag's head set boastfully on the wall. But, when he had the pen in his hand, he could not find a thing to say, so much so that, leaning on his elbows, he began to ponder. Emma seemed to him to have receded into a long-ago past, as if his sworn resolution had just placed between them, all of a sudden, an immense distance. In order to recapture something of her, he went searching in the cupboard, next to his bed, for an old biscuit tin from Reims in which he habitually locked away his mistress's letters, and from it there slipped an odor of damp dust and withered roses. At once he spied a pocket handkerchief, covered in pale droplets. It was her own handkerchief from when she had a nosebleed one day, on a walk. He remembered nothing more. Near it lay the miniature that Emma had given him, bumping against the corners. Her dress struck him as pretentious, and her soft-eyed sideways look achieved the most pitiful effect. Then, by dint of considering this image and evoking the memory of the model, little by little Emma's features grew muddled in his recollection, as if the living face and the painted face, rubbing against each other, had been mutually erased. Finally, he read some of her letters. They were full of explanations relating to their journey, as brief, technical, and urgent as business notes. He wanted to look again at the lengthy ones, those of earlier days. To find them at the bottom of the tin, Rodolphe disturbed all the others, and mechanically he began to dig about in this heap of papers and stuff, finding there a jumble of nosegays, a garter, a black mask, pins, and locks of hair. Dark hair, fair hair, catching in the hinge of the box. Several even broke apart when it was opened. Thus, idling among his keepsakes, he examined the handwriting and the style of the letters, as varied as their spelling. They were fond or joyful, facetious, melancholic. There were some that demanded love, and others that demanded money. A single word could bring to mind faces, certain gestures, the ring of a voice. Yet sometimes he remembered nothing. Indeed, these women, hastening all at once through his thoughts, got in each other's way and grew smaller there, as if the leveling of love rendered them equal. So taking fistfuls of mixed-up letters, he amused himself for several minutes, letting them fall in cascades, from his right hand to his left hand. At length, bored, drowsy, Rodolphe carried the tin back to the cupboard, saying to himself, "What a heap of humbug!" Which summed up his opinion, for pleasures like schoolboys in the schoolyard had so trampled on his heart that nothing green grew there, and what passed across, giddier than children, would not even do as they would, and leave a name engraved on the wall. "Come," he said to himself, "let's begin." He wrote, "Courage, Emma, courage. I do not wish to bring unhappiness into your life." After all, that's true, thought Rodolphe. I'm working in her interest. I'm being honest. Have you considered your decision in a mature way? Are you aware of the abyss into which I was tempting you? My poor angel? You aren't, are you? You were carrying on fond and trusting, believing in happiness, in the future. Ah, wretches that we are. Fools. Rodolphe paused here to think of some good excuse. If I were to say to her that my fortune is lost, oh no, and besides, that would make no difference. It would simply start up again later. Is it possible to make such women hear reason? He thought about it, then added, I shall never forget you. Believe it truly, and will constantly feel deeply devoted to you. But one day, sooner or later, this ardor, that being the lot of human affairs, will diminish without a doubt. Weariness will come upon us, and who knows if I might even have the excruciating pain of being present at your scenes of remorse and of taking part in them myself, because I would have been the cause. The mere idea of the sorrows that will come to you tortures me. Emma, forget about me. Why did I have to know you? Why were you so beautiful? Is it my fault? Oh my God. No, blame only fate. Now, there's a word that always produces an effect, he said to himself. Ah, if you had been one of those frivolous-hearted women whom we see about, I might have been able, certainly, out of pure selfishness, to risk the experience without danger to you. But this delightful elation, which is both your charm and your torment, has prevented you from understanding, adorable woman that you are, the falsity of your future position. I too failed to reflect at first, and lay down in the shade of this ideal happiness, as if under the venomous shadow of the manchineal tree, without foreseeing the consequences. She might perhaps think that I'm giving her up through stinginess. Ah, no matter. Too bad. It has to be terminated. The world is cruel, Emma. Wherever we might have been, it would have persecuted us. You would have had to endure indiscreet questions, slander, scorn, maybe dishonor. Dishonor to you. Oh, and I who wished but to seat you upon a throne. I who carry away the thought of you like a talisman. For I am punishing myself with exile for all the evil I have done to you. I am leaving. Where? I have no idea. I am mad. Adieu. Be always good. Treasure the memory of the wretch who lost you. Teach your child my name, that she might repeat it in her prayers. The two candlewicks shivered. Rodolphe got up to close the window, and, when he had sat down again, that's everything, it seems to me. Ah, just one more thing, lest she come round to badger me. I will be far away when you read these sad lines, for I wanted to flee as quickly as possible so as to avoid the temptation to see you again. No weakness, mind. I shall come back, and perhaps, later on, we shall chat together very coolly about our old amours. Adieu. And there was a final adieu, separated into two words, adieu, which he judged to be in excellent taste. How shall I sign now? He said to himself. You're entirely devoted? No. Your friend? Yes, that's it. Your friend. He read over his letter again. He reckoned a good one. Poor little woman, he thought with some tenderness. She will reckon me more insensitive than a rock. It needed a few tears on here, but for my part, I cannot cry. It's not my fault. Then, having poured himself some water into a glass, Rodolphe dipped his finger in it and let a big drop fall from above, which made a pale blot on the ink. Then, seeking to seal the letter, he came across the Amornel Soir seal. That will scarcely do in the circumstances. Oh, nonsense. No matter. After which, he smoked 3 pipes and went off to bed. The next day, when he was up around 2 o'clock, having gone to sleep late, Rodolphe had a basket full of apricots picked. He arranged the letter in the bottom, under some vine leaves, and straightway ordered Gerard, his ploughman, to carry this with all delicacy to Madame Bovary's house. He was in the habit of using this means to correspond with her, sending her either fruit or game, depending on the season. If she asks you for news of me, he said, your reply is that I have gone traveling. You must deliver the basket to her personally, and into her own hands. Be off and take care. Gerard put on his new smock, knotted his handkerchief around the apricots, and taking heavy strides in his big, iron-studded overshoes, he quietly took the path to Yonville. Madame Bovary, when he arrived at her house, was arranging a parcel of linen on the kitchen table with Felicite. "See here," said the servant, "what our master has sent you." She was seized with fear, and, while hunting for some change in her pocket, she gazed at the peasant with a wild look, whereas he for his part gazed at her with amazement, not conceiving how such a gift could stir someone up so much. At length he left. Felicite stayed. She could bear it no longer. She ran into the parlor, as if to convey the apricots there, turned the basket over, tore away the vine leaves, found the letter, opened it, and, as if a dreadful fire had broken out behind her, Emma fled to her room, utterly appalled. Charles was there. She noticed him. He spoke to her. She heard nothing, and she continued hurriedly up the stairs, panting, desperate, frenzied, and still holding this horrible sheet of paper, slapping in her fingers like a plate of sheet iron. On the second floor, she stopped in front of the attic door, which was closed. She needed to compose herself. Then, she remembered the letter. She had to finish it. She did not dare to. Besides, how? They would see her. Oh no, she thought. Here I'll be safe. Emma pushed the door open and went in. A heavy heat beat straight down from the roof slates, squeezing her temples and suffocating her. She dragged herself over to the closed garret window, drawing its bolt, and a dazzling light gushed through in one surge. Opposite, over the roofs, the open fields stretched away as far as the eye could see. Below, directly beneath her, the village square was empty. The pavement's flints glittered. The weathercocks were stilled. At the corner of the street, a sort of humming emanated from a lower floor in squeaking variations of key. It was Binet turning his lathe. She had supported herself on the window's embrasure, as she was reading the letter again with snickers of rage. But the more she fixed her mind on it, the more confused her thoughts became. She saw him again. She heard him. She wrapped him in her arms, and the drumming of her heart, beating at her under the breast like a battering ram's heavy blows, came faster and faster at irregular intervals. She cast her eyes all about, wanting the world to collapse. Why not be finished with it? So what was holding her back? She was free, and she stepped forward, looked at the paving stones, and said to herself, "Go on, go on." The luminous beam that came up directly from below tugged her body's weight towards the abyss. It seemed to her that the square's rocking ground was rising up along the walls, and that the floor was tilting at one end, in the way a ship pitches. She held on right at the edge, almost hanging, surrounded by a great space. The blue of the sky overran her. The air flowed round inside her hollow head. She had but to give in, to allow herself to be taken, and the lathe's humming did not let up, like a mad voice calling her. "Wife! Wife!" cried Charles. She stopped. "Where are you then? Come allons." The idea that she had just escaped death made her all but faint in terror. She closed her eyes. Then she started at the touch of a hand on her sleeve. It was Felicite. "Monsieur is waiting for you, madam. The soup is served." And she had to go down. She had to sit at table. She tried to eat. The morsels choked her. So she unfolded her napkin as if to inspect the darning and truly wished to apply her mind to this work, to count the linen threads. Suddenly, the memory of the letter came back to her. Had she then lost it? Where to find it again? But she had become cowardly. She was frightened of Charles. He knew everything, for certain. Indeed, he uttered these words, extraordinarily enough. "We are not, so it appears, about to see Monsieur Rodolphe." "Who told you that?" she said, trembling. "Who told me that?" he repeated, a little surprised at her brusque tone. "It was Gerard, whom I met just now at the door of the Café Francais. He has left on a trip, or is about to leave." She gave a sob. "Why so amazed? He goes off like that from time to time to amuse himself, and, faith, I approve. When you're wealthy and a bachelor. Besides, he entertains himself nicely, does our friend. He's a droll fellow. Monsieur Langlois told me how he held his tongue out of decency, for the sake of the maid who was coming in." The latter put the apricots scattered over the shelf back into the basket. Charles, without noticing his wife's blush, had them brought to him, took one out and bit into it. "Oh, perfect," he said. "Here, have a taste." And he held out the basket, which she gently pushed away. "Have a smell, then. What a fragrance," he said, waving it under her nose several times. "I'm choking," she cried, leaping to her feet. But, by an effort of will, this spasm passed. Then, "It's nothing," she said. "It's nothing. Nerves. Sit down, eat." For she dreaded them questioning her, nursing her, never leaving her side. Charles sat down again obediently, and was spitting out the apricot stones into his hand, depositing them afterwards on his plate. Suddenly, a blue tilbury went by at full trot on the square. Emma let out a shriek and fell backwards to the floor. In fact, Rodolphe, after much reflection, had decided to set off for Rouen. Now, as the only road between Hachette to Butchy was the Yonville one, he was forced to pass through the village, and Emma had recognized him by the glimmer of the lanterns that cut the twilight like a lightning flash. The pharmacist, in response to the uproar taking place in the house, hurried over. The table with all the plates was overturned. Sauce, meat, the knives, the salt cellar, and the oil cruet were strewn about the room. Charles was calling for help. Bert, scared, was crying, and Felicite, with trembling hands, was unlacing Madame, who was having convulsions all down her body. "I'll run to fetch a drop of aromatic vinegar from my laboratory," said the apothecary. Then, as she opened her eyes again after inhaling from the bottle, "I knew it," he said. "That would wake a corpse." "Talk to us," said Charles. "Talk to us. Come round. It's me, your Charles who loves you. Don't you recognize me? Look, here is your little girl. So, kiss her." The child held out her arms towards her mother to hang round her neck. But, turning her head aside, Emma said in a jerky voice, "No, no, nobody." She swooned again. She was conveyed up to her bed. She remained stretched out, mouth open, eyelids closed, hands laid flat, motionless, and white as a waxen statue. From her eyes, 2 rivulets of tears trickled slowly onto her pillow. Charles, on his feet, stayed at the back of the alcove, and the apothecary, close by, observed that thoughtful silence proper to life's serious occasions. "Be comforted," he said, giving him a nudge with his elbow. "I believe the fit is over." "Yes, she's resting a little now," replied Charles, watching her sleep. Poor woman, there she is relapsed." Then James asked how this accident had occurred. Charles replied that it had come upon her all of a sudden, while she was eating apricots. "Extraordinary," the pharmacist went on, "but it could be the apricots that caused the swoon. Some natures are so sensitive to certain smells, and that would actually make a fine subject for study, as much with regard to pathology as to physiology. Priests recognized its importance, they having always mixed aromatics into their ceremonies. The aim being to stupefy your understanding and encourage a state of ecstasy, something readily obtained anyway among persons of the fairer sex, who are more delicate than the rest. Examples are cited of those who faint at the smell of burnt horn or soft bread. "Take care not to wake her," said Bovary in a low voice. "And it's not just humans," continued the apothecary, "who are exposed to these anomalies, but animals as well. Thus, you cannot be ignorant of the singularly aphrodisiac effect produced by Nepeta cataria, commonly called catmint, on the feline race. And on the other hand, to cite an example whose authenticity I can vouch for, one of my old associates, presently practicing on the Rue Malplou, owns a dog who falls into convulsions as soon as he is offered a snuff box. He has even tried it out time and again in front of his friends, at his wooden summer house in the Bois Guillaume. Can you believe that a simple sternutatory might exert such depredations in a quadruped's organism? It's extremely curious, don't you find?" "Yes," said Charles, who was not listening. "That proves to us," the other went on, smiling with an air of benign self-conceit, "the countless irregularities in the nervous system. As far as Madame is concerned, she has always seemed to me, I confess, the genuinely sensitive type. Therefore I would not recommend to you, my good friend, any of these self-styled remedies which, under the pretext of attacking the symptoms, attack the constitution. No, none of these medicinal trifles. Diet, that's all. Sedatives, emollients, dulcifiers. Then don't you think we should perhaps touch the imagination?" "How? In what way?" said Bovary. "Ah, there's the question. Such indeed is the question. That is the question," as I read recently in the newspaper. But Emma, waking up, cried out, "In the letter? In the letter?" They thought she was delirious, and she did become so after midnight. Brain fever declared itself. For 43 days, Charles did not leave her side. He deserted all his patients. He no longer went to bed. He was continually feeling her pulse, applying mustard poultices and cold water compresses. He sent Justin as far as Neuchâtel to look for ice. The ice melted on the way. He sent him back. He called Monsieur Kennevet for a consultation. He sent for Dr. Larivière, his old teacher, from Rouen. He was desperate. What appalled him most of all was Emma's prostration, for she did not talk, heard nothing, and even seemed not to suffer, as if her body and soul had together taken a rest from all their agitation. Around the middle of October, she could sit upright in her bed, with her pillows behind her. Charles cried when he saw her eat her first slice of bread and jam. Her strength returned. She got up for a few hours in the afternoon, and, one day, when she was feeling better, he tried to take her for an airing on his arm in the garden. The path's sand kept disappearing under the dead leaves. She walked step by step, dragging her slippers, and, leaning her shoulder on Charles, she continued to smile. They went thus down to the end, near the terrace. Slowly she stood erect again, shielded her eyes, in order to gaze. She gazed a long way, a very long way away. But on the horizon there were only some big grass fires, smoking on the hills. "You will tire yourself, my darling," said Bovary, and, gently pushing her under the arbor, "sit down on this bench now. You'll be comfortable." "Oh no, not there, not there," she said in a faltering voice. She suffered a giddy spell, and from that evening her illness started up again, with, it is true, a more unsettled turn and a more complex character. One moment she was suffering pains in the heart, then in the chest, in the brain, in the limbs. Vomiting fits came over her unexpectedly, in which Charles thought he could perceive the first symptoms of cancer. And the poor fellow, to cap it all, had money worries. At first, he had no notion of how to repay Monsieur James for all the medicines taken from his shop, and, although as a doctor he could have avoided paying, nevertheless he blushed a little at this obligation. Then the household expenses, now that the cook was in charge, were becoming frightful. Bills poured into the house. The tradesmen were grumbling. Monsieur Leroux, above all, was harassing him. In fact, when Emma's illness was at its peak, the former, profiting from the circumstances to inflate his invoice, had quickly brought the cloak, the carpet-bag, 2 chests instead of 1, and a deal of other things beside. It was useless Charles stating that he did not need them. The dealer replied arrogantly that all these articles had been ordered and that he would not take them back. Moreover, that would be to thwart Madame in her convalescence. Monsieur should think it over. In short, he was resolved to pursue him in the courts rather than abandon his dues and take away the merchandise. In the event, Charles directed them to be sent back to the shop. Felicite forgot. He had other worries. No more thought was given to it. Monsieur Leroux returned to the charge, and, threatening and complaining by turns, schemed in such a way that Bovary ended up countersigning a bill payable in 6 months. But scarce had he signed this bill, then a daring idea struck him. This was to borrow 1,000 francs from Monsieur Leroux. So he asked, with an embarrassed air, if there might not be a way of having them, adding that this would be for a year and at whatever rate desired. Leroux ran to his shop, returned with the cash, and dictated another bill, in which Bovary declared that he must pay to order, on the 1st of September next, the sum of 1,070 francs, which, with the 180 already stipulated, came to just 1,250. So, lent at 6%, increased by commission of a quarter, and the goods supplied yielding a full third at least, that would, in 12 months, give 130 francs profit. And he was hoping that the business would not stop there, that the bills would not be payable, that they would be renewed, and that his wretched money, thriving at the doctor's as in a private hospital, would come back to him, one day, considerably plumper, and heavy enough to split the purse. Besides, he was succeeding in everything. He was contractor for a cider supplier to the hospital in Neuchâtel. Monsieur Guillemin promised him shares in the Grumsnil turf pit, and he dreamed of starting up a new stagecoach service between Argueil and Rouen, which would not be long in ruining the Lion d'Or's old van, and that, traveling faster, costing less, and carrying more baggage, would also put Yonville's trade entirely into his hands. Charles asked himself several times how he would manage to pay back such an amount next year, and he sought out, dreamed up short-term measures, such as resorting to his father or selling something. But his father would turn a deaf ear, and he had, for his own part, nothing to sell. Seeing, then, what financial straits he was in, he swiftly waved so unpleasant a subject of contemplation from his mind. He reproached himself for forgetting Emma, as if, all his thoughts belonging to this woman, not dwelling on her all the time, would be to deprive her of something. It was a harsh winter. Madame's convalescence was a long one. When the weather was fine, she was pushed in her chair close to the window, the one looking over the square, for she now had an antipathy for the garden, and the blind on that side remained always drawn. She wanted the horse to be sold. What she liked in the past now displeased her. All her thoughts seemed limited to the notion of looking after herself. She stayed in her bed, making little meals, rang for her maid to inquire about her tisanes, or to chat with her. Meanwhile, the snow on the roof of the market house cast a still, white reflection into the room. Then it was the rain that fell, and Emma awaited daily, with a sort of anxiousness, the unerring return of trifling events, which nevertheless mattered little to her. The most significant was the arrival of the Hirondelle in the evening. Then the inn's landlady shouted, and other voices responded, while Hippolyte's great lantern, seeking out the trunks on the canopy, was like a star in the darkness. At midday, Charles came home again. Afterwards he went out. Then she had a plate of soup, and, around 5 o'clock, at the end of the day, the children going home from school, dragging their clogs on the pavement, all rapped the shutter catches with their rulers, one after the other. It was just at this time of day that Monsieur Bournisien would come to visit her. He would ask after her health, bring her news, and urge her to the faith in a short, wheedling prattle that was not without charm. The mere sight of his cassock comforted her. One day, when at the very height of her illness she had believed she was dying, she had asked for communion, and, gradually, all the while they were preparing her room for the sacrament, arranging an altar out of the chest of drawers encumbered with syrups, and as Felicite was strewing dahlia flowers on the floor, Emma felt something intense passing over her that stripped her of her sorrows, of all perception, of all feeling. Her unburdened flesh no longer lay heavy. Another life was beginning. It seemed to her that her being, ascending towards God, would vanish utterly in this love like lit incense that disperses into fumes. Her bedsheets were sprayed with holy water. The priest withdrew the white wafer from the ciborium, and it was in a swoon of celestial joy that she put forward her lips to receive the proffered body of the Savior. The curtains in her alcove swelled out softly around her like a great bank of clouds, and the rays of the two tapers burning on the chest of drawers appeared to her in dazzling glory. Then she let her head sink back, believing she could hear in the spaces the strains of seraphic harps and perceive in an azure sky, on a throne of gold, in the midst of saints holding verdant palm fronds, God the Father blazing forth in majesty, who had assigned bid angels with wings of flame descend to earth to bear her away in their arms. This sumptuous vision stayed in her memory as the most beautiful thing possible to dream, so much so that now she strove to seize the sensation anew, and it still continued, less exclusively yet with just as profound sweetness. Her soul, founded on pride, was at last reposing in Christian humility, and, relishing the pleasure of her enfeebled state, Emma inwardly meditated on the destruction of her will that must have left a wide opening for grace to invade. So there existed greater delights in place of happiness, another love beyond all loves, with neither pause nor end, and increasing for ever and ever. She glimpsed, amidst her hope's illusions, a state of innocence floating above the earth, mingling with the sky, and where she aspired to be. She wanted to become a saint. She bought rosary beads. She wore amulets. She desired to have, in her room above her bed, a reliquary set with emeralds, to kiss each night. The priest was struck with wonder at these tendencies, even though he found Emma's religion might, by dint of fervor, end up bordering on heresy and even folly. But, not being well versed in these matters the moment they exceeded a certain limit, he wrote to Monsieur Ballard, Monseigneur's bookseller, to send him something renowned for a person of the fair sex, who was thoroughly intelligent. The bookseller, with the indifference of one dispatching ironmongery to Negroes, packed up higgledy-piggledy everything that was then current in the pious book business. They consisted of little question-and-answer handbooks, haughty-toned pamphlets in the manner of Monsieur de Maistre, in the type of novel with pink boards and an insipidly sweet style, manufactured by troubadour seminarists or penitent bluestockings. There was Think Well on it, The Man of the World at Mary's Feet by M. de, a member of several distinguished orders, Errors of Voltaire for the use of young people, etc. Madame Bovary's mind was not yet clear enough to apply herself seriously to just anything. Moreover, she undertook her reading too hastily. She became exasperated by the creed's prescriptions. The arrogance of polemical works displeased her in their obstinate pursuit of people unknown to her, and the profane tales lofty with religion seemed to her written in such an ignorance of the world that they imperceptibly kept her away from the truths whose proof she awaited. Still she persisted, and, when the volume slid from her hands, she thought herself seized by the most refined Catholic melancholy that an ethereal soul could possibly conceive. As for the memory of Rodolphe, it had sunk to the very bottom of her heart, and it remained there, more solemn and still than a royal mummy in a vault. A single breath would escape from this great, embalmed love, and, passing through everything, sent with tenderness the unstained atmosphere in which she desired to live. When she kneeled on her Gothic prayer stool, she offered up to the Lord the same sweet words she would murmur of old to her lover in the outpourings of adultery. It was intended to summon belief, but no pleasing delight descended from the heavens, and she would stand up, weary of limb, vaguely sensing an immense deception. This seeking, she thought, was all the more to her credit, and in her devotional pride, Emma compared herself to those great ladies of bygone times, of whose glory she had dreamed over a portrait of La Valliere, and who, trailing the lace-trimmed train of their long dresses with such majesty, would withdraw into solitude to shed at Christ's feet the innumerable tears of a heart wounded by existence. She then devoted herself to an excess of charity. She sewed clothes for the poor. She sent firewood to women in confinement. And Charles, coming home one day, found 3 good-for-nothings sitting at table in the kitchen, drinking soup. She summoned home her little girl, whom her husband, during her illness, had sent back to the wet nurse. She wanted to teach her to read. However much Berthe cried, she was no longer irritated. She had made her mind up to be resigned, to be universally indulgent. Her language, whatever the subject, was full of high-flown expressions. She would say to her child, "Has your colic gone away, my angel?" Mère Bovary found nothing to censure, except perhaps this passion for knitting nightgowns for orphans, instead of darning dusters. But worn out by domestic feuds, the simple soul delighted in this unruffled house, and even stayed with them beyond Easter, so as to avoid the sarcastic remarks of Père Bovary, who never failed, every Good Friday, to order a chitterling sausage. Other than the company of her mother-in-law, who fortified her a little with her sound judgment and solid ways, Emma still enjoyed the society of others almost every day. There was Madame Langlois, Madame Caron, Madame de Breuil, Madame Tavache, and regularly from 2 to 5 o'clock, the excellent Madame Hames, who had never wanted to believe, for her part, in any of the tittle-tattle that was spread about concerning her neighbor. The Hames children would come to visit her as well, accompanied by Justin. He went up with them into the room, and stayed standing by the door, motionless, not speaking a word. Often Madame Bovary, not realizing, would actually start to dress. She began by removing her comb, tossing her head with an abrupt movement, and, when he observed for the first time that complete head of hair uncoiling its black ringlets and falling as far as the backs of her knees, it was for him, poor boy, like the unexpected entry into something new and extraordinary whose splendor. Emma, without doubt, noticed neither his silent ardor nor his timidity. She never suspected that love, vanished from her life, was throbbing there, so close to her, under that shirt of coarse canvas, and that adolescent heart open to her beauty's emanations. Nevertheless, she looked on everything now with such indifference. Her words were so fond, and her gaze so haughty, her ways so various, that none could make a distinction between her egoism and her charity, her corruption and her virtue. One evening, for instance, she flew at her maidservant, who was asking her leave to go out and stammering as she sought a pretext. Then, all of a sudden, "You're in love with him, then?" And, without waiting for a response from Felicite, who was blushing, she added with a sad look, "Go on, woo him. Have fun." At the beginning of spring, she had the garden turned topsy-turvy from one end to the other, despite Bovary's remarks. He was happy, however, to see her display the tiniest bit of determination at last. This grew in proportion to her recovery. At first, she found a means to throw out Mère Rollet, the wet nurse, who had got into the habit, during Emma's convalescence, of coming into the kitchen too often with her 2 nurslings and her boarder, with a bigger appetite than a cannibal. Then she disentangled herself from the Hames family, dismissed in succession all the other callers, and even frequented the church with less assiduity, to the loud approval of the apothecary, who then said to her in a friendly manner, "You were lapsing a little into the cloth." Monsieur Bournisien, as before, would pop in every day when he emerged from catechism. He preferred to stay out of doors, to take the air in the midst of the grove, as he termed the arbor. It was the time of day when Charles got back. They were hot, sweet cider was brought, and together they drank to Madame's complete recovery. Binet was there, that is to say, a bit lower down, against the terrace wall, angling for crayfish. Bovary invited him to cool down, and he understood perfectly how to uncork those small jugs. "You must," he said, casting a satisfied look around him and out to the farthest points of the landscape, "hold the bottle upright thus on the table, and after the wires are cut, push the cork with little thrusts, gently, gently, as you do, may I add, with seltzer water in restaurants." But the cider, during this demonstration, would often gush full into their faces, and then the cleric, with an inscrutable laugh, never let this piece of wit go by. Its goodness is evident to the eye. He was a decent fellow, indeed, and was not even deeply shocked by the pharmacist, who was advising Charles that, to distract Madame, he should take her to the theater in Rouen, to see Lagardy, the tenor. Hames, being amazed at this silence, wanted to have his opinion, and the priest declared that he regarded music as less dangerous for morals than literature. But the pharmacist took the defense of letters. The theater, he maintained, served to lampoon prejudice, and, under pleasure's mask, teach virtue. Castigat redendo mores, 43, Monsieur Bournisien. So consider the greater part of Voltaire's tragedies. They are cleverly seeded with philosophical reflections which act as a veritable school of ethics and diplomacy for the people. "For my part," said Binet, "in the old days I saw a play called The Urchin of Paris, in which your attention's drawn to the character of an old general who is awfully well hit off. He sends one of his sons packing who had seduced a factory girl, who at the end—" "Of course," Hames continued, "there is bad literature as there is bad pharmacy. But to condemn in one lump the most important of the arts strikes me as doltish, a barbarous notion, worthy of those abominable times when they locked away Galileo. I am well aware," the priest objected, "that there exist decent works, decent authors. Nevertheless, if only owing to these people of different sexes being thrown together in a bewitching room, adorned with worldly splendors, and then those heathen disguises, that face paint, those torches, those effeminate voices, all that has to end up spawning a certain debauchery of mind and giving you indecent thoughts, unclean temptations. Such, at least, is the opinion of every church father. After all," he added, taking on a mystical tone of voice, while rolling a pinch of snuff on his thumb. If the church has condemned these plays, she had reason to. We must submit to her decrees. Why? Demanded the apothecary. Does it excommunicate actors? Because, in the old days, they openly joined in with the creed's rituals. Yes, they would act, they would perform, in the middle of the choir, types of farces, called mysteries, in which the rules of decency were frequently offended. The cleric merely uttered a groan, and the apothecary went on. It's the same in the Bible. There is, more than one titillating detail, stuff that is truly body. And, following an irritated gesture from Monsieur Bernigent, you will agree that it's not a book to put into a young person's hands, and I'd be sorry if Athalie. But it's the Protestants and not us, the other shouted, provoked, who recommend the Bible. No matter, said Hames. I'm astonished that nowadays, in an enlightened century, we are still obstinately bent on prescribing an intellectual recreation which is inoffensive, morally instructive, and even at times health-preserving. Isn't that right, doctor? Without doubt, the doctor replied listlessly, whether because having the same ideas, he did not want to offend anyone, or because he had none. The conversation appeared to be over, when the pharmacist judged it the moment to make a final thrust. Some I have known, priests that is, who would dress as ordinary citizens to go and see dancing girls wriggle about. Nonsense, said the priest. Some I have known. And, separating the syllables of his sentence, Hames repeated, some I have known. Oh well, they were in the wrong, said Bournigen, his ears resigned to anything. Zounds, they've committed many another, exclaimed the apothecary. Monsieur, chided the priest, with eyes so fierce that the pharmacist felt intimidated. I simply want to say, he replied then, in a more conciliatory tone, that tolerance is the surest way to entice minds to religion. True, conceded the good-natured fellow, settling down again on his chair. But he stayed only 2 minutes. Then, as soon as he had left, Monsieur Hames said to the doctor, there's what you call a set to. I took a rise out of him there, somehow, did you see? Well, be advised by me. Take Madame to the show, if only to enrage one of those crows, just once in your life, by Jove. If someone could replace me, I'd accompany you myself. Hurry up. Lagarde is only giving one performance. He's been invited to England for a considerable fee. He is, the rumor goes, a capital fellow. He's rolling in it. He goes about with 3 mistresses and a cook. All these great artists burn the candle at both ends. Their life has to be one of barefaced licentiousness to stimulate the imagination a little. But they die in the workhouse because, being young, they haven't had the wit to save. Well, enjoy your dinner, till tomorrow. This theater idea quickly sprouted in Bovary's head, for he shared it straightway with his wife, who declined at first, pleading fatigue, the inconvenience, the expense. But, extraordinarily, Charles did not give in. So firm was he in his belief that this diversion would be beneficial to her. He could see no impediment. His mother had dispatched them 300 francs on which he was no longer counting. Current debts were not so huge, and the expiration of the bills payable to Monsieur Leroux was still such a long way off that there was no need to think about them. Moreover, imagining that she was being considerate, Charles was more and more insistent. So much so that finally, by dint of being beset, she decided. And the next day, at 8 o'clock, they packed themselves off in the Hirondelle. The apothecary, whom nothing detained in Yonville, but who considered himself compelled not to budge, let out a sigh on seeing them leave. Well, have a good trip, he said to them. Happy mortals that you are. Then, addressing himself to Emma, who was wearing a 4-flounce dress of blue silk, I find you as pretty as a Venus. You'll be cutting a dash in Rouen. The stagecoach stopped at the Hotel de la Croix Rouge in the Place Beauvoisin. It was one of those inns found in the outskirts of all provincial towns, with large stables and small bedrooms, where in the middle of the yard you see hens pecking at oats beneath the squalid gigs of commercial travelers. Fine old lodgings with worm-eaten wooden balconies that creak in the wind through the winter nights, always full of people, hubbub, and mounds of food, whose black tables are sticky by the lace coffee, the thick window glass yellowed by flies, the damp napkins stained by the cheap blue wine, and which, still redolent of the village, like farm servants dressed as townsmen, have a cafe facing the road and a vegetable garden on the field side. Charles immediately got down to business. He muddled up the front of the stage with the gallery, the orchestra with the boxes, demanded explanations, failed to understand them, was sent from the ticket seller to the manager, came back to the inn, returned to the office, and thus paced the length of the town several times from the theater to the boulevard. Madame bought herself a hat, gloves, a nosegay. Monsieur greatly feared missing the beginning, and without having had the time to swallow a plate of soup, they appeared before the theater doors, which were still shut. Madame Bovary '15, the crowd, stood against the wall, pinned symmetrically between railings. At the corner of the neighboring streets, gigantic posters repeated in Baroque letters, Lucy de Lammermoor, 44. Lagarde. Opéra, etc. It was fine weather. They were hot, sweat trickled through the curls, the drawn handkerchiefs were all dabbing at flushed foreheads, and at times a warm wind, blowing from the river, feebly stirred the edges of the twill awnings suspended over the tavern doors. A little lower down, however, they were cooled by a current of cold air that smelt of tallow, leather, and oil. This was the vaporous breath of the Rue de Charrettes, full of big dark warehouses where casks are rolled. Fearful of appearing ridiculous, Emma wanted to take a turn on foot about the harbor, and Bovary, as a precaution, kept the tickets to hand, in his trouser pocket, pressing it to his stomach. Her heart began beating hard the moment she entered the vestibule. She smiled involuntarily from vanity on seeing the crowd rushing to the right by the other corridor, whereas she was climbing the staircase for the dress circle. She took a child's pleasure in pushing the wide, upholstered doors with her finger. She breathed the dusty odor of the corridors deep into her lungs, and when she was seated in her box, she threw back her shoulders with the airiness of a duchess. The theater began to fill up, the opera glasses were drawn from their cases, and the regular playgoers, catching sight of one another from afar, bowed. They were here to relinquish the anxieties of the marketplace for the fine arts. But, not unmindful of business matters, they were still talking cotton, spirits, or indigo. Old men's heads were to be seen there, blank and peaceable, whitish hair and complexion giving them the appearance of silver medals tarnished by a haze of lead. The young fops strutted in the pit, showing off, through open waistcoats, their rosy or apple-green neckcloths, and from up above Madame Bovary admired them as they rested the stretched palm of their yellow gloves upon gold-knobbed riding crops. Meanwhile, the orchestra's candles lit up. The chandelier was lowered from the ceiling, its crystal-faceted radiance shedding a sudden gaiety over the theater. Then the musicians entered one after the other, and at first there was a long discordancy of snoring bass viols, grating violins, screaming cornets, whining flutes, and flageolets. But 3 thumps were heard on the stage. A rolling of kettle drums began, the brass struck its chords, and the curtain rose to reveal a country scene. It was a woodland crossroads, with a fountain on the left, shaded by an oak. Crofters and lairds, plaids on their shoulders, all sang a hunting song together. Then a chieftain suddenly appeared, and, lifting his arms to the heavens, he called on the angel of evil. Another man appeared. They went out, and the hunters resumed. She found herself back in the reading of her youth, in the middle of Walter Scott. She thought she could hear, through the fog, the sound of Scottish bagpipes echoing over the heather. Moreover, the memory of the novel made it easier to understand the libretto, and she followed the plot phrase by phrase, while fleeting thoughts that came back to her scattered, immediately, under the squalls of the music. She let herself be lulled by the melodies, and felt her whole being vibrating as if the bows of the violins were being drawn across her own nerves. Her eyes were barely wide enough to take in the costumes, the scenery, the characters, the painted trees that trembled when anyone strutted, and the velvet caps, the cloaks, the swords, all these chimeras stirring in harmony, as though in the air of another world. But a young woman stepped forward, throwing a purse to a squire in green. She remained alone, and then a flute was heard that played like a fountain's murmur or the purling of a bird. Lucy began her cavatina in G major valiantly. She complained of love, she yearned for wings. Emma, likewise, would have liked to take flight on an embrace, fleeing life. All of a sudden, Edgar, Lagarde, appeared. He had that splendid pallor which lends a certain marmoreal majesty to the passionate southern races. His vigorous figure was cased in a brown doublet. A little chased dagger knocked against his thigh, and he rolled his eyes languorously, revealing his white teeth. It was said that a Polish princess, hearing him sing one night on the beach at Biarritz, where he was refitting shipboats, had fallen in love with him. He had been the cause of her ruin. He had left her there in the lurch for other women, and this sentimental fame merely served his artistic reputation. The diplomatic strolling player would even take care always to have a poetic phrase concerning his fascinating personality and his sensitive soul slipped into the advertisements. A lovely voice, an imperturbable aplomb, more robust than intelligent and more energetic than lyrical, was all that was needed to increase the prestige of this admirable kind of charlatan, who had something of both the hairdresser and the toreador about him. He enthused from the very first scene. He clasped Lucy in his arms. He left her. He came back. He seemed disconsolate. He had bursts of rage, then elegiac death rattles of an infinite sweetness, and the notes broke loose from his bare throat, full of sobs and kisses. Emma leaned over to see him, scratching her box's velvet with her nails. She filled her heart with these tuneful lamentations that were drawn out to the accompaniment of the double basses, like the cries of the drowned in a storm's uproar. She knew again all the intoxication and the anguish that she had been like to die from. The singer's voice seemed to her no more than the echo of her mind, and this illusion that held her spellbound something actually drawn from her life. But nobody on earth had loved her with such a love. He did not weep like Edgar on the last night, in the light of the moon, when they said to each other, "Till tomorrow, till tomorrow." The theater cracked open with cheers. The whole stretto was repeated. The lovers spoke of the flowers on their graves, of oaths, of exile, of fatality, of hopes, and when they uttered the last farewell, Emma let out a shrill cry, which was lost in the quivering of the final chords. "So why," Bovary asked, "is this lord persecuting her?" "Oh no," she replied, "he's her lover. Even so, he swears to avenge himself on her family." While the other, the one who came on just now, said, "I love Lucy, and I believe I am loved by her. Moreover, he left with her father, arm in arm. Because it's definitely her father, isn't it, the little ugly one who wears a cock's feather in his hat?" Despite Emma's explanations from the recitative and duet in which Gilbert reveals his abominable maneuverings to his master Ashton, Charles, on seeing the false betrothal ring intended to deceive Lucy, believed it to be a memento of love sent by Edgar. He admitted, however, that he did not understand the story because of the music, which was very detrimental to the words. "What does it matter?" said Emma. "Hush. It's just that I do like," he began again, leaning on her shoulder, "to have some idea, as you well know." "Hush, hush," she said, provoked. Lucy came forward, partly borne up by her servants, a crown of orange blossom in her hair and paler than the white satin of her dress. Emma dreamed of her marriage day, and she saw herself back there in the midst of the cornfields on the little path when they were walking to the church. Why then had she not similarly resisted, entreated, like this woman? On the contrary, she was glad, not perceiving the abyss she was throwing herself into. If in the bloom of her beauty, before the stain of marriage and the disillusion of adultery, she had been able to lay her life upon some great, stout heart, thus mingling virtue, love, voluptuousness, and duty, never would she have fallen from so supreme a bliss. But that happiness was doubtless a lie contrived as the despair of all desire. She knew now the pettiness of passions that art exaggerated. Forcing herself, therefore, to avert her thoughts, Emma no longer wished to see in this reproduction of her sorrows anything but an artificial fancy fit for keeping the eye entertained, and she was even smiling inwardly out of scornful pity, when at the back of the stage, beneath the velvet curtain, a man appeared in a black cloak. With a single movement, he swept off his great Spanish hat, and immediately the instruments and the singers began the sextet. Edgar, flashing with fury, dominated everyone else with his clear voice. Ashton hurled murderous, deep-noted provocations at him. Lucy sang her high-pitched plaint, Arthur intoned to one side in the middle range, and the minister's bass baritone pealed like a church organ, while the women's voices, reprising their words, resumed deliciously in chorus. They were all in a line, gesticulating, and anger, vengeance, jealousy, terror, forgiveness, and stupefaction breathed simultaneously from their half-open mouths. The outraged lover brandished his naked sword. His lace collar rose in jerks to the movements of his chest, and he strode from right to left, making the gilded ankle spurs on his soft flared boots ring against the boards. He must, she thought, bear an inexhaustible love to cast it upon the crowd in such vast outpourings. All her feeble desire to be disparaging faded away under the poetry of the role breaking in upon her, and, impelled towards the man by the illusion of the character, she strove to imagine his life, this resounding, extraordinary, splendid life, in which she might yet have led, if chance had ordained it. They would have known each other. They would have loved each other. She might have traveled with him through all the kingdoms of Europe, from capital to capital, sharing his hardships and his pride, gathering up the flowers tossed to him, embroidering his costumes herself. Then, each evening, in the depths of a theater box, behind the gold lattice of a balustrade, she would have gathered, wide-eyed, the grand effusions of this heart singing for her alone, from the stage, acting all the while. He would have gazed up at her, but a madness gripped her. He was gazing at her, for certain. She longed to run into his arms to take shelter in his strength, as in the embodiment of love itself, and to say to him, to cry out, "Take me away, bear me away, let us be gone. Yours, all my fervor and all my dreams." The curtain fell. The smell of the gas mingled with people's breath. The breeze from the fans rendered the atmosphere more stifling. Emma wanted to go out. The crowd was blocking the corridors, and she fell back into her chair, suffocating under the pounding of her heart. Charles, fearful that she was about to faint, ran to the refreshment room to fetch her a glass of orgeat syrup. He had great difficulty in returning to his seat, being struck on the elbows at every step, because of the glass he was holding with both hands, and he even spilt 3/4 of it over the shoulders of a Rouen lady in short sleeves, who, feeling the cold liquid trickling down her back, shrieked like a peacock, as though someone were intent on murdering her. Her husband, owner of a spinning mill, railed against the clumsy fellow, and, while she was dabbing with her handkerchief at the stains on her lovely cherry taffeta dress, he was testily muttering the words indemnity, charges, reimbursement. At length, Charles reached his wife, all out of breath, and saying to her, "I thought, well, that I would be stopping there. There were so many people, he added. Just guess who I met upstairs? Monsieur Lyon. Lyon, the self-same. He's coming to pay his compliments." And, as he finished his words, the former clerk of Yonville entered the box. He held out his hand in the casual manner of a gentleman, and Madame Bovary advanced her own mechanically, no doubt obedient to the attraction of a stronger will. She had not felt it since that spring evening when it rained on the green leaves, and they bid each other goodbye, standing at the window. But, quickly, recalled to propriety, with an effort she shook herself free of this torpor of memories and began to stammer out rapid phrases. "A good day. What? Is it you?" "Silence!" shouted a voice in the pit, for the third act was underway. "So you're in Rouen?" "Yes." "And since when?" "Out with them. Out with them." People were turning to look at them. They held their tongues. But, from this moment, she no longer listened, and the chorus of wedding guests, the scene with Ashton and his lackey, the great duet in D major, everything went by for her at a distance, as if the instruments had become less sonorous and the characters more remote. She remembered the card games of the pharmacists, and the walk to the wet nurse house, the readings in the arbor, the tete-a-tetes by the fireside, all that wretched love, so calm and so slow, so discreet, so tender, and that she had nevertheless forgotten. Why then had he returned? What combination of fortune was placing him back in her life? He stayed behind her, his shoulder leaning against the partition, and, from time to time, she felt herself shiver in the warm breath from his nostrils falling on her hair. "Do you find that entertaining?" he said, stooping over her so close that the tip of his mustache grazed her jaw. She replied nonchalantly, "Oh, dear God, no. Not very." So he suggested they leave the theater to go and get ices somewhere. "Oh, not yet. Let's stay," said Bovary. Her hair is untied. That promises to be tragic. But the mad scene did not interest Emma, and the singer's acting seemed to her overdone. "She's squealing too loudly," she said, turning to Charles, who was listening. "Yes, maybe a bit," he replied, wavering between the frankness of his enjoyment and the respect he showed for his wife's opinions. Then Lyon said with a sigh, "The heat is unbearable." "That's true. Are you uncomfortable?" asked Bovary. "Yes, I'm suffocating. Let's go." Monsieur Lyon set her long lace shawl delicately upon her shoulders, and they all three went to sit by the harbor, in the open air, before a cafe window. The first subject was her illness, although Emma interrupted Charles from time to time, from fear, she said, of wearying Monsieur Lyon, and the latter told him that he had come to Rouen to spend 2 years in a large law practice, to be broken in with cases which in Normandy were unlike those handled in Paris. Then he inquired about Berthe, the Hamé's family, Mère Lefrançois, and as they had no more to say to each other in the presence of the husband, the conversation soon came to an end. People coming out of the show went by on the pavement, all humming or bawling out, "Oh, lovely angel, my Lucy," at full throat. Then Lyon, acting the amateur connoisseur, began to talk music. He had seen Tamburini, Rubini, Persiani, Grisi, and compared to them, Lagardy, for all his great booming, was good for nothing. "Nevertheless," interrupted Charles, taking little bites at his rum sherbet, "they claim he's really to be admired in the final act. I regret leaving before the end, as I was starting to enjoy it. Anyway," the clerk continued, "he'll be giving another performance soon." But Charles replied that they were off and away the next morning. "Unless," he added, turning towards his wife, "you might not want to stay on your own, my kitten." And, presented with this unexpectedly promising opportunity, the young man changed stratagem, starting to eulogize Lagardy in the final section. It was something superb, sublime. So Charles insisted, "You might return on Sunday. Come, make up your mind. You're wrong not to do so, if you feel in the least bit that it will do you good." Meanwhile, the surrounding tables were emptying. A waiter came to station himself discreetly near them. Charles, who understood, drew his purse out. The clerk held him back by the arm, and even remembered to leave, in addition, 2 silver coins that he chinked against the marble. "I am angry, really I am," muttered Bovary, "about the money that you—" The other made a dismissive, thoroughly cordial gesture, and, taking up his hat, "It's agreed. Is it tomorrow at 6 o'clock?" Charles exclaimed yet again that he could not stay away any longer, but nothing was preventing Emma. "It's just that," she stammered with a peculiar smile. "I am not too sure." "Ah, well, think on it. We shall see. Seek advice with your pillow." Then to Lyon, who was accompanying them, "Now you are here in our region. You'll call from time to time, I hope, to dine with us?" The clerk affirmed that he would not fail to, being required moreover to go to Yonville on a legal case for his practice. And they parted in front of the passage St. Herbland, just as 11:30 was tolling from the cathedral bells. Part 3. Madame Bovary and Monsieur Alloin, while studying the law, was a not infrequent regular at the Chaumière, where he was remarkably successful with the grisettes, one who thought he looked distinguished. He was the most proper of students. His hair was neither too long nor too short. He did not run through his term's allowance on the first of the month, and he kept on good terms with his teachers. As for overindulging, he had always refrained from doing so, as much out of faint-heartedness as from scruples. Often, while he stayed reading in his room, or else seated in the evening under the Luxembourg's linden trees, he would let his law book fall to the ground, and the memory of Emma came back to him. But, little by little, this feeling grew weaker, and other lusts accumulated on top, even though it still persisted through them. For Lyon did not entirely lose hope, and he felt a kind of uncertain promise that swung in the future, like a golden fruit hanging from some chimerical foliage. Then, when he saw her again after 3 years' absence, his passion revived. He must, he thought, finally make up his mind to try to possess her. Moreover, contact with wanton company had worn away his shyness, and he returned to the provinces, scornful of whatever did not graze the asphalt too of the boulevard with a patent leather boot. Around a Parisienne in lace, in the salon of some illustrious doctor, a personage with medals and coach, the wretched clerk would doubtless have trembled like a child. But here, in Rouen, on the waterfront, before the wife of this insignificant doctor, he felt comfortable, certain in advance that he would dazzle. Aplomb depends on the milieu into which it pitches itself. The idiom of the mezzanine is not that of the fourth floor, and the wealthy woman, to preserve her virtue, seems to have all her banknotes around her, like a breastplate, inside the lining of her corset. On leaving Monsieur and Madame Bovary the previous evening, Lyon had followed them along the street, from afar. Then, having seen them stop at the Croix Rouge, he turned on his heels and spent the entire night contemplating a plan. So the next day, at about 5 o'clock, he entered the inn's kitchen, a lump in his throat, cheeks pale, and with that coward's resolve that nothing holds back. "Monsieur is no longer here," a servant replied. That seemed to him a good omen. He went up. She was unperturbed at his approach. On the contrary, she offered her excuses for having forgotten to tell him where they were staying. "Oh, I guessed it," answered Lyon. "What?" He pretended to have been guided towards her, by chance, by an instinct. She began to smile, and at once, to make up for his nonsense, Lyon related how he had spent his mornings searching for her successively in all the city's hotels. "So you decided to stay?" he added. "Yes," she said, "and I was wrong too. One mustn't grow used to unfeasible pleasures, surrounded as one is by 1,000 pressing demands. Oh, I can imagine. Ah, no, for you are not a woman." But men also had their sorrows, and the conversation began with a few philosophical reflections. Emma expatiated a great deal on the wretchedness of earthly affections and the eternal loneliness in which the heart remained entombed. To show himself to advantage, or by an unaffected imitation of this melancholy that in turn provoked his own, the young man declared himself to have been prodigiously bored throughout his studies. Legal proctings irritated him, other vocations attracted him, and his mother never left off tormenting him in each letter. They were growing more and more explicit about the grounds for their suffering, each of them, the more they talked, becoming increasingly overexcited by the progressive confiding of their secrets. But sometimes they came to a stop before the full exposure of a thought, and then endeavored to contrive a phrase which might yet explain it. She did not own to her passion for another. He did not say that he had forgotten her. Perhaps he no longer recalled his suppers after the dance, with the stevedore-trousered girls, and she doubtless did not remember the assignations of former times, when she would run through the morning pastures towards her lover's chateau. The noises of the city scarcely reached them, and the room seemed small, expressly to keep their solitude in even closer confinement. Emma, in a dimity dressing gown, rested her chignon against the back of an old armchair. The wall's yellow paper made a kind of golden ground beyond her, and her bare head repeated itself in the mirror with the white parting in the middle and the tips of her ears peeping below her bandeaus. "But forgive me," she said, "this is wrong of me. I'm boring you with my endless complaints." "No, never, never. If you knew," she went on, lifting to the ceiling her lovely eyes with their trickle of a tear, "all that I had dreamed of. And me too. Oh, I have truly suffered. I would go out. I'd sneak out. I'd trudge along the quayside, deafening myself in the noise of the crowd without being able to banish the obsession that pursued me. In a print seller's on the boulevard, there's an Italian engraving depicting a muse. She's draped in a tunic, and she's gazing at the moon, with forget-me-nots in her loose hair. Something urged me there incessantly. I stayed whole hours. Then, in a trembling voice, she looked a little like you." Madame Bovary turned her head away, so he might not see on her lips the irresistible smile she could feel rising there. Often, he continued, I would write letters to you that I then tore up. She made no reply. He went on. Sometimes I'd imagine that chance would bring you. I thought I recognized you at street corners, and I would run after all the coaches where a shawl fluttered from the door, a veil matching yours. She seemed determined to let him talk without interrupting him. Crossing her arms and lowering her head, she contemplated the bows on her slippers and made little movements in their satin interior at intervals with her toes. Still, she sighed, is it not quite the saddest thing to be spinning out, as I'm doing, a useless existence? If our sorrows could be of use to someone, we might console ourselves with thoughts of sacrifice. He began to praise virtuousness, duty, and mute self-immolation, having himself an incredible need for devotion that he could not assuage. I would very much like, she said, to be a hospital nun. Alas, he replied, men have no such saintly missions, and I see no calling anywhere save perhaps that of doctor. With a little shrug of her shoulders, Emma interrupted him to complain of her illness for which she had almost died. What a shame. She would no longer be suffering now. Lyon immediately desired the quiet of the tomb, and one night he had even written his will, requesting that he be buried in that lovely coverlet, striped with velvet, that he had received from her. For this is how they would have wished to be, each setting up an ideal against which they were now adjusting their past life. Besides, words are a rolling mill that always stretch out one's feelings. But at this contrivance of the coverlet, why so? She asked. Why? He hesitated. Because I truly loved you. And, congratulating himself on having surmounted the obstacle, Lyon, out of the corner of his eye, spied on her expression. It was like the sky, when a gust chases away the clouds. The massed banks of sad thoughts that had cast a gloom seemed to withdraw from her blue eyes. Her whole face beamed. He waited. At last she replied, I had always suspected it. They then recounted to one another the little happenings of that far-off existence, whose pleasures and dejections they had just summed up in a single word. They remembered the clematis arbor, the dresses she wore, her room's furniture, the whole house. And our poor cactus plants, where are they? The cold killed them this last winter. Ah, how I thought of them! Did you know that? Often I used to see them again, as in the old days, when on summer mornings, the sun struck the window blinds, and I glimpsed your two bare arms slipping between the flowers. My poor friend, she said, holding out her hand to him. Lyon quickly fixed his lips there. Then, drawing a deep breath, at that time, you were for me an indescribable, incomprehensible force that took my life captive. For instance, I came to your house, once, but you probably have no recollection? Yes, she said. Continue. You were down below, in the anteroom, ready to go out on the lowest step. You even had a hat with little blue flowers, and without any invitation on your part, in spite of myself, I accompanied you. At each moment, however, I was more and more conscious of my foolishness, and I continued to walk near you, not daring quite to follow you, and not wanting to leave you. When you went into a shop, I'd stay in the street. I watched you through the glass as you took off your gloves and counted the change on the counter. Afterwards, you rang Madame Tavash's bell. Someone opened up for you, and I stayed like an idiot in front of the great heavy door, which had closed upon you again. Listening to him, Madame Bovary was amazed at being so old. All these things reappearing seemed to broaden her existence. They made a kind of emotional vastness on which she was being transported back, and she said from time to time, in a low voice and with her eyelids half closed, Yes, it's true. It's true. It's true. They heard 8 o'clock chime from all the different clocks in the Bovary quarter, which is full of boarding schools, churches, and large abandoned mansions. They were no longer speaking, but they felt, looking at each other, a roaring in their heads, as if a clear, loud sound was mutually bursting from eyes fixed on one another. They had just joined hands, and the past, the future, reminiscences, and dreams, all were mingled in the sweetness of that rapture. Night thickened on the walls, on which there still shone, half lost in the shadow, the coarse colors of 4 prints depicting 4 scenes from the Tower of Nesle, for with an inscription at the bottom, in Spanish and French. From the sash window, you could see a wedge of black sky between pointed roofs. She rose to light 2 candles on the chest of drawers, then came and sat down again. Well, said Lyon. Well, she replied. And he was seeking a way to renew the broken-off dialogue, when she said to him, Why is it that no one, up to now, has ever expressed similar sentiments? The clerk cried out that ideal natures were hard to understand. He, for his part, had been in love with her from the first glance, and he was in despair, thinking of the happiness they might have had if, by a stroke of fortune, meeting each other earlier on, they might have been bound indissolubly together. I dreamed of it sometimes, she answered. What a dream, murmured Lyon, and, delicately handling the blue piping of his long white waistband, he added, So who's preventing us from starting again? No, my friend, she replied. I'm too old. You are too young. Forget me. Others will love you. You'll love them. Not as I do you, he cried out. What a child you are. Come, let's be sensible. I mean it. She impressed upon him the insuperable obstacles facing their love, and that they must behave, as in former times, within the simple limits of a brotherly affection. Was she speaking thus in earnest? Doubtless Emma herself had no idea, completely taken up by the appeal of the seduction and the need to defend herself against it. And, gazing on the young man with melting eyes, she gently spurned the shy caresses attempted by his trembling hands. Forgive me, he said, drawing back. And Emma was seized by a vague dread before this shyness, more dangerous to her than Rodolphe's boldness when he advanced with open arms. Never had any man seemed so handsome to her. There was an exquisite openness about him. He lowered his long, delicate, curving lashes. His cheeks, smooth skin blushed, she thought, out of desire for her person, and Emma felt an irresistible longing to plant her lips there. So, leaning towards the clock as if to check the time, "Dear me, how late it is," she said, "how we let our tongues run." He took the hint and fetched his hat. "I've even forgotten the performance. Poor Bovary, leaving me behind especially. Monsieur Lormeaux, of the Rue Grandpont, was supposed to take me there with his wife. And the opportunity was lost, for she was leaving tomorrow." "Truly," said Lyon. "Yes. Nevertheless, I must see you again," he continued. "I had something to tell you." "What?" "Something grave, serious." "Oh no, you can't be leaving anyway. It isn't possible. If you knew. Listen, then you haven't understood me? You haven't guessed, then? Yet you're a good speaker," said Emma. Jokes. Enough, enough. Allow me to see you again, for pity's sake. One time. Only one." "Well." She paused. Then, as if thinking better of it, "Oh, not here. Wherever you please." "Would you like," she appeared to reflect, then, curtly, "tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the cathedral?" "I'll be there," he cried, seizing her hands, which she withdrew. And, as they found themselves both on their feet, he standing behind her and Emma lowering her head, he stooped over her neck and kissed her lengthily on the nape. "But you're mad." "Oh, you're mad," she said through little ringing peals of laughter, while the kisses intensified. Then, thrusting his head over her shoulder, he appeared to be seeking consent from her eyes. These fell upon him, full of a glacial majesty. Lyon took 3 steps back in order to leave. He stopped on the threshold. Then he whispered in a trembling voice, "Till tomorrow." She answered with a nod and vanished like a bird into the adjoining room. That evening, Emma wrote an interminable letter to the clerk in which she extricated herself from the assignation. All was now over, and they should no longer meet each other, for their own good. But, when the letter was sealed, since she did not know Lyon's address, she found herself in a most awkward position. "I shall give it to him myself," she said. "He'll come." The following day, Lyon, window open and humming a tune on the balcony, polished his pumps himself, using several coats. He slipped on a pair of white trousers, fine knit socks, a green coat, poured into his handkerchief everything he owned in the way of scent, then, having had his hair curled, uncurled it to give it a more natural elegance. "It's still too early," he thought, looking at the wigmaker's cuckoo clock, which was showing 9. He read an old-fashioned journal, stepped out, smoked a cigar, went up 3 streets, considered it was time, and slowly made his way towards the porch of Notre Dame. It was a lovely summer morning. Silversmiths were as glittered in their shops, and the light falling aslant onto the cathedral set the breaks in the gray stones glistening. A flock of birds whirled in the blue sky, around the trefoil bell turrets. The square, echoing with cries, was fragrant with the flowers that bordered the paving: roses, jasmine, carnations, narcissus, and tuberose, unequally spaced between moist potherbs, catmint, and chickweed for the birds. The fountain gurgled in the middle, and under broad umbrellas. Among the tiered pyramids of melons, the market traders, bareheaded, were twirling paper round bunches of violets. The young man took one. It was the first time he had bought flowers for a woman, and his breast, as he breathed in their scent, swelled with pride, as if this tribute intended for another had reverted to him. Nevertheless, he was fearful of being spotted. He entered the church with a determined air. Then there was the beadle standing on the threshold, in the middle of the left-hand doorway, under the dancing Marianne, 5 plume on head, rapier at his side, cane in hand, more majestic than a cardinal and glittering like a holy chalice. He approached Lyon, and, with that smile of wheedling benignity that clergymen adopt when they question children, "Monsieur, doubtless, is not from these parts? Monsieur wishes to visit the church's curiosities?" "No," said the other, and he went round the aisles first of all. He then proceeded to take a peep at the square. Emma had not arrived. He went back in as far as the choir. The nave was mirrored in the brimming fonts, with the first of the lancet windows and some sections of stained glass. But the reflection of the paintings, breaking up on the marble's lip, continued further off on the flagstones, like a motley carpet. The broad daylight from outside extended into the church on 3 enormous beams through the 3 open portals. From time to time, at the far end, a sacristan passed across, making the oblique genuflection of the hurried devotee. The crystal chandeliers hung motionless. In the choir, a silver lamp burned, and, from the side chapels, the gloomy parts of the church, there seemed to breathe an occasional sigh, with the sound of a grill falling back, reverberating its echo under the lofty vault. Lyon, with an earnest stride, walked close to the walls. Never had life seemed to him so good. She would be coming in a little while, delightful, uneasy, watching out behind her for eyes that might be following, and in her flounced dress, with her gold lorgnon, her slender lady's boots, all sorts of elegant touches that he had not yet relished, and with the ineffable allure of the virtuous woman who succumbs. The church, like a gigantic boudoir, would array itself around her. The vaulted ceiling bowed down to receive in the shadows the confession of her love. The stained-glass windows shined brilliantly to illumine her face, and the censers would burn that she might appear like an angel in the smoke of the incense. Yet she was not coming. He sat on a chair, and his eyes alighted on a blue window in which boatmen can be seen carrying baskets. He looked at it for a long time, attentively, and he counted the scales of the fish and the doublet's buttonholes, while his thoughts roamed in search of Emma. The beadle, excluded, was inwardly indignant with this individual, who took the liberty of admiring the cathedral on his own. He seemed to be conducting himself in a monstrous fashion, stealing it in a way, and all but committing a sacrilege. But a rustle of silk on the flagstones, the edging of a hat, a black coat. It was her. Lyon rose and ran to meet her. Emma looked pale. She was walking quickly. "Read it," she said, holding out a paper for him. "Oh, no." And she withdrew her hand abruptly to enter the chapel of the Virgin, where, kneeling against a chair, she began to pray. The young man was irritated by this over-pious whim. Then he found a certain charm in seeing her, in the middle of the assignation, thus lost in prayer like an Andalusian marquis. Then he grew weary soon enough, for she was taking an age. Emma prayed, or rather forced herself to pray, hoping that some unexpected resolve would descend upon her from the heavens. And, so as to entice divine aid, she filled her sight with the splendors of the tabernacle. She breathed in the fragrance of the white dame's violets spreading wide in the great vases, and listened to the church's silence, which merely increased the tumult of her heart. She got up, and they were about to leave, when the beadle hastily drew near, saying, "Madam, doubtless, is not from these parts? Madam wishes to visit the church's curiosities?" "Oh, no," cried the clerk. "Why not?" she rejoined. For she clung with her wavering virtue to the Virgin, to the sculptures, to the tombs, to every opportunity. Then, so as to proceed in order, the beadle led them up to the entrance, near the square, where, showing them with his cane a great circle of black flagstones, with neither inscription nor carving. "Behold," he declared majestically, "the circumference of the beautiful Amboise bell. It weighed 40,000 pounds. It was unequaled in all Europe. The artisan who cast it died of joy." "Let's go," said Lyon. The good old gentleman set off again. Then, back at the chapel of the Virgin, he stretched out his arms in a unifying gesture of display, and, prouder than a rustic landowner, showing you his espalier. This simple slab covers the remains of Pierre de Brise, Lord of Varennes and Brissac, Grand Marshal of Poitou and Governor of Normandy, who fell at the Battle of Montelhary on the 16th of July, 1465. Lyon, gnawing at his lip, stamped his feet. And, to the right, this gentleman, entirely clad in steel, on a prancing horse, is his grandson Louis de Brise, Lord of Breville and of Montchauvet, Count of Maulevrier, Baron of Monty, King's Chamberlain, Knight of the Maltese Order, and likewise Governor of Normandy. Died on the 23rd of July, 1531, a Sunday, as the inscription states. And below, this man ready to descend into the tomb shows you precisely the same person. Impossible, is it not, to imagine a more perfect representation of nothingness. Madame Bovary took up her lorgnon. Lyon, stock still, gazed at her, not attempting to say so much as a single word, to make a single gesture. So discouraged did he feel before this dual obstinacy of loquacity and indifference. The everlasting guide continued. Near him, this kneeling woman in tears is his wife Diane de Poitiers, Countess of Brise, Duchess of Valentinois, born in 1499, died in 1566, and to the left, the one carrying a child, the Holy Virgin. Now, turn to this side. Here are the Amboise tombs. Both of them were cardinals and archbishops of Rouen. That one was King Louis Xi's minister. He did much good for the cathedral. In his will we have found a bequest of 30,000 crowns for the poor. And, without stopping, speaking all the while, he ushered them into a chapel cluttered with railings, disturbed a few, and revealed a kind of block, that could well have been a badly made statue. In former times it embellished, he said, with a lengthy groan, the tomb of Richard the Lionheart, King of England and Duke of Normandy. It is the Calvinists, monsieur, who reduced it to this state. They had, out of malice, buried it in some earth, under his Grace's episcopal throne. Look, here is the door by which his Grace repaired to his dwelling. Let us go and view the gargoyle windows. But Lyon hastily pulled out a silver coin from his pocket and seized Emma by the arm. The beadle remained utterly astonished, unable to comprehend this untimely munificence, while the stranger still had so many things to see. Then, remembering, "Ah, monsieur, the spire, the spire." "Thank you," said Lyon. "Monsieur is wrong. It weighs 440 pounds, 9 less than Egypt's Great Pyramid. It is all cast iron." Lyon fled, for it seemed to him that his love, which for almost 2 hours had stood as still in the church as the stones, would now evaporate like steam up this truncated funnel, this oblong cage, this open chimney, which exposes itself so grotesquely on top of the cathedral, like the wild endeavor of some whimsical tinker. "Where are we going, then?" she said. Without replying, he continued to walk with a rapid step, and Madame Bovary was already dipping her finger in the holy water, when they heard behind them a great puffing of breath, regularly interspersed with the rebounding of a cane. Lyon swerved. "Monsieur." "What?" And he recognized the beadle, carrying under his arm and holding balanced against his belly about 20 stitched and sturdy volumes. They were the works that dealt with the cathedral. "Idiot," muttered Lyon, dashing out of the church. An urchin was getting up to mischief in the portico. "Go and fetch me a hack." The child shot off like a bullet down the Rue de Cottervents. So they remained on their own for several minutes, face to face and a little embarrassed. "Ah, Lyon, truly, I don't know if I should." She was affectedly pensive. Then, with a serious air, "You know this is most improper?" "How so?" rejoined the clerk. "They do in Paris." And this utterance, like an irresistible argument, decided her. The hackney coach did not come, however. Lyon was fearful lest she go back into the church. At last the coach appeared. "At least leave by the north portal," the beadle shouted after them, having stayed in the doorway, "to view the resurrection, the last judgment, the paradise, the King David, and the reprobates in the fires of hell." "Where's monsieur going?" asked the coachman. "Wherever you like," said Lyon, pushing Emma into the carriage. And the conveyance lumbered off Point 7. It went down the Rue Grand Pont, crossed the Place des Arts, the Quai Napoleon, the Pont Neuf, and stopped short in front of the statue of Pierre Corneille. "Carry on," came a voice from within. The carriage set off again, and borne along from the Lafayette crossroads by the downward slope, it penetrated the railway terminus at full gallop. "No, straight on," cried the same voice. The coach emerged from the iron gates, and soon, reaching the park walk, trotted gently amidst the tall elms. The coachman wiped his forehead, put his leather hat between his knees, and urged the vehicle beyond the side paths, to the water's edge, close to the turf. It proceeded along the river, on the towpath laid with dry pebbles, and for a good while, towards Oisel, beyond the islands. But all of a sudden, it shot in one bound through Catermares, Sotteville, La Grande Chaussée, the Rue Elbeuf, and came to its third halt in front of the Botanical Gardens. "Well, go on," the voice shouted out, more furious than ever. And straightway, resuming its fare, it went by way of Saint-Sever, the Quai de Curandiers, the Quai UX Mules, once again over the bridge, by the Place du Champ de Mars, and the back of the hospital gardens, where old men in black jackets take a stroll in the sun, along a terrace turned completely green by ivy. It ascended the Boulevard Bouvreuil, ran along the Boulevard Cauchois, then the whole of Montrebedet up to the Côte de Ville. It returned, and then, with neither decision nor direction, haphazardly, it roved. It was seen at Saint Pol, at Lescure, and Montgargan, at La Rougemere, and the Place du Gallarbois, Rue Maladurie, Rue Dinanderie, in front of Saint Romain, Saint Vivian, Saint Nicaise, before the Customs House, at the Basse Viator, at the Trois Pipes, and at the Monumental Cemetery. From time to time, the coachman on his box threw despairing glances at the tap houses. He could not comprehend what mania for locomotion drove these individuals not to want to stop. Sometimes he tried, and immediately he heard furious exclamations burst out behind him. So more than ever he would lash his 2 sweating nags, but without heeding the jolts, catching on this and that, not caring about it, demoralized and all but weeping from thirst, fatigue, and dreariness. And on the port, amid drays and casks, and on the streets, standing by the spur stones, 8 the citizens opened their amazed eyes wide before so extraordinary a thing in the provinces, a carriage with drawn blinds, and which kept reappearing thus, more sealed than a tomb, and tossed about like a ship. Once, in the middle of the day, in the open level country, at the moment when the sun at its fiercest beat down upon the old silvered lanterns, A bare hand slipped under the little curtains of yellow linen and threw out some torn scraps of paper that scattered on the wind and alighted further away, like white butterflies on a field of red clover all in flower. Then, at about 6 o'clock, the carriage drew up in a lane in the Bovary quarter, and a woman stepped down, walking on with her veil lowered, without turning her head. Madame Bovary Ⅱ arriving at the inn, Madame Bovary was astonished not to see the diligence. Hibbert, who had waited 53 minutes for her, had finally driven off. Nothing was forcing her to leave, however, but she had given her word that she would return the same evening. Moreover, Charles was waiting for her, and already she felt in her heart that sluggish docility which is, for so many women, at one and the same time, both the punishment and the price for adultery. Hastily she packed her trunk, paid the bill, took a cab in the courtyard, and, urging on the groom, encouraging him, inquiring at every moment about the time and the number of kilometers traveled, succeeded in overtaking the Hirondelle as the first houses of Quincampoix appeared. Scarcely seated in her corner, she closed her eyes and opened them again at the bottom of the hill, where she recognized Felicite from afar, keeping a lookout in front of the farrier's house. Hibbert reined in his horses, and the cookmaid, raising herself up to the carriage window, said mysteriously, "Madam, you've to go straight off to Monsieur Homais' house. It's for something urgent." The village was as silent as ever. At the street corners, there were little rosy heaps steaming in the air, as it was jam-making time, and everyone in Yonville was making their own supply on the same day. But one could admire, in front of the apothecary's shop, a much bigger heap, surpassing the others with the superiority that a laboratory must have over common stoves, a general necessity over individual whims. She went in. The big chair was tipped over, and even the Rouen beacon lay around on the floor, spread out between the two pestles. She pushed open the passage door, and, in the middle of the kitchen, between the brown jars full of picked red currants, ground sugar, lump sugar, the scales on the table, basins on the fire, she saw all the Homais, big and small, with aprons tied up to the chin and holding forks in their hands. Justin stood, hanging his head, and the apothecary was shouting, "Who told you to go and fetch it in the Capernaum?" "What is it? What's the matter?" "The matter," replied the apothecary. "We are making jam. It is cooking, but it was about to run over on account of an over-vigorous ebullition, and I demand another basin." So he through indolence, through sloth, goes and takes, hanging from its nail in my laboratory, the key to the Capernaum. The apothecary gave this name to a private room, under the roof, full of the implements and wares of his profession. He would often spend long hours there alone, labeling, decanting, readying, and he considered it not as a simple storeroom, but as a veritable sanctuary, whence burst forth afterwards, wrought by his hands, all kinds of pill, bolus, tisane, lotion, and potion, which went on spreading his fame through the neighborhood. Nobody alive set foot there, and he revered it so intensely that he swept it out himself. In short, if the pharmacy, open to all comers, was the place where he displayed his pride, the Capernaum was the retreat where, selfishly retiring, Homais delighted in practicing his predilections. In addition, Justin's thoughtlessness appeared to him a monstrous irreverence, and, turning redder than the currants, he repeated, "Yes, of the Capernaum, the key which locks away the acids and the caustic alkalis. To go and get a storeroom basin, a basin with a lid, and which I may never perhaps make use of. Everything is of consequence in the delicate operations of our art. But what the devil? One has to maintain distinctions and not employ for virtually domestic use what is intended for pharmaceutics. It's like carving a fat pullet with a scalpel, like a magistrate." "Do calm down," said Madame Homais, and Athalie, tugging him by his frock coat. "Papa, papa." "No, leave me," continued the apothecary, "leave me. The deuce. One might as well set up as a grocer. I swear to you. Go on off with you. Respect nothing. Break it, smash it. Let the leeches out. Burn the marshmallow. Pickle the gherkins in the specimen jars. Tear up the bandages." "You did, however," said Emma. "In a moment. Do you know what you were exposing yourself to? Did you not see anything in the corner, on the left, on the third shelf? Speak, answer, articulate something." "I don't know," stammered the young lad. You don't know. Well, I know for one. You saw a bottle of blue glass, sealed with yellow wax, which contains a white powder, on which I had even written, 'Dangerous.' And do you know what there was inside? Arsenic. And you're about to meddle with that, to take down a basin next to it." "Next to it," exclaimed Madame Homais, clasping her hands. "Arsenic? You could have poisoned us all." And the children began to cry out, as if they had already felt exquisite pains in their bowels. "Or else poison a patient," continued the apothecary. "So, you want me to end up in dock, in the court of assize, to see me dragged to the scaffold? Are you unaware of the care I take in handling these materials? Even though I am so tremendously used to it, I often terrify myself when I think of my responsibility. For the government persecutes us, and the absurd legislation which rules us is like a veritable sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. Emma no longer considered asking what they wanted of her, and the pharmacist went on in breathless sentences. This is how you recognize the kindnesses we've shown to you. This is how you reward me for the entirely paternal attentions I've lavished on you. Without me, where would you be? What would you be doing? Who supplies you with food, education, clothing, and all the means by which to cut an honorable figure one day in society's ranks. But for that, one has to toil at the oars and gain, as the saying goes, from blistered hands, fabricando fit faber, age quot agis. He quoted Latin. He was so exasperated. He would have quoted Chinese or Greenlandese if he had known these two languages, for he was undergoing one of those crises by which the whole mind gives up hints of what it conceals, like the ocean which in a storm parts from the sea-wrack of its shore to the sand of its unfathomable depths. And he went on, I'm beginning to rue with a vengeance, having burdened myself with your person. I would have done better to have left you in the filth in which you were born. All you'll ever be good for is herding horn cattle. You've no talent for the sciences. You scarcely know how to stick a label. And you live there in my house, like an honorary canon, like a cow in clover, pampering yourself. But Emma, turning towards Madame Homais, I was sent for— Ah, dear God, the good woman interrupted with a sad air. How should I put it to you exactly? It's a tragedy. She did not finish. The apothecary thundered. Empty it. Scour it. Take it back. Look sharp now. And, shaking Justin by the collar of his cotton smock, he caused a book to fall out of his pocket. The child stooped down. Homais was quicker, and, having picked the volume up, he gazed upon it, eyes wide, jaw dropped. Conjugal. Love, he said, slowly separating these two words. Ah, very fine, very pretty. And engravings. Ah, that's too much. Madame Homais came forward. No, don't touch it. The children wanted to see the pictures. Leave, he said imperiously, and they left. He walked up and down at first in long strides, keeping the volume open in his hands, rolling his eyes, choked, swollen-faced, apoplectic. Then he came straight up to his pupil, and, planting himself in front of him with arms crossed. So you've every vice then, little wretch? Take care, you're on the slippery slope. So you never considered that this infamous book might have fallen into the hands of my children, striking a spark in their brains, tarnishing the purity of Athalie, corrupting Napoleon. He is already formed like a man. Are you certain, at least, that they haven't read it? Can you assure me? But, monsieur, said Emma, you had something to tell me? True enough, madam. Your father-in-law is dead. In fact, Père Bovary had expired just 2 days before, quite suddenly, from an apoplectic stroke, getting up from the table. And, out of excessive care for Emma's feelings, Charles had begged Monsieur Homais to apprise her gently of this horrid news. He had pondered over his sentence. He had smoothed it, polished it, given it a certain rhythm. It was a masterpiece of discretion and transition, of fine turns of style, of fastidiousness. But rage had swept away the rhetoric. Emma, giving up the idea of getting any details, left the pharmacy. For Monsieur Homais had once more resumed his vituperative flow. He calmed down, however, and was now grumbling on in a fatherly tone, all the while fanning himself with his bonnet grec. It's not that I disapprove entirely of the work. The author was a doctor. It includes certain scientific aspects that it would not be amiss for a man to know, and, dare I say it, that a man must know. But later, at least wait until you're a man and your character is established. On Emma's hammering at the door, Charles, who was waiting for her, came forward with arms spread and said to her in a tearful voice, Ah, my dearest, and he bowed softly to kiss her. But, at the touch of his lips, she was gripped by the memory of the other, and she passed her hand over her face, shuddering. Nevertheless, she replied, Yes, I know. He showed her the letter in which his mother recounted the news, without any sentimental hypocrisy. She merely regretted that her husband had not received the succor of religion, having died in Dudeville, in the street, on the threshold of a café, after a patriotic meal with former officers. Emma returned the letter. Then, over dinner, out of decency, she feigned a brief loss of appetite. But as he kept on obliging her, she resolutely set about eating, while Charles, opposite, sat motionless, looking crushed. From time to time, raising his head, he cast her a long glance full of anguish. Once he sighed, I would have liked to see him once more. She remained silent. At length, realizing that she had to speak. How old was he? Your father. 58. Ah. And that was all. A quarter of an hour later, he added, My poor mother. What will become of her now? She gestured that she did not know. Seeing her so taciturn, Charles inferred she was distressed and forced himself to say nothing, so as not to heighten this grief affecting her. Nevertheless, shaking off his own, You had good fun yesterday? He asked. Yes. When the tablecloth was removed, Bovary did not stand up, neither did Emma, and as she considered him, the dreariness of the sight progressively banished all pity from her heart. He seemed to her paltry, weak, useless, in short, a wretched man, in every way. How to get rid of him? What an interminable evening. Something stupefying, like an opium haze, benumbed her. They heard in the hall the hard sound of a stick on the floorboards. It was Hippolyte bringing Madame's luggage. To put it down, he laboriously described a half-circle with his wooden leg. He doesn't even think of it any longer, she said to herself as she watched the poor devil, his thick red hair dripping with sweat. Bovary searched for a tiny coin in the bottom of his purse, and without appearing to take in what humiliation there was for him in the mere presence of this man standing there, the personified reproach of his incurable ineptitude. Here, you've a pretty bouquet, he said, noticing Lyon's violets on the chimney-piece. Yes, she said indifferently. It's a bouquet I bought just now from a beggar woman. Charles took the violets, and, refreshing his tear-reddened eyes on them, he delicately inhaled their scent. She took them quickly from his hand and went off to put them in a glass of water. The next day, Madame Bovary Sr. arrived. She and her son cried a lot. Emma, under the pretext of giving orders, disappeared. The day after, they had to see to the morning arrangements together. They went to sit down with the work-boxes by the river under the arbor. Charles thought about his father, and he marveled at feeling so much affection for this man whom he believed he loved only very middlingly up till now. Madame Bovary Sr. thought about her husband. The worst times of the old days appeared desirable to her again. Everything was obliterated beneath the instinctive regret of so long a habit, and now and again, while she plied her needle, a fat tear descended the length of her nose and remained hanging there a moment. Emma thought how not even 48 hours ago they were together, far from the world, heady with ecstasy, and eyes not wide enough to gaze their fill of one another. She strove to seize again the least perceptible details of that vanished day. But the presence of mother-in-law and husband cramped her. She would have liked to hear nothing, see nothing, so as not to disturb the contemplation of her love which would disappear, whatever she did, beneath external impressions. She was unstitching the lining of a dress, whose scraps lay scattered about her. Mère Bovary, without looking up, kept making her scissors squeal, and Charles, with his Liz slippers and his old brown frock coat that served as a dressing gown, kept his hands in his pockets and likewise did not speak. Near them, Berthe, in a little white apron, was scraping the sand on the path with her spade. Suddenly, they saw Monsieur Leroux, the cloth dealer, enter by the gate. He was come to offer his services, regardful of the fatal circumstance. Emma replied that she thought she could manage without. The dealer did not consider himself beaten. 1,000 apologies, he said. I wish to have a private chat. Then, in a low voice, it's with reference to this business, you know? Charles turned scarlet to the earlobes. Yes, indeed. And, in his confusion, turning to his wife, couldn't you, my dearest? She appeared to understand him, for she rose, and Charles said to his mother, It's nothing. Doubtless some domestic trifle. He did not want her to know about the bill business, dreading her comments. As soon as they were alone, Monsieur Leroux began, in fairly clear terms, to congratulate Emma on her inheritance, then to chat of unimportant things, the espaliers, the harvest, and his own health, which was middling as ever, neither foul nor fair. Indeed, he was taking the devil's own pains, although he did not have the simple wherewithal, despite folks' tattle, to put butter on his bread. Emma let him talk. The last 2 days have been so prodigiously weary. And here you are altogether recovered, he continued. My word, I saw your poor husband in a nice mess. He's a valiant fellow, even though we've had our difficulties together. She asked which ones, as Charles had concealed from her the dispute over the supplies. But you know all about it, said Leroux. It was for your little fancies, the traveling cases. He had lowered his hat over his eyes, and, hands behind his back, smiling and wheezing, he looked straight at her, in an insufferable manner. Did he suspect something? She was left plunged in all kinds of fears. In the end, however, he went on, We have made it up, and I've just proposed a further settlement. It was to renew the bill signed by Bovary. Monsieur, however, would proceed as he thought best. He must not go tormenting himself, above all now that he was going to have a swarm of money worries. And what's more, it would be better to entrust them to someone, to you, for example, with a power of attorney, that would be comfortable, and then we could do a little business together. She did not understand. He held his tongue. Then, switching to matters of trade, Leroux declared that Madame could not avoid purchasing something from him. He would send her 12 meters of black barège wool from which to make a dress. What you have there is fine when you're at home. You need another one for calls. I saw that straight off when I came in, I did. I keep my eyes peeled. He did not send her the cloth. He brought it round. Then he returned for the measurements. He returned on further pretexts, endeavoring each time to make himself agreeable serviceable, and feffing himself, as James would have said, and forever slipping Emma some piece of advice about power of attorney. He did not bring up the bill. She did not consider it. Charles, at the beginning of her convalescence, had certainly told her some story about it, but her mind had been so tossed about since that she no longer had any recollection. In addition to which, she was careful not to start any discussion about money. Mayor Bovary was surprised and attributed her change of mood to the religious feelings she had contracted when ill. But, as soon as she had left, Emma lost no time in amazing Bovary with her practical good sense. They would have to make inquiries, examine the mortgages, see if a co-proprietorial sale or settlement had taken place. She cited technical terms at random, talked big words about order, prospects, foresight, and continually exaggerated the intricacies of the inheritance, so skillfully that one day she showed him the proof of a general authorization to manage and administer his affairs, carry out all borrowings, sign and endorse all bills, pay all sums, etc. She had benefited from Leroux's lessons. Charles asked her, naively, where this paper came from. From Monsieur Guillemin. And with the utmost cool, she added, I don't trust him too much. Solicitors have such a bad reputation. Perhaps we need to take advice. We know only, nobody, unless Lyon, replied Charles, ruminating. But it was hard to make arrangements by correspondence. So she offered to make the trip herself. He declined the offer. She insisted. It was a fencing match of considerateness. Finally, she cried out in an artificially mutinous tone, No, I beg you, I am going. How good you are, he said, kissing her forehead. The very next day, she embarked on the Hirondelle to go to Rouen and seek the opinion of Monsieur Lyon, and she stayed there 3 days. Madame Bovary Ⅱ they were 3 full, exquisite, sumptuous days, a true honeymoon. They were at the Hôtel de Boulogne, on the quay, and they lived there, shutters shut, doors closed, with flowers on the floor and iced syrups, that they were brought first thing in the morning. Towards evening, they would take a covered boat and go off to dine on an island. It was the time of day when you hear, along the dockside, the echoing of the caulkers' mallets against the ship's hulls. The smoke from the tar crept away through the trees, and large greasy drops were to be seen on the river, rippling unevenly under the sun's purple coloring, like floating plaques of Florentine bronze. They sailed down between moored barks, whose long oblique cables just grazed the boat's keel. The noises of the city imperceptibly withdrew, the rolling of carts, the din of voices, the yelping of dogs on the ship's decks. She untied her hat, and they landed at their island. They took a seat in the low-ceilinged room of an ale-house, which had black nets draped at its door. They ate fried sprats, cream, and cherries. They lay down on the grass. They embraced one another in a secluded spot under the poplars, and like 2 castaways, they wished to live forever in this little place, which seemed to them, in their bliss, the most magnificent on earth. It was not the first time they had observed trees, blue sky, turf, that they had heard water gliding and a breeze whispering in the leaves. But they had doubtless never wondered at it all, as if nature had not existed until now, or had only begun to be lovely since the glutting of their desires. At nightfall, they would set off again. The bark followed the edge of the islands. They lay at one end, both of them concealed in the shadows, without speaking. The square oars rang between the iron tholes, and this marked the silence like the beating of a metronome, while from the stern the hawser would not leave off its soft little plashing as it trailed through the water. Once the moon appeared. Then they made sure to use flowery phrases, finding the celestial body melancholy and full of poetry. She even began to sing. One evening, do you remember? We sailed, etc. 11. Her thin and melodious voice lost itself on the waters, and the wind bore away the roulades that he heard passing around him like the fluttering of wings. She sat opposite, leaning against the longboat's partition, the moon stealing in by one of its open shutters. Her black dress, whose draperies spread out in a fan shape, made her thinner, taller. She was looking up, her hands clasped and her gaze skywards. Sometimes the shadows of the willows would wholly hide her, then she would reappear all of a sudden, like a vision, in the moonlight. Lyon, on the deck next to her, found a flame-colored silk ribbon beneath his hand. The boatman examined it and said finally, it's maybe from that party I took out the other day. A load of jolly jokers they were, gents and ladies, with cakes, champagne, cornets, the whole shakes. There was one especially, a tall, handsome fellow, thin mustache. Good fun he was. And they said like so, come on, tell us a good story. Dodolphe, I think. She shuddered. You're not well, said Lyon, drawing nearer to her. Oh, it's nothing. The coolness of the night, no doubt. And who can't be lacking for women? Neither, the old sailor softly added, thinking he was being polite to the stranger. Then, spitting on his hands, he took up the oars once more. And yet they had to part. The farewell was painful. He must send his letters to Mayor Rollitt's house. and she gave him such precise advice concerning the double envelope that he greatly admired her lover's guile. In this way, you'll assure me that all's well. Yes, of course. But then why? He reflected afterwards as he returned alone through the streets. Did she care so much about this power of attorney? Before long, Eloin adopted a superior air in front of his friends, abstained from their company, and totally neglected his case papers. He awaited her letters. He reread them. He wrote to her. He called her to mind with all the force of his memories and his desire. Instead of lessening with absence, this longing to see her again increased, so much so that one Saturday morning he slipped away from the practice. When, from the hill's height, he descried down in the valley the church tower with its tin flag turning in the wind, he felt that same delight mingled with triumphant vanity and selfish emotion that millionaires must have when they come back to visit their village. He went a prowl about her house. A light shone in the kitchen. He looked out for a shadow behind the curtains. Nothing appeared. On seeing him, Mère Lefrançois made a great fuss, and she found him taller and thinner, whereas Artemise, on the contrary, found him broader and darker. He dined in the parlor, as before, but alone, without the tax-gatherer, for Binet, weary of waiting for the Hirondelle, had definitively brought forward his meal by an hour, and now he dined at precisely 5 o'clock, still claiming more often than not that the old gimcrack was late. Lyon nevertheless made up his mind. He went a knock on the doctor's door. Madame was in her room, from which she only came down a quarter of an hour later. Monsieur seemed delighted to see him again, but he stayed put the whole evening and the entire day following. He saw her alone, very late at night, behind the garden, in the lane, as with the other. It was stormy, and they chatted under an umbrella in the glimmer of lightning. Their leave-taking became unbearable. "It is better to die," said Emma. She writhed on his arm, crying all the while. "Farewell. Farewell. When will I see you again?" They retraced their steps to kiss once more, and it was then that she made him promise to find, by whatever means and soon, a permanent opportunity to see each other freely, at least once a week. Emma did not doubt it. She was, moreover, full of hope. Money would be coming to her. Then, she bought for her room a pair of broad-striped, yellow curtains, whose cheapness Monsieur Leroux had extolled to her. She longed for a carpet, and Leroux, asserting that it was not asking the impossible, politely pledged to supply her one. She could no longer do without his services. 20 times a day she would send for him, and straightway he would set out his bargains there, without so much as a murmur. One no more understood why Mère Rollet dined at Emma's every day, and even called upon her privately. It was at about this period, that is to say near the beginning of winter, when she appeared to be gripped by a great fervor for music. One evening when Charles was listening to her, she started the same piece again 4 times running, and each time getting into a fret, while not noticing any difference, he would cry out, "Bravo! Very good. You're mistaken. Carry on now." "No, it's atrocious. My fingers are rusty." The next day, he begged her to play him something more. "Oh, very well, just to please you." And Charles admitted that she had got out of practice. She mistook her place on the stave, slurred the notes, then, abruptly stopping, "Oh, that's enough. I need to take lessons," but she chewed her lip and added, 20 francs for a private lesson. That's too dear." "Yes, indeed, a little," said Charles with a silly snigger. "Still, it seems to me that we could maybe do it for less, as there are players of no repute who are often better than the famous ones." "Look for them," said Emma. The next day, on his return, he gave her a sly look, and was unable in the end to hold back these words. "How stubborn you are at times. I was in Barfuture's today. Well, Madame Legard assured me that her 3 daughters, who were at the Misericorde, were having lessons for 50 sous the session, and from a famous teacher besides." She shrugged, and did not open her instrument again. But, when she went near it, if Bovary chanced to be there, she would sigh, "Ah, my poor piano." And when you visited her, she was sure to let you know that she had abandoned music and could not take it up again, for important reasons. So she was pitted. What a shame! She was such a fine talent. Bovary was even talked to about it. He was made to feel ashamed, and above all by the pharmacist. "You are mistaken. Nature's abilities must never be left to lie fallow. Moreover, consider, my good friend, that in obliging Madame to practice music, you economize later on the musical education of your child. I for one deem that mothers themselves should instruct their children. It's a notion of Rousseau's, perhaps still a little new, but which will triumph in the end. I am sure of it, like mothers giving suck and like vaccination." So Charles returned once more to this piano question. Emma replied, churlishly, that it would be best to sell it. This poor piano, which had given him so much vainglorious satisfaction, to see it go off would have been for Bovary like watching the indefinable suicide of a part of herself. "If you want," he said, "from time to time, a single lesson, that might not, after all, be exceedingly ruinous." "But lessons," she retorted, "are only any use when regular. And that is how she set about procuring permission from her husband to go to town, once a week, to see her lover. They even reckoned, after 1 month, that she had made considerable progress. Madame Bovary Ⅱ, it was Thursday. She rose, and she dressed silently so as not to wake Charles, who would have pointed out that she was getting ready too early. Then she walked up and down. She stood in front of the windows. She gazed down at the village square. The faint light of day would be creeping between the pillars of the marketplace, and the apothecary's house, whose shutters were closed, showed a glimpse of its sign's capital letters in the wan colors of dawn. When the clock chimed 7:15, she set off for the Lion d'Or, whose door had just been opened by a yawning Artemise. The latter was digging out the embers buried under the ashes. Emma stayed on her own in the kitchen. From time to time, she would go out. Hivert was unhurriedly putting the horses to, and listening moreover to Mère Lefrancois, who, slipping her cotton bonnet head through a hatch, was burdening him with errands along with explanations that would have muddled any other man. Emma tapped the sole of her boots against the yard's paving. At last, once he had eaten his soup, donned his long woolen cape, lit his pipe, and gripped his horsewhip, he settled himself calmly on his seat. The Hirondelle set off at a gentle trot, and for the first couple of miles would stop here and there to take on passengers, who would stand on the side of the road by their gates, looking out for it. Those who had let the driver know the day before had him wait. Several were still actually abed in their houses. Hivert would call, shout, fling curses, then climb down from his seat to go and thump on the doors. The wind blew through the cracked casement windows. Nevertheless, the 4 benches filled, the carriage rolled on, the rows of apple trees followed one upon another, and the road, between its 2 long ditches brimming with yellow water, went on ever narrowing towards the horizon. Emma knew it from one end to the other. She knew that after a meadow there would be a post, then an elm, a barn, or a road laborer's hut. Sometimes, to surprise herself, she even closed her eyes. But she would never lose the clear sense of the distance left to run. At last, the brick houses drew near. The ground rang under the wheels. The Hirondelle glided between gardens in which, through an opening in the wall, statues, an ornamental hillock, pruned yews, and a swing seat were discernible. Then, at a single glance, the town would appear. Descending just like an amphitheater and drowned in the fog, it spread confusedly beyond the bridges. The open countryside then rose in a monotonous rise and fall, until it touched in the distance the sky's pale, wavering base. Thus viewed from on high, the entire landscape had the motionless look of a painting. The ships at anchor were bunched in one corner. The river rounded off its curve at the foot of the green hills, and the islands, oblong-shaped, looked like great black fish stilled on the water. The factory chimneys were sprouting immense brown plumes, which blew away at the tips. The roaring of the foundries could be heard against the clear pealing of bells from the churches poking up through the mist. The boulevard's trees, leafless, formed a violet brushwood amidst the houses, and the roofs, all glittery with rain, shimmered unevenly, according to the height of a district. Occasionally a gust of wind would bear the clouds away towards St. Catherine Hill, like airy billows shattering silently against a cliff. Something emanated from these packed lives that made her giddy, and her heart would swell with abundance, as if the 120,000 souls throbbing there had all sent out to her at once the heady fumes of passion that she imagined they felt. Her love would expand with the space, and fill with tumult from the distant hum coming up. She poured it forth again outside, on the squares, on the walks, on the streets, and the old Norman city sprawled before her gaze like an enormous capital, like a Babylon she was entering into. She leaned on 2 hands out of the window, breathing in the breeze. The 3 horses galloped, the stones grated in the mud, the stagecoach rocked, and Hivert from afar hailed the carts on the road, while the townsfolk who had spent the night in the Bois Guillaume came peacefully down the hill in their little family carriages. They stopped at the gate. Emma unbuckled her overshoes, donned other gloves, rearranged her shawl, and 20 paces further on, she alighted from the Hirondelle. The town would be stirring then. Shop boys, in bonnet grecs, rubbed down the shop fronts, and women on street corners, with baskets on their hips, would now and again give a high cry. She walked with eyes down, brushing the walls, and smiling with pleasure under her lowered black veil. For fear of being seen, she did not usually take the shortest route. She would dive into gloomy streets, and arrive bathed in sweat near the lower end of the Rue Nationale, by the fountain there. This is the area known for its theater, taverns, and girls. Often a wagon would pass close to her, carrying some quivering piece of scenery. Apron waiters would throw sand on the flagstones between green shrubs. There was a smell of absinthe, cigars, and oysters. She turned down a street. She recognized him by his curly hair, which poked out from his hat. Lyon, on the pavement, would continue walking. She followed him to the hotel. He climbed the stairs. He opened the door. He went in. What clasping! Then, after the kisses, the words would come in a rush. They told each other of the week's sorrows, the misgivings, the uneasiness over the letters. But now all was forgotten, and they would gaze at each other face to face, with voluptuous giggles and fond names. The bed was a large mahogany bed, shaped like a skiff. The red silk drapes, falling from the ceiling, were gathered in two low over the broad bolster. And nothing in the world was as lovely as her dark head and white skin standing out against that crimson color, when, in a gesture of modesty, she would draw her naked arms together, burying her face in her hands. The warm apartment, with its discreet carpet, its frolicsome ornaments and calm light, seemed entirely suited to the intimacies of passion. If the sun penetrated, then the curtains' spear-headed rods, brass tie-backs, and the great balls of the fire-dogs would glitter all of a sudden. On the chimney-piece, between the candelabra, there were two of those big pink conch shells in which the sound of the sea can be heard when you put them to your ear. How they loved that simple room, cheerful despite its somewhat faded splendor. They would have a fireside breakfast, on a little round table inlaid with rosewood. Emma carved, laid the morsels on his plate while babbling all sorts of kittenish things, and she laughed a high and licentious laugh when the froth from the champagne overflowed the slender glass onto the rings on her fingers. So completely lost were they in possession of each other. They believed themselves to be in their very own house, living there to the end of their days, like an ever-youthful husband and wife. They would say our bedroom, our carpet, our chairs, she even said my slippers, a present from Lyon, a whim she had had. These were slippers of pink satin, trimmed with swan's down. When she sat on his knees, her leg, now too short, swung in the air, and the delicate shoe, which had no heel strap, clung on only by the toes to her bare foot. He savored for the first time the inexpressible refinement of feminine elegance. Never had he encountered such gracefulness of language, such coyness in dress, such drowsy, dove-like postures. He admired the exaltation of her soul and the lace-work of her skirt. Moreover, was she not a woman of the world, and a married woman, a true mistress, in short? Through the variety of her mood, by turns mystical or joyous, chattering, reserved, carried away, listless, she would recall to him 1,000 desires, conjuring up instincts or recollections. She was the lover from every novel, the heroine of every play, the vague she of every book of verse. He would recognize on her shoulders the amber color of the odalisque bathing. She had the elongated body of feudal chatelaines. She also resembled the pale woman of Barcelona, but above all she was wholly angel. Often, when gazing at her, it seemed to him that his soul, escaping towards her, spread like a wave over the curve of her head, to be dragged down into her breast's whiteness. He would fall at her feet, and, his elbows on her knees, he would contemplate her with a smile, his brow taut. She would lean towards him and murmur, as if elation had taken her breath away, "Oh, don't move. Don't speak. Look at me. Something so soft is coming from your eyes, which does me so much good." She would call him child. "Child, do you love me?" And she would scarcely catch his answer, in the rush of her lips up to his mouth. There was a little bronze Cupid on the clock, mincing as it rounded its arms below a gilded wreath. They laughed at it many times, but, when the time came to part, everything seemed serious. Motionless, facing one another, they would repeat, "Till Thursday, till Thursday." All of a sudden, she would take his head in her hands, kiss him swiftly on the forehead, and, crying out farewell, would dash down the stairs. She would go to the Rue de la Comédie, to a hairdresser's, to have her bandeaus put to rights. Night fell. They lit the gas lights in the shop. She heard the theater handbell calling the strolling players to the performance, and she saw, opposite, men with white faces and women in faded dress go by, entering by the stage door. It was hot in this little low-ceilinged room, its stove humming amidst wigs and pomades. It was not long before the odor of the curling irons, with those greasy hands touching her head, began to make her dizzy, and she slept a little under her gown. The boy, while dressing her hair, would frequently offer her tickets for the masked ball, and she would be off. She would retrace her steps along the streets, arrive at the Croix Rouge, retrieve her overshoes, which she had hidden that morning under a bench, and settle in her place among the impatient travelers. Several alighted at the foot of the hill. She remained on her own in the carriage. At each turn of the road, all the lights of the city became more and more visible, making a great luminous vapor over the huddled houses. Emma kneeled on the cushions and blinded herself with the dazzle. She sobbed, called out Lyon's name, and sent him loving words and kisses that were whirled away on the wind. There was a poor devil on the hill, roaming about with his staff, right in among the stagecoaches. A pile of rags covered his shoulders, and his face was concealed by an old stove-and-beaver hat, rounded like a bowl. But when he took it off, he exposed where the eyelids should be two bloodied and gaping sockets. The flesh ravelled out into red tatters, and fluids trickled to stiffen into green scabs down to the nose, its black nostrils sniffing convulsively. To speak to you, he would throw back his head with an idiot laugh. Then his bluish eyeballs, constantly rolling up towards the temples, would proceed to knock against the rim of the open sore. He sang a little song as he followed the carriages. A fair day's heat does often move the thoughts of some young lass-to-love. And the rest was all birds, sun, and leafage. Sometimes he would appear behind Emma, quite suddenly, bareheaded. She would draw back with a cry. Hivert would proceed to joke with him. He urged him to rent a booth at the St. Romain Fair, or else asked him, laughing, how fared his sweetheart. Often, when they were on their way, his hat, with an abrupt movement, would poke through the carriage blind into the coach, while he clung, with the other arm, to the footboard between the mud splash of the wheels. His voice, feeble at first and wailing, grew shrill. It lingered in the night, like the indistinct lamentation of a dim distress, and, through the jingling of the harness bells, the murmur of the trees and the drone of the hollow box, it had something far away about it that troubled Emma. Down it went into the depths of her soul like a whirlpool in an abyss, sweeping her off amid the spaces of a limitless melancholy. But Hivert, aware of a shift in weight, would deal the blind man fierce blows with his whip. The lash stung against his sores, and he would fall howling into the mud. Then the passengers on the Hirondelle would end up going to sleep, some with mouth open, others with chin lowered, resting on their neighbor's shoulder, or else with an arm slipped through the leather strap, swinging steadily to the motion of the carriage, and the lamp's reflection rocking outside, on the rumps of the shaft horses, penetrating the interior through the chocolate-colored calico of the curtains, laid ruddy shadows on all these motionless individuals. Emma, drunk with sadness, shivered with cold in her clothes, and her feet would grow colder and colder as she inwardly grieved. Charles was waiting for her, back at the house. The Hirondelle was always late on Thursdays. Madame was here at last, although she hardly kissed the little one. Dinner was not ready, no matter. She forgave the cook. All seemed permitted to this girl. Often her husband, noting her pallor, would ask her if she was not ill. No, said Emma. But he answered, you are odd tonight. Oh, it is nothing, nothing. There were even some days when, scarcely returned, she went up to her room, and Justin, happening to be there, padded silently about, more skillful at serving her than a superior lady-in-waiting. He set out the matches, the candlestick, a book, arranged her night-dress, turned back the sheets. Come, she would say, that will do, be off now. For he would remain standing, hands dangling and eyes wide open, as if entangled in the innumerable threads of a sudden daydream. The day after was dreadful, and those following were made even more intolerable by Emma's longing to seize her happiness once more, an ardent lustfulness, inflamed by familiar images, and which, on the seventh day, burst with such ease under Lyon's fondlings. His own burning heat was half hidden under effusions of wonder and gratitude. Emma tasted this passion in a discreet and absorbed manner, kept it alive with all the guile of her soft caresses, and trembled a little lest it be lost later. Often she would say, with the soft voice of melancholy, ah, you'll leave me, you will, you'll marry, you'll be just like the others. He would ask, what others? Why, men, in short, she replied. Then, pushing him off with a languorous gesture, she would add, vile wretches, all of you. One day, when they were chatting philosophically of earthly disillusions, she happened to say, testing his jealousy, or perhaps yielding to an overpowerful desire to unburden herself, that in times past, before him, she had loved someone not like you. She hastily resumed, protesting on her daughter's life that nothing had happened. The young man believed her, and asked her questions nevertheless to find out what it was he did. He was a ship's captain, my darling. Was this not to hinder further inquiry, and at the same time set herself on a truly elevated level, through a feigned fascination for a man who ought by nature to be warlike and accustomed to respect? So the clerk felt the lowliness of his position. He desired epaulets, orders, titles. All that sort of thing must please her. He suspected it from her expensive habits. Nevertheless, Emma kept quiet about a host of her extravagances, such as the desire to have a blue tilbury to take her to Rouen, drawn by an English horse, and driven by a groom in top boots. It was Justin who had prompted this whim in her, by begging her to take him on in the house as a footman. And if this privation did not dilute, at each assignation, the pleasure of arrival, it certainly increased the bitterness of return. For her husband, she was more charming than ever, making him pistachio creams and playing waltzes after dinner. He reckoned himself the luckiest of mortals, and Emma lived free from anxiety, when one evening, all of a sudden, it is Mademoiselle l'Empereur who gives you lessons, isn't it? Yes. Well, I saw her just now, Charles went on, at Madame Legard's. I spoke of you to her. She'd no knowledge of you. It was like a lightning bolt. Nevertheless, she answered with a genial air. "Oh, no doubt she forgot my name. Perhaps there are," said the doctor, "several young ladies in Rouen who go by the name of Lempereur and are piano teachers." "Quite possible." Then, sharply, "Yet I have her receipts here, look." And she went to the writing table, rummaged through all the drawers, muddled the papers, and ended by losing her head so completely that Charles strongly urged her not to give herself so much trouble over these wretched receipts. "Oh, I shall find them," she said. Indeed, the very next Friday, Charles, placing one of his boots in the dark closet where his clothes were put away, felt a sheet of paper between the leather and his sock, took it out, and read, "Received, for 3 months of lessons, plus various materials, the sum of 65 francs. Félicie Lempereur, music teacher. How the devil did it get into my boots?" "No doubt," she replied. "It fell out of the old billed box, which is on the edge of the shelf." From that moment on, her existence was no more than a jumble of lies, in which she would shroud her love, as if with veils, to conceal it. This was a need, a mania, a pleasure, to the extent that if she said that yesterday she had gone down a street on the right-hand side, you would have to believe that she had taken the left-hand side. One morning when she had just set out, as usual, rather lightly dressed, there was a sudden fall of snow, and as Charles was checking the weather through the window, he spotted Monsieur Bernigin in Monsieur Cavach's gig, being driven to Rouen. So he went down to entrust the cleric with a large shawl to give to Madame, as soon as he arrived at the Croix Rouge. No sooner was he at the inn than Bernigin asked for the whereabouts of the Yonville doctor's wife. The landlady replied that she very seldom frequented her establishment. Then, that evening, on recognizing Madame Bovary in the Hirondelle, the priest recounted his embarrassment to her, without appearing, however, to attach any importance thereby, for he began to sing the praises of a preacher who was working wonders in the cathedral at that time, and whom all the women were hastening to hear. Never mind that he had not asked for an explanation. Others might prove less discreet later on. She also judged it useful to alight each time at the Croix Rouge, so that the good folk of the village who saw her on the stairs would suspect nothing. Yet the day came when Monsieur Leroux met her leaving the Hôtel de Boulogne on Lyon's arm, and she was fearful, imagining that he would blab. He was not so stupid, but 3 days later, he came into her room, shut the door, and said, "I shall need money." She declared that she could not give him any. Leroux burst into a groan, and recalled how indulgent he had been. In fact, of the 2 bills signed by Charles, Emma had only paid one of them up until now. As for the second, the dealer, at her entreaty, had agreed to replace it with 2 others, which had even been renewed on a very long expiry date. Then he pulled from his pocket a list of unpaid supplies, viz., the curtains, the carpet, the cloth for the chairs, several gowns, and sundry dressing items for her toilette, whose value came to the sum of about 2,000 francs. She lowered her head. He went on, "But if you don't have hard cash, you have property." And he indicated a wretched hovel situated in Barneville, near Aumale, which yielded nothing much. This was once a dependency of a little farm sold by Père Bovary, for Leroux knew everything, down to the number of hectares, along with the neighbors' names. "If I were in your shoes," he said, "I would clear my debts, and I'd still have what was left over." She argued that it would be hard to find a purchaser. He gave her hope of finding one, but she asked how she might go about selling it. "Don't you have the power of attorney?" he replied. This term reached her like a puff of fresh air. "Leave me the bill," said Emma. "Oh, it's not worth the trouble," answered Leroux. He returned the following week, and boasted of having finally unearthed, after many proceedings, a certain Langlois who, for quite a time, had had an eye on the property without naming his price. "Never mind the price," she cried. "On the contrary, they must wait, sound the fellow out." The matter was worth the trouble of a journey, and, as she could not make the journey, he offered to go on the spot himself to make contact with Langlois. On his return, he announced that the purchaser was offering 4,000 francs. Emma's face lit up at the news. "Frankly," he added, "it's a good price." She drew on half the amount immediately, and, when she made to settle her bill, the dealer said to her, "It grieves me, upon my honor, to see you part so promptly with such a considerable sum." She looked then at the bank notes, and, dreaming of the unlimited number of assignations those 2,000 francs represented. How, she stammered. "Oh," he continued, laughing with a genial air, "we can put anything we want on the bills. Don't I know a bit about husbands and wives?" And he gazed at her fixedly, holding in his hand 2 long documents that he slid between his nails. At length, opening his bill case, he spread out on the table 4 promissory notes for 1,000 francs each. "Sign that for me," he said, "and keep everything." She cried out, scandalized. "But if I'm giving you the surplus," Monsieur Leroux brazenly replied, "is it not to do you personally, a service?" And, taking a pen, he wrote at the bottom of the bill, "Received from Madame Bovary the sum of 4,000 francs. Why worry, since in 6 months you can collect the arrears on your hut, and I'm placing your final bill settlement for after the payment." Emma got a little tangled up in his calculations, and her ears rang as if the gold coins, disemboweled from their bags, were clinking all about her on the floor. At length, Leroux explained that he had a friend, Vincart, a banker in Rouen, who would discount these 4 notes. Then he himself would hand over to Madame the surplus of the actual debt. But instead of 2,000 francs, he brought along only 1,800, as his friend Vincart, as was proper, had deducted 200 in commission and discount charges. Then he casually asked for a receipt. "You know how it is in business sometimes." And the date, please, the date. A vista of obtainable extravagances then opened up before Emma. She was prudent enough to place 1,000 crowns in reserve, with which the first 3 bills, when they were due, were paid off, but the 4th, by chance, dropped into the house on a Thursday, and Charles, upset, waited patiently for his wife's return and an explanation. If she had not made him privy to this bill, it was in order to spare him domestic worries. She sat on his knees, stroked him, cooed, made a long enumeration of all the indispensable things purchased on credit. You'll agree that, given the quantity, it's not so expensive, after all. Charles, at his wit's end, soon had recourse to the eternal Leroux, who swore to calm things down if Monsieur would sign 2 bills for him, one being for 700 francs, payable in 3 months. To achieve this, he wrote his mother a moving letter. Instead of sending a reply, she came herself, and when Emma wanted to know if he had got something out of her, "Yes," he replied, "but she demands to see the invoice." The next day, at first light, Emma ran to Monsieur Leroux's house and begged him to write another bill, which would not exceed 1,000 francs. For if she were to show the one for 4,000, she would have to say that she had paid 2/3, consequently admitting to the sale of the property, a transaction the dealer had carried out skillfully, and which would only be known about later. Despite the very low price of each article, Mayor Bovary could not help finding the expense extravagant. "Could you not have done without a carpet? Why renew the covers on the armchairs? In my day, there was just one armchair for the old folk. At least, that's how it was at my mother's, who was a respectable lady, I can assure you. It's not given to everyone to be rich. No fortune can hold out against waste. I blush to coddle myself, as you do. And yet look at me. I'm old. I need care and attention. Here we go. Here we go. Tricking's out. Showing's off. What's this? Silk for lining at 2 francs, when you can find jaconet at 10 sous and even at 8 sous, which would do the business perfectly." Emma, lolling on the small sofa, replied as calmly as she could, "Madame, enough, enough." The other went on lecturing her, predicting that they would finish in the almshouse. Moreover, it was Bovary's fault. Fortunate it was that he had promised to destroy that power of attorney. "What? Oh, he swore to me he would," continued the good lady. Emma opened the window, called Charles, and the poor fellow had to acknowledge the promise wrenched from him by his mother. Emma disappeared, then was swiftly back, majestically tendering her a large sheet of paper. "Thank you," said the old lady, and she threw the power of attorney on the fire. Emma began to laugh, a harsh laugh, loud, going on and on. She was having hysterics. "Oh, dear God," cried Charles. "Well, you're in the wrong, too. It's you who's just worked her up." His mother, giving a shrug, maintained that it was all affectation. But Charles, rebelling for the first time, took his wife's side, so much so that Mayor Bovary wanted to be off. She left first thing the following day, and, on the threshold, as he was trying to keep her back, she replied, "No, no, you love her more than me, and you are right. It's only natural. For the rest, too bad. You'll see. You're very good health, because I'm not prepared to come here and work her up, as you put it." Charles did not remain a jot less sheepish when it came to Emma, the latter making no effort to conceal the rancor that she reserved for him as a result of his mistrust. A lot of pleading was required before she agreed to resume her power of attorney, and he even accompanied her to Monsieur Guillemins to have another drawn up, exactly the same. "I quite understand," said the notary. "A man of science cannot go troubling his head over life's practical details." And Charles felt comforted by this wheedling consideration, which gave to his feebleness the flattering guise of a superior preoccupation. What debauchery! The Thursday following, at the hotel, in their room, with Lyon. She laughed, cried, sang, danced, had sorbets brought up, desired to smoke cigarettes, seemed to him wild, but adorable, magnificent. He did not know what reaction of her entire being was urging her on to rush at life's enjoyments. She became irritable, greedy, and voluptuous, and she walked with him through the streets, head held high, without fear, she said, of compromising herself. Sometimes, however, Emma trembled at the sudden idea of meeting Rodolphe, for it seemed to her, even though they had parted forever, that she was not entirely freed from her dependency. One evening, she did not return to Yonville. Charles was out of his wits, and the little Berthe, not wanting to go to bed without her mamma, sobbed fit to burst. Justin had set off aimlessly down the road. Monsieur James had left the pharmacy. Finally, at 11 o'clock, unable to bear it any longer, Charles hitched his gig, leapt in, lashed his beast, and arrived at about 2 o'clock at the Croix Rouge. Nobody. He thought that maybe the clerk had seen her. But where did he live? Happily, Charles remembered his master's address. He ran there. Daylight was beginning to appear. He could make out escutcheons over a door. He knocked. Without opening up, someone shouted out the information required, while embellishing it with violent abuse against those who disturbed people during the night. The house where the clerk lived had neither bell, nor knocker, nor porter. Charles thumped his fists against the shutters. A police officer happened to be passing, so he took fright and slipped away. "I'm mad," he said to himself. "Doubtless, they've kept her back to dine at Monsieur Lormeau's house." The Lormeau's family no longer lived in Rouen. She'll have stayed to nurse Madame du Breul. Madame du Breul died 10 months ago, so where can she be? An idea occurred to him. He asked in a café for the town directory, and hurriedly looked up the name of Mademoiselle L'Empereur, who lived at number 74, Rue de la Renelle de Mariquiniers. As he came into this street, Emma herself appeared at the other end. He threw himself upon her rather than kissing her, crying out, "What kept you yesterday? I have been ill." "And what with? Where? How?" She swept a hand across her forehead and replied, "At Mademoiselle L'Empereur's. I was certain of it. I'll go there." "Oh, it's not worth it," said Emma. "She's just this minute gone out. But in future, be more calm. I'm not free, you understand, if I know that the slightest delay upsets you so." She was giving herself a sort of permission not to cramp herself in her escapades. And amply did she take advantage of it, just as she liked. When the desire took her to see Lyon, she left under any pretext, and, as he was not expecting her that particular day, she would go looking for him at his practice. This was a great joy the first few times, but soon he revealed the truth, namely, that his master was grumbling vociferously about these disturbances. "Nonsense. Now, come," she said, and he sneaked out. She wanted him to dress all in black and leave a pointy beard on his chin, so as to resemble the portraits of Louis XIII. She desired to be acquainted with his lodgings, found them ordinary. He blushed, she took no notice, then advised him to buy curtains like her own, and as he objected to the expense, "Well, well, you hold tight to your little coin," she said, laughing. Each time, Lyon had to recount to her everything he had done since the last meeting. She wanted verses to her, a love poem in her honor. He could never manage to find a rhyme for the second line, and he ended up copying a sonnet out of keepsake book. This was less through vanity than from the sole aim of pleasing her. He did not argue with her ideas. He accepted all her inclinations. He became her mistress rather than she being his. Her tender words together with her kisses would sweep his soul away. Within it she learned that corruption, almost ethereal by dint of being deep and concealed. On the trips he made to see her, Lyon would often dine at the pharmacist's, and politeness dictated that he should invite him in turn. "Willingly," Monsieur James had replied. "Besides, I'm in need of a little reinvigoration, for I'm stultifying here. We'll go to the theater, to the restaurant. We shall go wild." "Oh, dearest," murmured Madame James tenderly, appalled by the vague dangers he was prepared to run. "Well, what of it? You find I am not ruining my health enough as it is, living amongst the pharmacy's continual emanations? Such, however, is the character of women. They are jealous of science, then object to you taking the most legitimate diversion. Never mind, count on me. One of these days I'll come to Rouen, and together we'll spend it like water." The apothecary, in former times, would have refrained from using such an expression, but these days he was fond of a frolicsome, Parisian style that he would find in the best taste. And like Madame Bovary, his neighbor, he would question the clerk carefully on a capital's manners, even speaking slang with the aim of dazzling the bourgeoisie, saying pad, crib, swellish, awful swellish. "Breda Street 15, and I'll be cutting along for. I'll be off." So, one Thursday, Emma was surprised to meet, in the kitchen of the Lion d'Or, Monsieur James dressed to travel, in other words in an old coat not seen on him before, while in one hand he carried a valise, and, in the other, the foot warmer 16 belonging to his business. He had confided his project to no one, apprehensive of worrying the public with his absence. The idea of seeing again the places where he had spent his youth undoubtedly fired him up. For all the journey long he did not cease expatiating. Then he had scarce arrived, when he leapt vigorously out of the carriage to go in search of Lyon, and the clerk struggled in vain, Monsieur James dragging him off to the large Café de Normandie, where he entered majestically without removing his hat, reckoning it decidedly provincial to bare his head in a public place. Emma waited 3/4 of an hour for Lyon. At last she ran to his office, and, lost in all kinds of conjecture, accusing him of indifference and reproaching herself for her weakness, she spent the afternoon with her forehead glued to the window pane. The two men were a further 2 hours at table, facing one another. The large room emptied. The stovepipe, in the shape of a palm tree, rounded off its gilded spray against the white ceiling. And close to them, behind a glass partition, in full sun, a little jet of water splashed in a marble basin where amongst cress and asparagus, 3 torpid lobsters stretched themselves out as far as some quails, all piled up on the side. James was reveling in it. Although the sumptuousness of the place intoxicated him even more than its fine fare, the pomade wine was nevertheless exciting his faculties, and when a rum omelette appeared, he set forth some immoral theories about women. What seduced him above all was style. He adored an elegant dress in a nicely furnished drawing room, and as for corporeal qualities, did not abhor the crummy 17 type. Lyon regarded the clock with despair. The apothecary drank, ate, talked. You must, he said all of a sudden, be very cut off in Rouen. Yet your amours do not live far. And, as the other was blushing, come, be frank. Would you deny that, Yonville? The young man stammered. At Madame Bovary's, you are not courting? Who then? The maid. He was not joking, but, vanity outstripping discretion, Lyon, despite himself, cried out. Besides, he only liked dark-haired women. I approve of your taste, said the pharmacist. They are hotter-blooded. And leaning to his friend's ear, he outlined the symptoms by which one could recognize that a woman was hot-blooded. He even launched into an ethnographic digression. The German female was vaporish, the French debauched, the Italian passionate. And negresses? Asked the clerk. An artist's taste, said James. Waiter, 2 small coffees. Are we leaving? Resumed the clerk at last, losing patience. Yes. But before going off, he wanted to see the landlord of the place and offer his congratulations. Then the young man, in order to be alone, alleged he had business to deal with. I shall escort you, said James. And, while walking down the streets with him, he spoke of his wife, of his children, of their future, and of his pharmacy, recounted how much it was on the decline in the past, and the state of perfection to which he had raised it. Arrived in front of the Hôtel de Boulogne, Lyon abruptly left him, scaled the stairs, and found his mistress in a great flutter. At the pharmacist's name, she flew into a passion. He had a heap of good reasons, however. It wasn't his fault. Didn't she know Monsieur James? Could she really believe that he preferred his company? But she turned away. He checked her. And, sinking to his knees, he encircled her waist with both his arms, in a languid pose full of lust and supplication. She was standing. Her large, bright-burning eyes gazed on him gravely and in a fashion that was almost dreadful. Then tears dimmed them. Her rosy eyelids fell. She surrendered her hands, and Lyon was carrying them up to his mouth when a servant appeared, informing Monsieur that he was being asked for below. You'll come back, she said. Yes. But when? Right away. It's a dodge, said the pharmacist on spotting Lyon. I wanted to interrupt what seemed to me to be a bothersome call for you. Let's go to Bridou Place and have a glass of Garris. 19 Lyon swore that he must return to his office. Then the apothecary joked about waste paper and pleadings. So leave off Cujas and Barthol 20 for a bit. What the devil? Who's stopping you? Be a brave fellow. Let's go to Bridou's. You'll see his dog. It's the strangest thing. And as the clerk was still holding out, I shall go too. I'll read a paper while waiting for you, or leaf through a law book. Lyon, stunned by Emma's rage, Monsieur James' prattle, and perhaps the meal's heaviness, stood wavering and as if under the spell of the pharmacist who kept repeating, Let's go to Bridou's. It's just round the corner, Rue Malpalu. Then, through cowardice, through folly, through that unnameable feeling which tempts us into the most repugnant acts, he let himself be conducted to the place. And there they found Bridou in the little courtyard, watching over 3 waiters puffing away as they turned the large wheel of a machine for making seltzer water. James gave them advice. He put his arms around Bridou. They drank Garris. Lyon wanted to leave 20 times, but the other would hold him back by the arm, telling him, I'm off in a jiffy. We'll make for the Rouen Beacon. See those fine gentlemen. I'll present you to Thomas Sin. Nevertheless, the clerk shook him off and ran in one bound to the hotel. Emma was no longer there. She had just left, exasperated. She now detested him. This breaking of his word over the assignation seemed to her a gross insult, and she sought yet further reasons to disengage herself from him. He was incapable of heroism, feeble, commonplace, more spineless than a woman, stingy with it and faint of heart. Then, calming herself down, she concluded by perceiving that she had doubtless slandered him. But the vilifying of those we still love loosens us from them a little. Idols should not be touched. The guilt comes off on the hands. They were reduced to speaking more often of matters that had nothing to do with their love. And, in the letters that Emma sent him, there was mention of flowers, of verses, of the moon and stars, artless expedients of a weakened passion, trying to revive itself by means of any possible outward aid. For the next trip, she would keep promising herself a consummate bliss. then admit to having felt nothing extraordinary. This disappointment was quickly erased by a new hope, and Emma returned to him, yet more inflamed, more eager. She undressed violently, tearing away the slender laces of her corset, which would hiss about her hips like a creeping snake. She would go up on her naked tiptoes to check yet again if the door was properly closed, then slip off all her clothes in a single movement, and, pale, speechlessly, in earnest, she would fall upon his chest with a slow shudder. Yet on this forehead bathed in cold sweat, on these stammering lips, in these wild eyes, in the clasp of these arms, there lay something extreme, vague, and dismal which seemed to lie on to slide between them, cunningly, as if to sunder them. He did not dare ask her questions, but, seeing her so experienced, he told himself that she must have submitted to every test of suffering and pleasure. What charmed him before now faintly scared him, and he rebelled against the absorption, greater each day, of his personality. He begrudged Emma her constant victory. He even strove not to love her. Then, at the creak of her boots, he felt himself waver, like drunkards at the sight of strong drink. She did not fail, it is true, to lavish all sorts of attention on him, from refinements at the dinner table to affectations of dress and languishing looks. In her bosom, she brought roses from Yonville, tossing them in his face, was solicitous about his health, gave him advice on his conduct. And so as to bridle him further, hoping that heaven would take a hand, she hung a virgin medallion around his neck. She asked after his comrades, like a virtuous mother. She told him, "Don't see them, don't go out, think only of us. Love me." She would have liked to watch over his life, and the idea occurred to her to have him followed in the streets. There was always a kind of vagrant near the hotel who accosted travelers and would not refuse. But her pride rebelled. "Ah, too bad. If he's cheating on me, what does it matter? Do I care?" One day, when they had parted from each other at the proper time, and she was returning alone by the boulevard, she noticed the walls of her convent. So she sat on a bench in the elm tree's shade. How calm was back then! How she longed for love's unutterable feelings, striving to conjure them up from books. The first months of her marriage, her rides in the forest, the Vicomte's waltz, and Lagardy's singing, all passed again before her eyes. And Lyon suddenly appeared to her at the same distance as the others. Yet I love him, she told herself. No matter. She wasn't happy, had never been so. From where did it come then? This deficiency of life, this instantaneous decay of everything she leaned upon. But if only somewhere there were a manly and handsome being, valiant by nature, full of both high spirits and breeding, a poet's heart in the guise of an angel, lyres strung with bronze, sounding its elegiac epithalamia to the heavens, why might she not accidentally meet him? Oh, impossible thought. Nothing, anyway, was worth the looking for. Everything lied. Each smile concealed a yawn of tedium. Each joy a curse. Every pleasure its disgust. And the fine kisses left you nothing on the lips but the unequable desire for voluptuousness still more sublime. A metallic rattle dragged itself out on high, and 4 strokes were heard from the convent bell. 4 o'clock, and she felt as though she had been there, on that bench, forever. But an infinity of passions could be contained in a single minute, like a crowd in a small room. Emma lived entirely taken up by her own, and no more concerned herself with money than would an archduchess. Once, nevertheless, a mean-looking man, red-faced and bald, came to her house, professing to have been sent by Monsieur Vincart, of Rouen. He withdrew the pins that fastened the side pocket of his long green riding coat, stuck them in his sleeve, and politely held out a paper. It was a bill for 700 francs, signed by her, and that Leroux, despite all his protestations, had passed over to Vincart. She dispatched her maid to his house. He was unable to come. Then the stranger, who had remained on his feet, casting curious glances right and left that his coarse flaxen eyebrows concealed, asked with an innocent air, "What answer to take to Monsieur Vincart?" "Well," replied Emma, "tell him that I haven't one. It will be there next week." That he wait, yes, until next week. And the fellow went off without another word. But the following day at 12 o'clock, she received a notarist protest for non-payment, and the sight of the stamped paper, where Maitre Hareng, bailiff at Butchie, was displayed several times and in bold letters, affrighted her so much that she ran as fast as she could to the cloth dealer's house. She found him in his shop, tying up a package with string. "Your humble servant," he said. Leroux carried on with his task none the less, helped by a young girl of about 13, a little crook-backed, employed by him as both clerk and cook. Then, smacking his clogs against the shop's floorboards, he led Madame up to the first floor and showed her into a narrow study, where a large desk in pine wood bore up several registers, protected crosswise by a padlocked iron bar. Against the wall, under remnants of printed cotton, could be glimpsed a strong box, but of such dimensions that it must have contained other than bills and money. Monsieur Leroux was, in fact, a pawnbroker, and it was there that he had deposited Madame Bovary's gold chain, with the earrings belonging to poor old Tellier, who, finally forced to sell up, had bought a meager grocery business, where he was dying of his guitar, amidst candles less yellow than his face. Leroux sat down in his large straw-bottomed armchair, saying, "What news?" "Here." And she showed him the paper. "Well, what can I do about it?" Then she flew into a passion, reminding him of the promise he had given not to pass the bills around. He admitted it. "But I was forced on my own behalf. I had the knife at my throat." "And what's going to happen now?" she went on. "Oh, it's very simple. A court verdict, and then the seizure, not a hope." Emma forbore from hitting him. She asked him gently if there was not a way of soothing Monsieur Vincart. Well, yes, soothing Vincart. You scarce know him. Fiercer than an Arab, he is. Yet Monsieur Leroux had to take a hand in this. "Now listen, it seems to me that up until now, I've been rather good to you." And, laying out one of his registers, "Here." Then, moving his finger up the page, let's see. The 3rd of August, 200 francs. On the 17th of June, 150. 23rd of March, 46. In April, he stopped, as though fearing to do something foolish. "And I've not mentioned the bills signed by Monsieur. One for 700 francs, another for 300. As for your petty installments, at interest, those are never-ending. We're in a complete muddle. I'll not take a hand in this any longer." She wept. She even called him good Monsieur Leroux. But he kept falling back on this rascal Vincart. Besides, he had not a centime. Nobody was paying him at present. They were having to shirt off his back. A poor shopkeeper like him could not make advances. Emma held her tongue, and Monsieur Leroux, who was nibbling the vein of a quill, doubtless grew uneasy over her silence, for he resumed, "At least, if one of these days I were to have a few payments, I could—" "What's more," she said, "as soon as Barneville's arrears, what?" And, on being apprised that Langlois had not yet paid up, he seemed most surprised. Then, in honeyed tones, "And we are agreed, you say?" "Oh, whatever you like." So he closed his eyes to reflect, wrote down a few figures, and, declaring that it would be seriously injurious to him, that the matter was shockingly risky, and that he was bleeding himself, he suggested 4 bills of 250 francs, each, payable at monthly intervals. "Provided Vincart chooses to hear me. For the rest, it's agreed. I'm not the trifling sort. I'm as sound as a bell." Then he carelessly showed her several new wares, but not one of which, in his opinion, were worthy of Madame. "When I consider that here's a dress at 7 sous the yard, and certified fast eye, yet they swallow it. We don't tell them what it really is, of course," intending by this admission of roguery towards the others to convince her entirely of his fair dealing. Then he called her back to show her 3 ells of silk lace that he had found recently in an auction. "Isn't it smart?" said Leroux. "They use it a lot these days for the tops of armchairs. It's the fashion." And, quicker than a conjurer, he wrapped the silk lace in blue paper and placed it in Emma's hands. "But if I at least know how—" "Oh, later," he replied, turning on his heels. That very evening, she urged Bovary to write to his mother, so she might speedily send him all the unclaimed inheritance. The mother-in-law replied that she no longer had anything. The settlement was concluded, and there remained to them, other than Barneville, 600 francs a year, that she would send to them promptly. Then Madame dispatched bills to 2 or 3 clients, and Sue made copious use of this means, and successfully. She always took care to add, as a postscript, "Do not mention it to my husband. You know how proud he is. My apologies. Your servant." There were a few complaints. She intercepted them. In order to make herself some money, she set about selling her old gloves, her old hats, the old silver plate, and she haggled rapaciously, her peasant blood urging her to a profit. Then, on her trips to town, she would buy second-hand trifles that Monsieur Leroux, for want of others, would certainly take. She bought herself ostrich feathers, chinaware, and chests. She borrowed from Félicite, from Madame Lefrançois, from the landlady of the Croix Rouge, from everyone, anywhere. With the money she finally received from Barneville, she paid 2 bills. The other 1,500 francs drained away. She committed herself anew, and always in this manner. At times, certainly, she tried to do her sums, but she unearthed doings that were so excessive, she could not believe it. So she began again, fast embroiled herself, walked away from it all, and gave it not another thought. How very sad the house was now. Tradesmen with furious faces were to be seen leaving. There were handkerchiefs drooping from the stoves, and little Berthe, much to the alarm of Madame Hamais, wore stockings with holes in. If Charles, albeit timidly, ventured an observation, she brutally replied that it was not her fault. Why these fits of anger? He let her old nervous illness explain it all. And, after dinner, he walked alone in the garden. He would take little Berthe on his knees and, spreading out his medical journal, try to teach her to read. Soon enough the child, who had never studied, would open her sad eyes wide and start to cry. Then he would comfort her. He would go off to fetch her some water in the watering can to make rivers in the sand, or break branches off the privet bushes to plant trees in the flower beds, which hardly spoilt the garden, all congested as it was with long grass. Lestiboudois was owed so many days' wages. Then the child would feel cold and ask for her mother. "Call your nursemaid," said Charles. "Surely you know, my little one, that your mamma doesn't want us to disturb her." It was the beginning of autumn, and already the leaves were falling, just like 2 years ago, when she was ill. So when would all this be over? And he went on walking, hands behind his back. Madame was in her room. No one went up. She stayed there all day long, in a state of torpor, barely dressed, and from time to time, burning pastilles of harem incense that she had bought in Rouen from an Algerian shop, so as not to have, close to her at night, this spread-eagled and slumbering man. She ended up, by dint of pulling faces, relegating him to the second floor. And right through to the morning, she read lurid books full of orgiastic scenes and blood-soaked plots. Frequently gripped by terror, she would let out a scream. Charles came running. "Oh, go away," she would say. Or at other times, scorched more fiercely by that intimate flame brightened by adultery, panting for breath, aroused, full of desire, she would open her window, suck in the cold air, scatter her too heavy hair in the wind, and, gazing at the stars, long for a prince's love. She thought of him, of Lyon. She would have given anything for a single one of those meetings, sating her as they did. Those were her gala days. She wanted them to be sumptuous, and, whenever he was unable to afford an expense, she made up the difference liberally, something that happened almost every time. He tried to make her understand that they would be just as fine elsewhere, in some more modest hotel, but she found objections. One day, she pulled from her bag 6 little silver gilt spoons. They were Père Rouault's wedding present, begging him to go immediately and take them, on her behalf, to the pawnbroker, and Lyon obeyed, even though he disliked taking this step. He was afraid of compromising himself. Then, on thinking it over, he felt that his mistress was behaving strangely, and that people were perhaps not amiss in wanting to disengage him from her. In fact, someone had sent his mother a long, anonymous letter to warn her that he was going to rack and ruin with a married woman. And straightway the good lady, glimpsing every family's nightmare, that vague and pernicious creature, the siren, the monster which dwells phantasmagorically in love's depths, wrote to his master, Maître de Beausige, who dealt with the matter impeccably. He kept him for 3/4 of an hour, wishing to open his eyes, warn him of the whirlpool. Such an intrigue would harm his business later on. He beseeched him to break off, and, if he would not make this sacrifice in his own interest, that he would at least do it for his de Beausige's sake. Lyon had finally sworn not to see Emma any longer, and he reproached himself for not having kept his word, considering all that this woman might still provoke by way of embarrassment and idle talk, not to mention his comrades' pleasantries, which poured out every morning around the stove. Moreover, he was going to be made senior clerk. Now was the moment to be serious. He was also renouncing the flute and exalted feelings and the imagination, for every bourgeois, in the overexcitement of his youth, if but for a day, a minute, has believed himself capable of immense passions, of lofty undertakings. The most ordinary rake has dreamed of sultans' consorts. Each notary bears within him the remnants of a poet. He grew weary now when Emma, all of a sudden, would sob on his chest, and his heart, like people who can only put up with a certain quantity of music, drowsed indifferently in the tumult of a love whose niceties he could no longer distinguish. They knew each other too well to feel that astonished sense of possession which increases joy 100-fold. She was as tired of him as he was weary of her. Emma found in adultery all the same dullnesses of marriage. But how to get rid of him? Besides, however much she felt humiliated by the sordid nature of such happiness, she held on to it out of habit or depravity, and, each day, she hung on more fiercely, exhausting any bliss by wanting it too vast. She blamed Lyon for her dashed hopes, as if he had betrayed her, and she even wished for a catastrophe to bring about their separation, since she had not the courage to resolve it herself. She carried on writing him love letters none the less, by virtue of this idea, that a woman must always write to her lover. But, as she wrote, she perceived another man, a phantom made up of her most fervid memories, her most beautiful readings, her strongest lusts, and he became so real and approachable that her heart beat wildly over him, wonder-struck, without however being able to imagine him distinctly, so much had he vanished, like a god, under the abundance of his attributes. He dwelt in the blue-tinted country where ladders of silk swing from balconies, under the breath of flowers, in the brightness of the moon. She felt him near her. He was about to come and carry her away entire on a kiss. Then she would fall flat again, shattered, for these bursts of hazy love wore her out more than any grand debauch. She now experienced an incessant and universal ache. Emma would even receive frequent summonses on stamped paper, which she scarcely looked at. She would have liked to stop living or uninterruptedly to sleep. On the middle day of Lent, she did not come back to Yonville. She went in the evening to the mass ball. She put on a pair of felt trousers and red stockings, with a pigtail wig and a single lantern earring. She skipped all night to the furious sound of trombones. They gathered round her in a circle, and in the morning she found herself in the theater's colonnade among 5 or 6 maskers, stevedore-trousered girls and sailors, friends of Lyon, who were talking about going off to eat something. The neighboring cafes were full. In the harbor they spied the most mediocre of restaurants, whose landlord opened a little room for them on the 4th floor. The men whispered in a corner, doubtless consulting on the expenditure. They consisted of a clerk, 2 medical students, and a shop boy. What company for her! As for the women, Emma rapidly perceived by the tone of their voices that almost all must be of the lowest rank. She felt frightened then, withdrew her chair, and lowered her eyes. The others began to eat. She did not eat. She felt her face on fire, her eyelids tingling and an icy cold on her skin. She felt the ballroom floor in her head, rebounding still under the rhythmic pulse of 1,000 dancing feet. Then the smell of the punch, along with the cigar smoke, made her giddy. She swooned. They carried her to the window. Day was breaking, and a great stain of purple was spreading in the pale sky beyond St. Catherine. The livid river shivered in the wind. There was no one on the bridges. The street lamps were going out. She revived nonetheless, and happened to think of Berthe, who was sleeping way over there, in her nursemaid's bedroom. But a wagon full of long strips of iron passed by, hurling a deafening metallic shudder against the walls of the houses. She slipped away brusquely, got rid of her costume, told Lyon that she had to return home, and finally stayed alone at the Hotel de Boulogne. Everything in herself felt insufferable. She would have liked, vanishing like a bird, to be renewed somewhere a great way off in undefiled spaces. She went out, crossed the boulevard, the place Cauchois in the outlying part of town, to an open road that looked down upon gardens. She walked quickly. The fresh air soothed her. And little by little the faces of the crowd, the quadrilles, the chandeliers, the supper, those women, all vanished like blown-away mists. Then, returning to the Croix Rouge, she threw herself on her bed, in a little room on the 2nd floor, where there were images from the Tower of Nesle. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Hivert woke her up. When she got back home, Felicite showed her a gray paper behind the clock. She read, "By order, in execution of a judgment." What judgment? In fact, the previous day they had delivered another paper she knew nothing about. She was just as stupefied by these words. Order in the name of the king, the law and justice, to Madame Bovary. Then, jumping a few lines, she saw, in 24 hours, without any delay, what now? To pay the total sum of 8,000 francs. And, lower down, there was even. She will be constrained thereto by all due course of law, and notably by the seizure of her furniture and effects. What to do? This was within 24 hours. Tomorrow. No doubt Leroux wanted to scare her again, for now at a stroke she guessed at all his schemes, the goal of his panderings. What reassured her was the exaggerating of the amount. Yet by dint of buying, not settling, borrowing, signing bills, then renewing bills, which rose at each new date of payment, she had ended up providing a capital for Monsieur Leroux, which he was impatiently awaiting for his speculations. She called on him with a free and easy manner. "Do you know what has happened to me? It's a joke, no doubt." "No, how so?" He slowly turned, crossed his arms, and said to her, "Do you think, my little lady, that I would be your supplier and banker until the end of the world, for goodness sake? I do have to recover what I lay out, let's be fair." She protested about the debt. "Ah, too bad. The court has upheld it. Judgment has been given and served on you. Besides, it's not me, it's Vincart. Could you not? Oh, nothing at all. But, still, let us be reasonable." And she searched out every excuse. She had had no idea. It was a surprise. "Whose fault is it?" said Leroux, bowing ironically to her. "While I, for my part, am working away like the devil, you're having yourself a fine time. No lectures, now. It never does any harm," he replied. She played the coward, she implored him, and she even pressed her pretty, slender white hand upon the dealer's lap. "Now leave me be. Anyone would think you wanted to seduce me. You're a wretch," she cried. "Oh, how you do go on," he answered with a laugh. "I shall make it known what you are. I will tell my husband. Well, and I will show him something in turn, this husband of yours." And Leroux took out from his strong box the receipt for 1,800 francs that she had given him at the time of the Vincart discount. "Do you think," he added, "that he won't make out your little theft, this poor dear man?" She sank back, fell more surely than if she had been hit by a bludgeon. He walked from the window to the desk, all the while repeating, "Ah, I will show him all right. I will show him all right. Then he drew nearer to her, and in a gentle voice, "It's not amusing, I know. No one's died, everything considered, and since it's the only way remaining for you to repay my money." "But where shall I ever find it?" said Emma, twisting her arms about. "Oh, fiddlesticks, when you have friends as you do." And he looked at her in such a shrewd and terrible manner that she shuddered to the very core. "I promise you," she said, "I shall sign. I've had enough of your signatures. I will sell some more." "Nonsense," he said with a shrug. "You have nothing left." And he shouted through the spy hole that opened onto the shop, "Annette, don't forget the 3 off-cuts for number 14. The servant appeared. Emma understood and asked what in the way of money was needed to stop all the suits. "It's too late. But if I brought you several thousand francs, a quarter of the amount, a third?" "No, a waste of time." He pushed her gently towards the stairs. "I entreat you, Monsieur Leroux, just a few more days." She sobbed. Well, tears. "You're driving me to despair." "What do I care for that?" he said, closing the door. She was stoical. The next day, when Maître Hareng, the bailiff, accompanied by 2 witnesses, called on her to conduct the inventory for the seizure. They started with Bovary's consulting room and did not record the phrenological skull, which was considered a tool of his profession. But in the kitchen they counted the plates, the cooking pots, the chairs, the candlesticks, and, in her bedroom, all the knickknacks on the shelves. They scrutinized her dresses, the linen, the dressing room. And her existence, down to her most intimate secret recesses, was like a corpse at an autopsy, laid out at full length under the gaze of these 3 men. Maître Hareng, buttoned up in a thin black coat, with a white cravat, and sporting extremely taut footstraps, kept repeating from time to time, "May I, madam? May I?" Often, he would exclaim, "Charming, most pretty." Then he would start writing again, dipping his quill in the horn ink pot that he held in his left hand. When they had finished with the rooms, they went up to the attic. It had to be opened. "Ah, a correspondence," said Maître Hareng with a discreet smile. "But allow me, as I must make certain that the box does not contain anything else." And he tilted the papers, just slightly, as if to make Napoleons drop out of them. Then she was seized with indignation on seeing that plump hand, with its flabby red fingers like slugs, settle on those pages where her heart had throbbed. They left at last. Félicite came back. She had been sent as a lookout to divert Bovary, and they briskly installed the bailiff's man under the roof, where he swore to stay put. Charles appeared anxious to her during the evening. Emma kept watching him with a look full of distress, fancying she could read accusations in the lines of his face. Then, when her eyes returned to the chimney-piece protected by Chinese fire screens, to the broad curtains, to the armchairs, in short to all those things that had sweetened her life's bitterness, she was seized by remorse, or rather by an immense regret, and which, far from quelling her passion, inflamed it. Charles placidly poked the fire, his feet on the fire-dogs. A moment came when the bailiff's man, no doubt growing bored in his hiding place, made a little noise. "Is someone walking about up there?" "No," she replied. "It's an attic window left open that the wind is rattling." She left for Rouen the Sunday after, in order to call on all the bankers whose names she knew. They were in the country or traveling. She would not be disheartened, and from those she did manage to meet, she requested money, protesting that she needed some, that she would pay it back. Several laughed in her face. All refused. At 2 o'clock, she ran to Lyon's house, knocked on his door. It was not opened. At last he appeared. "What brings you? Am I bothering you?" "No, but—" And he admitted that the landlord did not like anyone entertaining women. "I need to talk to you about something," she went on. So he reached for his key. She stopped him. "No, over there, at our place." And they went up to their room at the Hôtel de Boulogne. She drank a big glass of water on arriving. She was very pale. She said to him, "Lyon, you're going to do something for me." And, shaking him by both hands, squeezing them tightly, she added, "Listen, I need 8,000 francs. "But you're mad." "Not yet." And, straightway, recounting to him the business of the seizure, she laid bare her financial distress. For Charles was ignorant of it all. Her mother-in-law hated her. Père Rouault could do nothing, but Lyon, for his part, could set about finding this absolutely essential sum. "How do you want me to—" "What a coward you are." Then he said stupidly, "You're overstating the mischief. Perhaps with 1,000 crowns your gentleman would calm down." Yet another reason to do something. It was impossible not to secure 3,000 francs. Moreover, Lyon could pledge himself in place of her. "Go on. Try. You must. Run. Oh, do your best. Do your best. I will love you so much." He went out, came back after an hour, and said with a solemn face, "I've called on 3 people in vain." Then they stayed seated opposite each other, either side of the fireplace, motionless, without speaking. Emma was shrugging her shoulders as she stamped her foot. He heard her murmuring, "If I were in your place, I would certainly find some." "Where then?" "At your office." and she looked at him. A diabolical boldness escaped from her blazing eyes, and the lids narrowed in a lewd and inciting way. So much so that the young man felt himself weakening under the mute will of this woman who was counseling him to commit a crime. Then he felt frightened, and, to avoid any elucidation, he struck his forehead and cried out, "Morel must be returning tonight. He won't refuse me, I hope." This was one of his friends, the son of an extremely rich merchant. "And I shall bring it along tomorrow," he added. Emma did not seem to welcome this hope with as much joy as he had imagined. Did she suspect the lie? Blushing, he went on, "However, if you don't see me at 3 o'clock, don't wait for me, my beloved. I must be off. Farewell." He took her hand, but it felt completely inert. Emma no longer had the strength to feel anything. 4 o'clock rang out, and she got up to return to Yonville, obeying the impulse of habit like an automaton. It was fine weather, one of those clear, sharp March days when the sun gleams in an all-white sky. The Rouenas in their Sunday best were strolling with a happy air. She reached the cathedral square. They were coming out of Vespers. The crowd flowed out by the 3 portals, like a river by the 3 arches of a bridge, and in the middle, more motionless than a rock, stood the beadle. Then she recalled that day when, all anxious and full of hope, she had entered in under this great nave which extended before her less abyssal than her love. And she continued walking, weeping under her veil, dizzy, tottering, near swooning. "Look out!" cried a voice coming out from a carriage gateway as it opened. She stopped to let a black horse go by that was pawing the ground between the shafts of a tilbury driven by a gentleman in sable fur. Now who was it? She knew him. The carriage shot forth and disappeared. But it was him, the Vicomte. She turned round. The street was deserted, and she was so dejected, so sad, that she leaned against a wall so as not to fall. Then she thought she had been mistaken. Besides, she had no idea. Everything was deserting her, within and without. She felt cast away, wandering at random in undefinable depths, and it was almost with joy that she glimpsed, on arriving at the Croix Rouge, that good James surveying the loading onto the Hirondelle of a large box full of pharmaceutical supplies. He was holding in his hand, wrapped in a silk handkerchief, 6 cheminots for his wife. Madame James loved these heavy, turban-shaped rolls that are eaten at Lent with salted butter. Last specimen of the Gothic diet, perhaps going back to the Crusades, and with which the robust Normans filled themselves up in former times, thinking they could see upon the table, by the glimmer of yellow torches, between the jugs of aromatic wine and the gigantic hunks of pork, the heads of Saracens ready to be devoured. The apothecary's wife crunched them as they had done, heroically, despite her terrible teeth, and every time Monsieur James made the trip to town, he never failed to bring some back for her, always buying them at the main producer in Rue Massacre. "Charmed to see you," he said, offering Emma his hand to help her up into the Hirondelle. Then he hung the cheminots on the netting straps, and remained bareheaded and with arms folded, in a thoughtful and Napoleonic posture. But when the blind man appeared as usual at the bottom of the hill, he shouted, "I do not understand why the authorities go on tolerating such disreputable traits. We should shut these unfortunates up, get them to do some sort of forced labor. Progress, upon my word, proceeds at a snail's pace. We're floundering about in complete barbarism." The blind man held out his hat, which tossed about alongside the door, like an unnailed portion of the upholstery. "There we are," said the pharmacist, "a scrofulous affection." And although he knew this poor devil, he pretended to see him for the first time, murmured the words cornea, opaque cornea, sclerotic, facies, then asked him in a fatherly tone, "Have you had this dreadful infirmity for a long time, my friend? Instead of making yourself tipsy in the tavern, you do better following a diet." He urged him to buy good wine, good beer, good roast meat. The blind man went on with his song. He seemed, anyway, almost imbecilic. At last, Monsieur James opened his purse. "Look, here's a sou. Give me back 2 liards, and don't forget my recommendations. You will find them beneficial." Hivert took the liberty of expressing aloud some doubt as to their virtue. But the apothecary assured him that he would cure the fellow himself with an anti-inflammatory salve of his own composition, and he gave his address, Monsieur James, near the market house, well enough known. "And now, for our trouble," said Hivert, "you're going to show us your act." The blind man sank down onto his knees, and, with head thrown back, rolling his greenish eyes and sticking out his tongue, he rubbed his belly with both hands, while he let out a sort of muffled howl like a famished hound. Emma, seized with disgust, flung him a 5-franc piece over her shoulder. It was her entire fortune. It seemed to her glorious to cast it away thus. The vehicle had set off again, when, suddenly, Monsieur James leaned out beyond the carriage blind and shouted, "Nothing farinaceous nor dairy, where we'll next to the skin and expose the diseased parts to the smoke of juniper berries." The sight of familiar things passing before her eyes averted Emma bit by bit from her present grief. An unbearable weariness overwhelmed her, and she arrived home stupefied, disheartened, all but asleep. Come what may, she said to herself. And then, who knows? Why might some extraordinary event not arise at any moment? Leroux could even die. At 9 o'clock in the morning, she was woken by the sound of voices in the square. There was a mob around the market house, reading a large bill pasted on one of the pillars, and she saw Justin, who stepped up onto a spur stone and tore down the bill. But at that moment, the village guard collared him. Monsieur Hames emerged from the pharmacy, and Meryl Francois seemed to be holding forth in the middle of the crowd. Madame, cried out Felicite as she came in. It's abominable. And the poor girl, upset, handed her a yellow piece of paper that she had just torn from the door. Emma read in a flash that all her personal chattels were for sale. Then they gazed at each other in silence. Servant and mistress, they had no secrets between them. At last Felicite sighed. If I were you, madam, I would call on Monsieur Guillemot. You think so? Yes, go along. You do well to. She changed, put on her black dress with her hooded gown beaded with jet. And so that no one would see her, there were always a lot of people in the square. She skirted the village by the river path. She arrived completely out of breath in front of the notary's railing. The sky was overcast, and there was a touch of snow. At the sound of the bell, Theodore, in a red waistcoat, appeared on the steps. He came to let her in almost familiarly, as though for an acquaintance, and showed her into the dining room. A large porcelain stove hummed beneath a cactus filling the niche, and in frames of black wood, against the oak-colored wallpaper, there was Steuben's Esmeralda, with Potiphar by Scopin .21 the laid table, 2 silver chafing dishes, the crystal doorknobs, the parquet, and the furniture, all shown with a meticulous English cleanliness. The panes were embellished at each corner with colored glass. Here's the sort of dining room, thought Emma, that I ought to have. The notary came in, left arm clasping his palm-patterned dressing gown against his body, while the other hand raised and briskly lowered his brown felt cap, affectedly set on the right side, where the ends of 3 blonde locks dangled, drawn from the back of the head and around his bald skull. After he had proffered a seat, he sat down to dine, all the while profusely apologizing for the incivility. Monsieur, she said, I beg you. For what, madam? I'm listening. She began to reveal her situation to him. Maitre Guillemot knew all about it, being secretly connected with the cloth merchant, with whom he always found capital for mortgage loans that he was asked to contract. Therefore, he knew, and better than she did, the long story of these bills, trifling at first, bearing various names as endorsers, payable at long intervals and continually renewed, up to the day when, gathering together all the protests for non-payment, the merchant had charged his friend Vincart to instigate the necessary proceedings in his own name, not wanting to play the tiger amongst his fellow citizens. She mingled her account with recriminations against Leroux, recriminations to which the notary responded from time to time with insignificant comments. Eating his cutlet and drinking his tea, he lowered his chin into his sky-blue cravat, pricked by 2 diamond pins linked by a little gold chain, and he smiled a peculiar smile, insipidly sweet and ambiguous. But perceiving that she had wet feet, come nearer to the stove, now higher against the porcelain, she was afraid of dirtying it. The notary answered in a gallant tone, Nothing is spoilt by beauty. So she tried to touch his feelings, and, growing emotional herself, she recounted to him the straightness of her domestic economy, her pains, her needs. He understood this, a fashionable lady, and, without breaking off from his meal, he turned fully towards her, so that his knee lightly grazed her little boot, whose sole curved back as it steamed against the stove. But, when she asked him for 1,000 crowns, he pursed his lips, then declared himself most grieved not to have had the management of her fortune in times past, for there were 100 extremely convenient ways, even for a married woman, to make the most of her money. It would have been possible, either in the turf pit of Grumsnil or the Haverplatz, to venture some excellent speculations with a near certainty of success, and he let her be consumed with rage at the idea of the fantastic sums she would most probably have made. How was it, he went on, that you did not call on me? I'm not sure, she said. Why? Do I frighten you then? On the contrary, it is I who should be complaining. We scarcely know one another, yet I am devoted to you. You no longer doubt it, I hope? He held out his hand, seized hers, covered it with ravenous kisses, then kept it on his knee, and he delicately dabbled with her fingers, all the while talking blandishments to her by the thousand. His insipid voice murmured, like a stream gliding past. A spark flashed from his eye through the gleam of his spectacles, and his hands advanced into Emma's sleeve to examine her arm. She felt the puff of a panting breath against her cheek. This man was bothering her horribly. She leapt to her feet and said to him, Monsieur, I am waiting. What for? Said the notary, who grew extremely pale all of a sudden. That money. but then giving in to the eruption of an overpowering desire. Was. He was crawling on his knees towards her, without regard for his dressing gown. For mercy's sake, stay. I love you. He clasped her about the waist. A tide of crimson surged swiftly over Madame Bovary's face. She drew back with a terrible look, shouting, "You are taking shameless advantage of my distress, monsieur. I am to be pitied, but not to be sold." And she left. The notary remained decidedly stupefied, eyes fixed on his handsome needlework slippers. They were a love token. This sight finally consoled him. In addition to which, he considered that such an adventure would have drawn him in too far. What a wretch! What a blackguard! What ignominy! She said to herself, dashing away beneath the aspens by the road. The disappointment of failure strengthened the indignation of outraged modesty. It seemed to her that Providence was implacable in its pursuit of her, and self-worth appreciating with pride. Never had she held herself in so much esteem, nor others in so much contempt. Something warlike was enrapturing her. She would have liked to batter the race of men, to spit in their faces, pulverize them all, and she continued to walk speedily onward, pale, quivering, enraged, ferreting the empty horizon with tearful eyes, and as if relishing the hatred which choked her. When she caught sight of her house, a torpor took hold. She could not go on any more, yet she must. Besides, where flee? Felicite was waiting for her at the door. "Well, no," said Emma, and, for a quarter of an hour, the two of them considered the various people in Yonville prepared perhaps to come to her aid. But each time Felicite named someone, Emma replied, "Is it likely? They wouldn't want to, and monsieur on his way home. I know. Leave me on my own." She had tried everything. There was nothing more to do now. And so, when Charles appeared, she would say to him, "Step back. This carpet you tread is no longer yours. Of your house, you do not have a stick of furniture, a pin, a straw, and it is I who have ruined you, poor man." So there would be a great sobbing, then he would cry a great deal, and at length, the surprise over, he would forgive her. "Yes," she murmured as she ground her teeth. "He'll forgive me, the one who has not millions enough to offer me that I might pardon him for having known me. Never, never." It was exasperating, this notion of Bovary's superiority over her. Then, whether she confessed or did not confess, presently, soon, tomorrow, he would not know any the less of the catastrophe. So she must await this horrible scene and suffer the burden of his magnanimity. She felt a desire to go back to Larue's. To what end? To write to her father. It was too late, and perhaps she would now rue not having yielded to that other, when she heard a horse's trot on the path. It was him. He was opening the gate. He was paler than the plaster wall. Leaping down the stairs, she made her escape smartly by the square, and the mayor's wife, who was chatting in front of the church with Lestiboudois, saw her go into the tax-gatherer's house. She ran to tell Madame Karen. These two ladies went up into the attic, and hidden by laundry spread out on poles, stationed themselves conveniently to see full into Binet's home. He was alone, in his garret, in the process of imitating, in wood, one of those indescribable ivories, made up of crescents, spheres hollowed from one another, the whole as straight as an obelisk, and of no earthly use. And he was attacking the last piece. The end was in sight. In the workshop's half-light, the flaxen dust flew from his lathe like a tuft of sparks under the shod hooves of a galloping horse. The two wheels were turning, were humming. Binet was smiling, chin lowered, nostrils flared, and seemed lost at last in one of those perfect joys, doubtless belonging only to mediocre occupations, that tickle the intelligence through simple difficulties, and satisfy it with an accomplishment beyond which there is nothing to dream. "Ah, there she is," said Madame Tuvache. But it was scarcely possible, on account of the lathe, to hear what she was saying. At last, these ladies thought they could make out the word francs, and Mère Tuvache whispered very low, "She's begging him in order to get a deferment of her tax payments." "On the surface," replied the other. They saw her walking up and down, inspecting the napkin rings, the candlesticks, the baluster knobs against the walls, while Binet stroked his beard in satisfaction. "Might she have come to order something?" said Madame Tuvache. "But he doesn't sell anything," her neighbor objected. The tax-gatherer looked to be listening, though with wide eyes, as if he did not understand. She went on in a tender, beseeching manner. She drew nearer. Her breast heaved. They were no longer talking. "Is she making advances to him?" said Madame Tuvache. Binet was red up to the ears. She clasped his hands. "Oh, that's too much." And without question, she was offering him something disgusting. For the tax-gatherer, he was valiant. All the same, he had fought at Botzen and at Lutzen. He had served in the French campaign, and had even been recommended for a medal. All of a sudden, as at the sight of the snake, drew well away, shouting, "Madame, what are you thinking of? Women like that should be horsewhipped," said Madame Tuvache. "Where is she now?" resumed Madame Karen, for she had disappeared during these words. Then, glimpsing her, as she threaded her way up the Grande Rue and turned right as though to reach the cemetery. They lost themselves in conjecture. Marie Rollet, she said on her arrival at the wet nurse. I'm choking. Unlace me. She fell upon the bed. She sobbed. Mayor Rollet covered her with a petticoat and remained standing near her. Then, as she did not reply, the good woman moved away, took up her wheel, and began to spin flax. Oh, have done, she murmured, believing she could hear Benet's lathe. What's bothering her? The wet nurse asked herself. Why has she come here? She had hastened there, driven by a sort of dread that banished her from home. Lying on her back, motionless and with unblinking eyes, she discerned things vaguely, even though she gave them her attention with an idiot persistence. She studied the walls peeling flakes, 2 firebrands smoking end to end, and a long spider crawling above her head in the cleft of a beam. At last she gathered her ideas together. She remembered, one day with Lyon, oh, how far away it was. The sun shone on the river, and the scent of clematis hung sweet. Then, swept away by her memories, as by a bubbling torrent, she soon came to recall the previous day. What time is it? She asked. Mayor Rollet went out, raised the fingers of her right hand up towards where the sky was clearest, and slowly came back in, saying, 3 o'clock, shortly. Oh, thank you. Thank you. For he was going to come. It was certain. He would have found the money. But he would perhaps go over there, not doubting she was there, and she bid the wet nurse to run to her house and fetch him. Hurry. But, my dear lady, I'm going. She was amazed now that she had not thought of him straight away. Yesterday, he had given his word he would not fail, and she saw herself already at Leroux's house, spreading out the 3 banknotes on his desk. Then she would have to invent a story to explain things to Bovary. Which one? Yet the wet nurse was a long time coming back. But, as there was no clock in the thatched cottage, Emma feared she was perhaps exaggerating the length of time. She began to walk around the garden, a step at a time. She went along the hedge-side path, and turned back smartly, hoping that the good woman would have returned by another route. Finally, weary of waiting, assailed by suspicions that she beat back, no longer knowing whether she had been there for a century or a minute, she sat in a corner and closed her eyes, blocked her ears. The gate creaked. She leapt up. Before she had spoken, Mayor Rollet said to her, There's no one at your house. What? Oh, no one. And the master's crying. He's calling for you. They're looking for you. Emma said nothing in reply. She was panting, rolling her eyes all about her, while the peasant woman, frightened by her face, stepped back instinctively, believing her to be mad. All of a sudden she slapped her brow, let out a cry, for the memory of Rodolphe, like a great flash of lightning on a gloomy night, had slipped into her mind. He was so good, so nice, so generous. And, what is more, if he should hesitate to do her this service, she would know how to compel him into it by calling up their lost love at a single glance. So she left for La Huchette, not perceiving that she was rushing to yield to what had so greatly incensed her a little while ago, nor suspecting herself in the slightest of this prostitution. Madame Bovary Ⅷ walking along she asked herself, What shall I say? How shall I begin? And according as she advanced, she recognized the bushes, the trees, the sea rushes on the hill, the chateau over there. She found herself returned to the sensations of her first tender love, and her poor flattened heart swelled lovingly. A warm wind blew against her face. The snow, melting, fell drop by drop from the buds onto the grass. She entered, as in former times, by the park's little door, then reached the main courtyard, lined by a double row of bushy lindens. They waved their long branches, hissing. All the kennelled dogs barked, and the explosion of their baying resounded without anyone appearing. She climbed the broad, straight, wooden balustered staircase that led to the corridor paved with dusty flagstones onto which several bedrooms opened in a row, as in a monastery or an inn. This was right at the end, furthest off to the left. When she came to place her fingers on the lock, her strength unexpectedly forsook her. She was fearful that he might not be there, all but desired it, and yet this was her only hope, the last chance of salvation. She collected herself for a moment, and, tempering her courage in the consciousness of present necessity, she went in. He was in front of the fire, both feet on the mantelpiece, smoking his pipe. Well, it's you, he said, abruptly starting up. Yes, it's me. I would like to ask you, Rodolphe, for a bit of advice. And, despite all her efforts, it proved impossible for her to open her lips. You haven't changed. You are still charming. Oh, she answered bitterly. Those are sad charms, my friend, seeing how you have scorned them. Then he entered upon an explanation of his conduct, excusing himself in vague terms, for want of being able to invent better ones. She let herself be carried away by his words, yet more by his voice and by the sight of his person, so much so that she pretended to believe, or perhaps did believe, in the pretext for their rupture. It was a secret on which the honor and even the life of a third person depended. Never mind, she said, looking at him sadly. I have suffered so. He replied in a philosophical tone. Life is like that. Has it? Replied Emma. At least been good to you since our separation? Oh, neither good nor bad. It would perhaps have been better never to have left each other. Yes, perhaps. You think so? She said, drawing nearer. And she sighed. Oh, Rodolphe, if you knew, I love you very much. It was then that she took his hand, and they remained a little while with fingers entwined, as on the first day, at the agricultural show. Out of a residue of pride, 22, he floundered under the emotion. But, collapsing against his chest, she said to him, How do you want me to live without you? Happiness can't be broken like a habit. I was in despair. I thought I would die. I'll tell you all about it, you'll see. And you ran away from me. Because for 3 years, he had studiously avoided her, in consequence of that natural cowardice by which the stronger sex is characterized, and Emma went on with pretty movements of the head, more wheedling than a loving cat. You love others, admitted. Oh, I understand them, agreed. I forgive them. You'll have seduced them, as you seduced me. You're a man. You have all that's needed to make you beloved. But we'll begin again, shan't we? We will love one another. Hey, I'm laughing. I'm happy. Speak then. And she was ravishing to see, with her gaze in which a tear quivered, like the rain from a storm in a blue flower cup. He drew her onto his knees, and with the back of his hand he stroked her smooth bandeaus, where in the light of dusk, a last ray of sun shimmered like a golden arrow. She inclined her brow. He finished by kissing her on the eyelids, very gently, with a brush of his lips. But you've been crying, he said. Why? She burst into sobs. Rodolphe thought it was the bursting of her love. As she said nothing, he took this silence for a final modesty, and so he cried out, Ah, forgive me. You're the only one who pleases me. I've been idiotic and wicked. I love you. I shall love you forever. What's the matter with you? Tell me now. He knelt down. Well, I am ruined. Rodolphe, you're going to lend me 3,000 francs. But, he said, getting to his feet by degrees, while his face took on a solemn expression. You know, she speedily continued, that my husband placed his entire fortune with a notary. He ran away. We took out loans. The clients were not paying. The settlement is not done. However, we will have something later. But today, for want of 3,000 francs, they're going to seize our goods. It is happening now at this very instant. And counting on your friendship, I have come. Ah, thought Rodolphe, growing very pale all of a sudden. That's why she has come. Finally, he said with an air of great calm, I don't have it, dear lady. He was not lying. Had he had it, he would doubtless have given it to her, even though it was generally disagreeable to carry out such fine deeds. A demand for money, of all the squalls that fall upon love, being the coldest and the most uprooting. At first she stayed staring at him for some minutes. You don't have it. Several times she repeated, You don't have it. I might have spared myself this final shame. You've never loved me. You are no better than the others. She was giving herself away. She was growing confused. Rodolphe interrupted her, maintaining that he was somewhat short of cash himself. Oh, I pity you, said Emma. Yes, so very much. And her eyes fastening on an elaborately embossed musket glittering in the armor display. But when someone's poor, he does not invest money in the butt end of his gun. He does not buy an ornamental clock with tortoise-shell inlays, she went on, indicating the buhl clock, nor silver gilt whistles for his whips. She touched them, nor charms for his watch. Oh, he lacked for nothing, even a liquor frame in his bedroom. For you love yourself, you live well, you have a chateau, farms, woods, you hunt with the hounds, you take trips to Paris. Well, when all it is that, she cried, seizing his sleeve buttons from the chimney piece, but the least of these baubles, money can be got from it. Oh, I don't want any. Keep them. And she hurled the 2 buttons a fair distance, so that the gold chain between them snapped on hitting the wall. But as for me, I would have given you everything, would have sold everything, would have labored with my hands, would have begged in the streets for a smile, for a glance, to hear you say, thank you. And you stay there calmly in your armchair, as if you haven't already made me suffer enough. Without you, as well you know, I could have lived quite happily. Who forced you into it? Was it a wager? Yet you loved me. You said so yourself. And again just now? Ah, it would have been better to drive me away. My hands are warm from your kisses, and there's the very spot, on the carpet, where you fell at my feet and swore everlasting love. You made me believe it. For 2 years you dragged me along in the sweetest and most magnificent dream. Well, our plans to travel, do you remember? Oh, your letter. It tore my heart apart. And then, when I come back to him, he being rich, happy, free, to implore the kind of help that anyone would have given, beseeching and yielding him all my tender love, he spurns me because that would cost him 3,000 francs. I don't have it, replied Rodolphe in that perfect calm with which a resigned fury masks itself, as though behind shield. She left. The walls shook, the ceiling bore down on her, and she passed again by the long alley, tripping up on the piles of dead leaves that the wind was scattering. At last she arrived at the ha-ha before the gate. She broke her nails on the lock. She was in such haste to open it. Then 100 paces further on, out of breath, near collapse, she stopped. And so, turning round, she saw once again the impassive chateau, with the park, the gardens, the 3 courtyards, and all the windows of the facade. She remained lost in a stupor, and had no more consciousness of herself than through the throb of her arteries, thinking she could hear it burst forth like a deafening music that filled the countryside. The earth under her feet was softer than a wave, and the furrows appeared to her as immense brown billows, unfurling. All that was in her head, those reminiscences, ideas, broke loose at once, in a single leap, like the 1,000 parts in a firework. She saw her father, Leroux's study, their bedroom over there, another landscape. Madness seized her. She grew scared, and managed to recover herself, in truth confusedly, for she could not remember the reason for her horrible state, that is to say the question of money. She suffered only from her love, and felt her soul abandoning her through this memory, as the wounded, in the pangs of death, feel life slipping away through their bleeding hurt. The night was falling, crows took wing. It seemed all of a sudden that little fire-colored globes were bursting in the air like explosive shot flattening out, and were reeling round, eventually to melt on the snow between the branches of the trees. In the middle of each one, Rodolphe's face would appear. They multiplied, and they came closer, penetrated her. Everything vanished. She recognized the lights of houses, beaming from afar in the fog. And, like an abyss, her situation appeared before her. She was panting sufficient to rupture her chest. Then, in an heroic delirium that turned her almost joyous, she ran down the hill, crossed the cattle board, the path, the alley, the market house, and arrived in front of the pharmacist's shop. No one was around. She was about to enter, but at the sound of the bell, someone could come, and, creeping in by the gate, holding her breath, feeling the walls, she made it up to the threshold of the kitchen, where a candle burned on the stove. Justin, in shirt sleeves, was carrying a dish. Ah, they're at dinner. Let's wait. He returned. She knocked on glass. He came out. The key, the one high up where the what? And he stared at her, completely astonished by the pallor of her face, which stood out against the night's blackness beyond. She appeared extraordinarily beautiful to him, and as majestic as a phantom. Without understanding what she wanted, he had a presentiment of something terrible. But she continued eagerly, in a low voice, with a sweet, deliquescent voice. I want it. Give it to me. As the wall was thin, you could hear the clicking of forks on the plates in the dining room. She pretended that she had to kill the rats that stopped her sleeping. I must inform monsieur. No, stay. Then, with an air of indifference. Well, it's not worth it. I'll tell him presently. Come, light my way. She entered the corridor, onto which the laboratory door opened. On the wall there was a key, labeled Capernaum. Justin, roared the apothecary, growing impatient. Coming up, and he followed her. The key turned in the lock, and she went straight to the 3rd shelf. So well did her memory guide her, seized a blue jar, tore the stopper out, thrust her hand inside, and, withdrawing it full of a white powder, she began to eat then and there. Stop, he shouted, throwing himself upon her. Hush, they'll come. He grew desperate, wanted to call out. Say nothing about this. It will all be laid at your master's door. Then she went back home, unexpectedly soothed, and in the near serenity of a duty fulfilled. When Charles, thrown into confusion by the news of the seizure, had returned to the house, Emma had just left. Where could she be? He sent Felicite to Homais' house, Monsieur Tuvash's house, Leroux's house, to the Lion d'Or, everywhere, and in the pauses of his anguish he saw his respectability destroyed, their fortune lost, Bert's future shattered. From what cause? Not a word. He waited until 6 o'clock in the evening. Finally, able to hold out no longer, and imagining that she had left for Rouen, he went out onto the highway, walked 1.5 miles, met no one, waited some more, and returned. She was back. What was the matter? Why? Will you tell me? She sat down at her writing table, and wrote a letter that she slowly sealed, adding the day's date and the hour. Then she said in a solemn tone, You will read it tomorrow. From now until then, I beg you, do not address a single question to me. No, not one. But oh, leave me alone. And she lay down full length on her bed. An acrid taste that she could sense in her mouth woke her up. She caught sight of Charles and closed her eyes again. She watched herself closely and carefully to discern whether she was suffering pain. But no, nothing yet. She could hear the beat of the clock, the crackle of the fire, and Charles, standing near her bed, breathing. Oh, it's really nothing much, death, she thought. I'll go to sleep, and it will all be over. She drank a mouthful of water and turned to the wall. This horrible taste of ink continued. I'm thirsty. Oh, I'm really thirsty, she sighed. What is the matter with you? Said Charles, holding out a glass for her. It's nothing. Open the window. I am choking. And she was taken with a fit of nausea so sudden that she hardly had time to grab hold of her handkerchief under the pillow. Take it away, she said sharply. Throw it away. He asked her questions. She did not answer. She stayed stock still, for fear that the least disturbance might make her vomit. Nevertheless, she felt an icy cold rising from her feet to her heart. Ah, now it's beginning, she murmured. What did you say? She rolled her head with a gentle movement full of anguish, while at the same time continually opening her jaws, as if she were carrying something very heavy on her tongue. At 8 o'clock, the vomitings came back. Charles observed that at the bottom of the basin there was a sort of white grit stuck to the inner sides of the porcelain. It's extraordinary, it's peculiar, he repeated, but she said in a loud voice, No, you're mistaken. Then, delicately and all but caressing her, he passed his hand over her stomach. She let forth a shrill scream. He retreated, utterly appalled. Then she began to moan, feebly at first. A great shuddering rocked her shoulders, and she became paler than the sheet in which her tensed fingers were buried. Her pulse, become irregular, was almost imperceptible now. Drops oozed over her bluish face that seemed frozen with the exhalation of a metallic vapor. Her teeth chattered, her widened eyes gazed vaguely about her, and to every question she would only answer by shaking her head. She even smiled 2 or 3 times. Little by little, her moans grew louder. A muffled howl escaped her. She maintained that she was feeling better and would get up by and by. But the convulsions took hold. She shouted out, Ah, it's dreadful, my God. He fell upon his knees against her bed. Speak. What have you eaten? Answer, in heaven's name. And he looked at her with eyes of tender lovingness, such as she had never seen. Oh, well, there, she said in a faltering voice. He leapt to the writing desk, broke the seal, and read out loud. No one is to blame. He stopped, passed his hand over his eyes, and read over it again. What? Oh, help, help. And he could only repeat this word. Poisoned, poisoned. Felicite ran to Homai's house, who shouted it out in the square. Madame Lefrancois heard it at the lion door. Several people got out of bed to tell their neighbors, and all night the village was on the alert. Desperate, stammering, near collapse, Charles paced round and round in the bedroom. He knocked against the furniture, tore his hair out, and the pharmacist would never have believed such a frightful sight possible. He went back home to write to Monsieur Kennevet and to Dr. Lariviere. He was out of his wits. He got through more than 15 drafts. Hippolyte set off for Neuchâtel, and Justin pressed Bovary's horse so hard that he left it on the hill at Bois Guillaume, badly lamed and 3/4 done for. Charles wanted to leaf through his medical dictionary. He could not see it. The words danced. Calm down, said the apothecary. The question is simply to administer some powerful antidote. What is the poison? Charles showed the letter. It was arsenic. Right then, Homais said, We must make an analysis. For he knew that one must, in all cases of poisoning, make an analysis, and the other, not understanding, replied, Ah, make it, save her. Then, returning to her side, he sank down onto the carpet, and he stayed with his head leaning on the side of her bed, sobbing. Don't cry, she told him. Soon I'll torment you no longer. Why? What drove you to it? She replied, It had to be done, my dear. Weren't you happy? Is it my fault? Yet I did everything I could. Yes, that's true, you are good. And she ran her hand through his hair, slowly. The sweet pleasure of this sensation overburdened his sadness. He felt his entire being collapse in despair at the idea that he must lose her, when, on the contrary, she was acknowledging more love for him than ever. And he could think of nothing, did not dare to, the urgency of an immediate solution bringing him to a state of utter distraction. It had to be done, my dear. Weren't you happy? Is it my fault? Yet I did everything I could. Yes, that's true, you are good. And she ran her hand through his hair, slowly. The sweet pleasure of this sensation overburdened his sadness. He felt his entire being collapse in despair at the idea that he must lose her, when, on the contrary, she was acknowledging more love for him than ever. And he could think of nothing, did not dare to, the urgency of an immediate solution bringing him to a state of utter distraction. She had finished. She reflected, with all the treachery, the sordidness, and the innumerable lusts that tortured her. She hated no one, now. A twilight confusion fell on her thoughts, and of all the sounds of the earth Emma heard nothing but the intermittent lamentation of his poor heart, soft and indistinct, like the last echo of a symphony growing ever fainter. Bring me the little one, she said, raising herself on one elbow. You're not worse, are you? Asked Charles. No. The child, serious and still half dreaming, came on the arm of her nursemaid, in her long night shift, for which her bare feet poked out. She considered the room in its state of complete disorder with astonishment, and blinked her eyes, dazzled by the lighted candles on the furniture. They doubtless reminded her of New Year or mid-Lent feast day mornings, when, woken up early like this by flame light, she came into her mother's bed to receive her presents, for she began to say, "Where is it then, Mama?" And as everyone held their tongue, "But I can't see my little stocking." Felicite tilted her towards the bed, while she was still looking in the direction of the fireplace. "Has nurse taken it?" she asked. And at this name, which took her back to the memory of her adulteries and her afflictions, Madame Bovary turned her head aside, as if in disgust at the taste of another, stronger poison coming up into her mouth. Berthe, meanwhile, stayed where she was put on the bed. "Oh, how big your eyes are, Mama! How pale you are! How you sweat so!" Her mother looked at her. "I'm frightened," said the little girl, retreating. Emma took her hand to kiss it. She struggled. "Enough! Take her away!" cried Charles, sobbing in the alcove. Then the symptoms were allayed for a moment. She appeared less agitated, and, at each insignificant word, at each slightly calmer swell and fall of her breast, he recovered hope. At last, when Canavet came in, he threw himself weeping into his arms. "Ah, it's you. Thank you. You are good, but it's all getting better. Here, look at her." His colleague was not at all of this opinion, and, not wishing, as he put it, to beat about the bush, he prescribed an emetic in order to clear the stomach completely. She was not long in vomiting blood. Her lips were increasingly clamped. She had twitching limbs, a body covered in brown spots, and her pulse slid between the fingers like a stretched thread, like a harp cord ready to snap. Then she began to shout, horribly. She cursed the poison, inveighed against it, begged it to make haste, and pushed away with her arms all that Charles, more in the throes of death than she was, struggled to make her drink. He was standing, his handkerchief over his lips, groaning, weeping, and suffocated by the sobs that shook him right down to his toes. Felicite ran hither and thither in the room. Hamais, immovable, let out great sighs, and Monsieur Canavet, still maintaining his self-possession, began, however, to feel perturbed. The devil! Yet she has been purged, and, from a moment the cause ceases, it is obvious. "But save her!" shouted Bovary. "It is perhaps a beneficial paroxysm," said Hamais. "It is obvious." "But save her!" shouted Bovary. Then, without listening to the pharmacist who was still hazarding this hypothesis, "It is perhaps a beneficial paroxysm." Canavet was about to administer an opiate, when the crack of a whip was heard, all the window panes trembled, and a post-chaise, urged on at full stretch by 3 horses spattered in mud up to their ears, emerged in a bound from the corner of the market-house. It was Dr. Lariviere. The appearance of a god would not have caused more of a stir. Bovary raised his hands, Canavet stopped short, and Hamais removed his bonnet grec long before the doctor made his entry. He belonged to the great school of surgeons issuing from Bichat's leather apron, to that generation, now vanished, of practicing philosophers who, cherishing their art with a fanatical ardor, would exercise it exultantly and shrewdly. Everyone in his hospital trembled when he got into a rage, and his pupils venerated him so much that, scarce set up in business, they strove to imitate him as closely as possible, so that you would recognize them, in the neighboring towns, by his long wadded greatcoat of merino wool and his large black dress coat, whose unbuttoned cuffs partly covered his brawny hands, very handsome hands, and which never wore gloves, as if to be readier to plunge into pain. Disdainful of medals, of titles and academies, hospitable, liberal, fatherly to the poor, and practicing virtue without being aware of it, he would have passed almost for a saint if the subtlety of his mind had not made him feared as a demon. His gaze, sharper than a scalpel, sank straight down into your soul and unjointed every lie through its assertions and coinuses. And thus he would proceed, full of that easy grandeur imparted by the consciousness of a great talent, wealth, and 40 years of a hard-working and irreproachable life. He frowned from the door, on seeing the cadaverous face of Emma, stretched out on her back, mouth open. Then, while appearing to be listening to Canavet, he passed his forefinger under his nose and repeated, "Good, good." But his shoulders made their slow sign. Bovary noticed it. They looked at one another, and this man, so accustomed to the sight of sorrow, could not restrain a tear that dropped onto his shirt frill. He wished to take Canavet away into the adjoining room. Charles followed him. "She's very bad, isn't she? If we were to apply mustard poultices?" "I don't know what." "Then think of something. You who have saved so many." Charles wrapped his arms about the doctor's frame and gazed at him wildly, beseechingly, half swooning against his chest. "Come, my poor boy. Cheer up. There is nothing more to be done." And Dr. Lariviere turned away. "You're leaving?" "I shall return." He left as though to give an order to the postilion, along with Monsieur Canavet, who did not care to see Emma die in his hands. The pharmacist joined them in the square. He was, by disposition, incapable of parting company from celebrated persons. And he entreated Monsieur Riviere to grant him the honor of accepting an invitation to dine. Pigeons were sent for at the lion door, everything in the way of cutlets at the butcher's, cream from two Vaches, eggs from Lestiboudois, and the apothecary himself helped with the preparations, while Madame Ḥammé said, tightening the strings on her gown, "You must beg our pardon, monsieur, for in our wretched part of the country, if it happens that notice isn't given the day before." "The wine glasses," whispered Ḥammé. "At least if we were in town, we could make shift with stuffed trotters." "Hold your tongue. Dinner's ready, doctor." He thought it proper, after the first morsels, to provide a few details on the catastrophe. "Initially, we had a feeling of dryness in the pharynx, followed by intolerable pains in the epigastrium, superpurgation, coma." "How did she poison herself?" "I have no idea, doctor, and I'm not even too sure where she could have come by this arsenical acid." Justin, who was just then carrying a pile of plates, started to tremble. "What's the matter with you?" said the pharmacist. In reply, the young man dropped everything on the floor with a great crash. "Idiot!" yelled Ḥammé. "Butterfingers! Blockhead! Deuced ass!" But controlling himself suddenly, "I wanted doctor to attempt an analysis, and primo, I delicately introduced a tube." "It would have been of more value," said the surgeon, "to have introduced your fingers into the throat." His colleague kept quiet, having only a few moments ago received in confidence a serious reprimand concerning his emetic, so that this good Canavet, so arrogant and verbose at the time of the club foot, was very unassuming today. He smiled without pause, in an approving manner. Ḥammé was full-blown in his pride as host, and the distressing notion of Bovary vaguely contributed to his pleasure, through some egoistical reflection on himself. And the doctor's presence enraptured him. He made a show of his erudition. He cited a hodgepodge of Spanish fly, poison tree, manchineel tree, viper. "And I have even read that various people have been found poisoned, doctor," and, as if struck by a thunderbolt, due to blood puddings that had been too vehemently smoked. "At least, it was in a very fine report, composed by one of our pharmaceutical leading lights, one of our masters, the illustrious Cadet de Gassicourt." Madame Ḥammé reappeared, bearing one of those shaky machines that are heated with spirits, for Ḥammé liked to make his coffee on the dining table, having, moreover, roasted it himself, ground it himself, blended it himself. "Saccharum, doctor," he said, offering some sugar. Then he had all his children come downstairs, eager to have the surgeon's opinion on their constitution. Finally, Monsieur Riviere was about to leave, when Madame Ḥammé asked him for an opinion concerning her husband. His nodding off each evening after dinner might encourage thickening of the vein. "Oh, it's not the vein that is bothering him." And, smiling a little at this unheeded pun, the doctor opened the door. But the pharmacy was overflowing with people, and he had much trouble in disentangling himself from Monsieur Vache, who feared his wife had an inflammation on the chest because she had a habit of spitting in the embers, then from Monsieur Binet, who would feel a sudden great hunger from time to time, and from Madame Caron, who had tinglings, from Leroux, who had trouble with giddiness, from Lestiboudois, who had rheumatism, from Madame Lefrancois, who had stomach acid. At last the three horses scampered away, and it was generally thought that he had not shown himself very obliging. Public attention was distracted by the appearance of Monsieur Bournisien, who passed through the market-house with the holy oils. Ḥammé says he had to buy his principles, compared priests to crows drawn by the odor of death. The sight of a clergyman was personally obnoxious to him, for the cassock made him muse on the winding sheet, and he cursed the one partly out of terror of the other. Nevertheless, not recoiling from what he called his mission, he returned to Bovary's house in the company of Canavet, whom Monsieur Riviere, before leaving, had vigorously bound to this action, and, but for his wife's protests, he would even have brought his two sons along with him, so as to habituate them to serious cases, that it should be a lesson, an example, a solemn picture that would remain in their heads later on. The bedroom, when they entered, was full of a dismal solemnity. On the work table, covered in a white napkin, there were 5 or 6 little balls of cotton in a silver plate, beside a large crucifix between 2 burning candlesticks. Emma, chin on her chest, had her eyes open extravagantly wide, and her poor hands crawled over the sheets, with that dreadful and gentle movement of the dying who seem to want to cover themselves over already with the shroud. Pale as a statue, and eyes red as coals, Charles, without weeping, stood opposite her at the foot of the bed, while the priest, down on one knee, mumbled words in a low tone. She slowly turned her face, and appeared struck with joy at suddenly seeing the violet stole, doubtless recognizing in the midst of an extraordinary calm the lost voluptuousness of her first mystical yearnings, together with incipient glimpses of eternal happiness. The priest got to his feet to take the crucifix. Then she stretched forth her neck like someone thirsty, and, pressing her lips on the body of the man-god, she planted there with all her expiring force the most intense kiss of love that she had ever given. The priest got to his feet to take the crucifix. Then she stretched forth her neck like someone thirsty, and, pressing her lips on the body of the man God, she planted there with all her expiring force the most intense kiss of love that she had ever given. Then he recited the Miserere and the Indulgentum, dipping his right thumb in the oil and beginning the extreme unction. First on the eyes, that had lusted so after all the sumptuous things of earth, then on the nostrils, fond of warm breezes and the fragrances of love, then on the mouth, which had opened to lies, which had groaned with pride and shrieked in abandon, then on the hands, which would revel at each sweet touch, and finally on the soles of the feet, so swift in times past when she would run to glut her desires, and which walked no longer now. The cleric wiped his fingers, threw the oil-soaked bits of cotton into the fire, and came back to sit next to the dying woman to tell her that she must presently join her sufferings to those of Jesus Christ and to surrender herself to the divine mercy. Concluding these exhortations, he tried to place a consecrated taper in her hands, a symbol of the celestial glories by which she would shortly be encompassed. Emma, too weak, could not close her fingers, and the taper, without Monsieur Bernigin, would have fallen to the floor. Nevertheless, she was no longer so pale, and her face bore a serene expression, as if the sacrament had healed her. The priest did not fail to observe this. He even explained to Bovary that the Lord sometimes prolonged the life of people when he judged it expedient for their salvation, and Charles recalled a day when, likewise close to death, she had received communion. Perhaps we must not give ourselves up to despair, he thought. Indeed, she was looking all about her, slowly, like someone waking from a dream. Then, in a clear voice, she asked for her mirror, and she stayed bent over it for some time, up to the moment when large tears trickled from her eyes. Then she threw her head back with a sigh and fell against her pillow again. At once her chest began to heave rapidly. The whole of her tongue emerged from her mouth. Her eyes, rolling, turned pale like two lamp globes being dimmed, so she might have been considered dead already, were it not for the dreadful accelerating movement of her ribs, racked by a furious breathing, as if the soul were skipping about to loosen itself. Félicite kneeled before the crucifix, and the pharmacist himself flexed his hams a little, while Monsieur Kennevet gazed vaguely out upon the square. Bournisien set to praying again, face inclined against the edge of the bed, with his long cassock trailing behind him in the room. Charles was on the other side, kneeling, arms stretched towards Emma. He had taken her hands and was clasping them, starting at every beat of her heart, as if at the reverberation of a tumbling ruin. As the death rattle grew louder, the clergyman hastened on with his orisons. They mingled with Bovary's stifled sobs, and sometimes everything seemed to vanish in the dull murmur of the Latin syllables that tolled like a passing bell. All of a sudden, the sound of heavy clogs could be heard on the pavement, along with the scrape of a stick, and a voice rose, a hoarse voice, singing, "A fair day's heat does often move the thoughts of some young lass to love." Emma rose like a corpse galvanized by an electric current, hair unraveled, eyes staring, agape. So to gather with all care the ears of corn, where sweeps the blade my ninette, shall be bending o'er the furrowed earth wherein they're made. "The blind man," she screamed, and Emma began to laugh, a dreadful laugh, frantic, despairing, thinking she could see the wretch's hideous face, which reared up out of the eternal gloom like some appalling terror. It blew so hard that very day, and the petticoat did fly away. A convulsion knocked her back onto the mattress. Everyone drew nearer. She no longer existed. Madame Bovary Ⅹ, there is always, after someone's death, a kind of stupefaction given off, so hard is it to take in this abrupt coming of nothingness and to resign one's self to believing it. But, when he nevertheless became aware of her stillness, Charles threw himself upon her and cried, "Goodbye, goodbye." James and Kennevet dragged him out of the bedroom. "Restrain yourself." "Yes," he said as he struggled. "I shall be reasonable. I won't do anything wrong. But let me be. I want to see her. She's my wife." And he wept. "Weep," replied the pharmacist. "Give vent to nature. It will ease the pain." Grown feebler than a child, Charles suffered himself to be led downstairs, into the parlor, and before long Monsieur James went back home. On the square he was accosted by the blind man, who, dragging himself as far as Yonville, hoping for the anti-inflammatory ointment, was asking each passer-by where the apothecary lived. "Well, fine. As if I didn't have other fish to fry. Ah, too bad. Come back later." And he hurried into the pharmacy. He had 2 letters to write, a calming draft to prepare for Bovary, a lie to think up that might conceal the poisoning, and an article for the Beacon to compose, not counting the people awaiting him, for news. And when the Yonvillais had all heard his story of the arsenic which she had mistaken for sugar, when making vanilla custard, James returned again to Bovary's house. He found him alone. Monsieur Kennevet had just left, seated in the easy-chair, by the window, and contemplating the room's flagstones with an idiot gaze. "You must now," said the pharmacist, Fix an hour for the ceremony yourself. Why? What ceremony? Then, in a stammering and appalled voice, oh no, surely not. No, I want to keep her. James, to hide his confusion, took down a carafe on the shelf to water the geraniums. Oh, thank you, said Charles, you are good. And he did not finish, suffocating under a wealth of recollections that the pharmacist's action brought to his mind. Then, to distract him, James deemed it fitting to talk about gardening a little. The plants needed to be kept moist. Charles lowered his head as a sign of approval. What's more, fine days will be back again now. Ah, said Bovary. The apothecary, out of ideas, gradually began to open the window's little curtains. Look, there's Monsieur Tuvache passing by. Charles repeated like a machine, Monsieur Tuvache passing by. James did not dare speak to him again of funeral arrangements. It was the clergyman who succeeded in persuading him to it. He shut himself up in his surgery, took a pen, and, after having sobbed for a while, he wrote, I want her to be buried in her wedding dress, with her white slippers a crown. Her hair should be spread out on her shoulders. 3 coffins, one of oak, one of mahogany, one of lead. As long as no one says anything to me, I shall be strong. A great piece of green velvet should be laying over everything. I wish it. Do it. These gentlemen were most astonished at Bovary's romantic ideas, and straightway the pharmacist went to tell him, This velvet seems to me a superfluity. The expense, moreover. Is that any of your business? Shouted Charles. Leave me be. You did not love her. Go away. The clergyman took him by the arm for a turn in the garden. He expounded on the vanity of earthly things. God was very great, very good. One must submit to his decrees without a murmur, even thank him. Charles exploded into blasphemy. I curse him, your God. The spirit of revolt is within you still, sighed the clergyman. Bovary was off. He took great strides beside the wall, near the espalier, and he ground his teeth. He raised cursing eyes to heaven, but not a single leaf stirred. A light rain fell. Charles, who was bare-chested, ended up shivering with cold. He went inside to sit in the kitchen. At 6 o'clock, a rattling noise could be heard in the square. It was the Hirondelle arriving, and he stayed with his forehead pressed to the window pane to see all the passengers alight one after the other. Felicite spread a mattress for him in the sitting room. He threw himself on it and fell asleep. Although a philosopher, Monsieur James respected the dead, and, without bearing any ill will towards poor Charles, he came back in the evening to keep vigil over the body, bearing with him 3 volumes and a pocketbook in order to make notes. Monsieur Bournigen was there, and 2 tall tapers burned at the head of the bed, which had been pulled out of the alcove. The apothecary, for whom the silence weighed, was not long in formulating a few doleful words concerning this unhappy young woman, and the priest replied that there was nothing left now but to pray for her. Nevertheless, continued James, it is one of 2 things. Either she died in a state of grace, as the church puts it, and so she has no need for our prayers, or else she died impenitent. I believe that's the ecclesiastical term. And so, Bournigen interrupted him, replying in a testy tone that it was no less necessary to pray. But the pharmacist objected. Since God knoweth all our need, what profiteth prayer? What? Prayer, said the clergyman. You are not Christian then? Forgive me, said James. I admire Christianity. First of all, it freed the slaves, brought a morality into the world. That is not the question. All the texts, As for the texts, open the history books. We know that they were falsified by the Jesuits. Charles came in, and, moving towards the bed, he slowly drew back the curtains. Emma's head was resting on her right shoulder. The corner of her mouth, which was held open, made a sort of black hole in her lower face. The 2 thumbs remained inflected in the palms of her hands. A kind of white dust was sprinkled over her lashes, and her eyes were beginning to disappear into a viscous wanness that was like a fine web, as if spiders had been spinning over them. The sheet was hollowed out from the breast to the knees, then rose again at the tips of the toes, and to Charles it seemed that infinite weights lay heavy upon her, an enormous load. The church clock struck 2. The loud murmur of the river could be heard flowing through the darkness at the foot of the terrace. Monsieur Bournigen, from time to time, noisily blew his nose, and James scratched his pen across the paper. Now then, my good friend, he said, come away. This sight is tearing you apart. Once Charles had left, the pharmacist and the priest started their discussion once more. Read Voltaire, said one. Read some Holbach. Read the Encyclopedia. Read the letters of certain Portuguese Jews, said the other. Read The Proof of Christianity, by Nicholas, former Justice of the Peace. They were becoming heated. They were red-faced. They spoke at the same time, without listening to each other. Bournigen was scandalized by such audacity. James was amazed at such stupidity, and they were not far off calling each other names, when all of a sudden Charles reappeared. A fascination drew him. He was continually coming up the stairs. He positioned himself opposite her to see better, and he lost himself in this contemplation, which by virtue of its profundity was no longer painful. He remembered stories of catalepsy, the miracles of magnetism, and he told himself that by willing it to the extreme, he might succeed in raising her from the dead. One time he even leaned towards her, and he cried out very softly, "Emma, Emma!" His breath, blowing hard, made the taper's flame tremble on the wall. In the small hours, Madame Bovary Sr. arrived. Charles, when he embraced her, had a fresh overflow of tears. She attempted, just as the pharmacist had tried, to make a few observations on the funeral expenses. He flew into such a rage that she held her tongue, and he even charged her with heading off immediately to the town to buy what was needed. Charles stayed on his own all afternoon. Bert had been taken to Madame Homai's house. Felicite stayed upstairs in the bedroom with Mère Lefrancois. In the evening, he received visitors. He would get up, clasp your hands without being able to speak, then one would sit down with the others, who formed a semicircle in front of the fire. With lowered faces and knees crossed, they jiggled one leg from side to side, while intermittently heaving a great sigh, and each was inordinately bored, yet no one would be the first to leave. James, when he returned at 9 o'clock, he would be all you saw in the square for the last 2 days, was loaded with a supply of camphor, gum benjamin, and aromatic herbs. He was also carrying a vase full of chlorine to dismiss noxious vapors. At that moment, the maid, Madame Lefrancois, and Mère Bovary were moving about Emma to finish dressing her, and they lowered the long, stiff veil that covered her down to her satin slippers. Felicite was sobbing. "My poor mistress! My poor mistress! Look at her," said the innkeeper, sighing. "How pretty she still is. If you wouldn't swear she's about to get up." Then they leaned over to put her crown on. They had to lift her head a little, and so a torrent of black fluids poured, like a vomiting, out of her mouth. "Ah, dear God! Mind the dress!" shouted Madame Lefrancois. "Help us then," she said to the pharmacist. "Are you frightened, by chance?" "Me frightened?" he replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Oh, well, yes. I saw the like at the Hotel Dieu when I was studying pharmacy. We prepared punch in the dissecting theater. Nothingness does not scare a philosopher, and I often say it. I even intend to bequeath my body to a hospital to be of some use later on to science." On arrival, the priest asked how Monsieur was, and when the apothecary replied, he resumed, "The blow, you understand, is still too recent." Then James congratulated him on not being exposed, like everyone else, to the loss of a loved partner, from which ensued a discussion on the celibacy of priests. "For," said the pharmacist, "it is not natural for a man to dispense with women. We have witnessed crimes." "But, good grief," cried the ecclesiastic, "how do you suppose an individual contracted in marriage might keep, for example, the secrets of confession?" James attacked confession. Bournisien defended it. He expanded on the rehabilitations it had brought about. He cited various anecdotes of thieves suddenly turned honest. Soldiers, having stepped up to the penitential judgment seat, had felt the scales fall from their eyes. At Fribourg, there was a minister. His companion was asleep. Then, feeling a little suffocated in the bedroom's stuffy atmosphere, he opened the window, which woke up the pharmacist. "Come, a pinch of snuff," he said to him. "Do accept, it kills the time." A continuous barking dragged on a long way off, somewhere. "Can you hear a dog howling?" said the pharmacist. "It's alleged they smell the dead," replied the ecclesiastic. "Likewise with bees. They fly away from the hive when someone dies." James did not react to these prejudices, as he had fallen asleep again. Monsieur Bournisien, more robust, continued now and again to move his lips in a whisper. Then, imperceptibly, he lowered his chin, let slip his great black book, and began to snore. They were facing one another, bellies prominent, faces bloated, with a scowling look, after so much disagreement joined at last in the same human frailty, and they stirred no more than the body beside them with its air of being asleep. Charles, coming in, did not wake them. It was the last time. He was come to bid her farewell. The aromatic herbs still smoked, and the eddies of blue vapors blended with the fog that came in. There were a few stars, and the night was mild. The wax from the tapers fell in great drops on the bed sheets. Charles watched them burn, wearying his eyes against the radiance of their yellow flame. Moire patterns shivered on the satin dress, white as moonlight. Emma vanished away under it, and it seemed to him that, spreading outside herself, she was disappearing confusedly into the surrounding things, into the silence, into the night, into the wind blowing past, into the moist smells wafting up. Then, all of a sudden, he saw her in the garden at Toast's, on the bench against the thorn hedge, or else at Rouen, in the streets at the door of their house, in the farmyard at Les Bertaux. He heard once more the laughter of the merry lads dancing under the apple trees. The room was full of the scent of her hair, and her dress shivered in his arms with a crackle of sparks. This was the very same. He spent a long time thus, remembering all the vanished delights, her postures, her gestures, the timbre of her voice. After one despair, another came, and always, inexhaustibly, like the waves of a bursting flood. He felt a terrible curiosity. Slowly, with his fingertips, heart-pounding, he raised her veil. But he let out a scream of horror that woke the other two. They dragged him away downstairs into the parlor. Then Felicite came to say that he was asking for some locks of hair. "Cut them," replied the apothecary. And, as she did not dare to, he came forward himself, scissors in hand. He was trembling so hard that he punctured the temple skin in a number of places. At last, stiffening himself against the emotion, James administered 2 or 3 great thrusts at random, which left white dents in that beautiful head of black hair. The pharmacist and the priest plunged anew into their affairs, not without slumbering from time to time, which they accused one another of doing each time they woke up. Then Monsieur Bernigin sprinkled the room with holy water, and James tossed a bit of chlorine on the floor. Felicite had been careful to leave them a bottle of eau de vie, a cheese, and a plump brioche on the chest of drawers. And, at about 4 o'clock in the morning, the apothecary, who was exhausted, sighed. "My word, I'll take sustenance with pleasure." The clergyman needed no persuasion. He went out to say his mass, returned. Then they ate and touched glasses, all the while sniggering a little without knowing why, inflamed by that vague cheerfulness that takes hold of you after a heavy-hearted session. And over the last little glass, the priest said to the pharmacist, slapping his shoulder all the while, "We shall end up understanding each other." Downstairs in the hallway, they met the workmen arriving. So, for 2 hours, Charles had to endure the torment of the hammer resounding on the boards. Then they brought her down in her oak coffin, which they fitted into the 2 others. But as the outer coffin was too big, the gaps had to be stopped up with the wool from a mattress. Finally, when the 3 lids were planed, nailed, soldered, she was laid in state before the door, and the folk of Yonville began to flock. Père Rouault arrived. He fainted in the square when he saw the black pall. Madame Bovary Ⅱ he had only received the pharmacist's letter 36 hours after the event, and, out of respect for his feelings, Monsieur James had written it in such a way that it was impossible to know how things stood. The good fellow collapsed at first, as if hit by a stroke. Then he understood that she was not dead, but she might be. At length he had slipped on his smock frock, donned his hat, hooked a spur on his shoe, and had left at full speed. And for the whole journey, Père Rouault, panting for breath, was consumed with anguish. Once he even had to dismount. He could no longer see a thing. He kept hearing voices around him. He felt he was going mad. The day broke. He saw 3 black hens sleeping in a tree. He gave a start, terrified by this omen. So he promised the Holy Virgin 3 chasubles for the church, and that he would go barefoot from the cemetery at Les Bertaux to the chapel at Vassonville. He rode into Marama, hailing the people from the inn, forced the door open with a blow from his shoulder, leapt to the sack of oats, poured a bottle of sweet cider into the feeding trough, and again straddled his nag, whose hooves struck sparks from the stones. He said to himself that they would no doubt save her. The doctors would find a remedy, for certain. He called to mind all the miraculous cures recounted to him. Then she appeared to him, dead. She was there, in front of him, in the middle of the road. He pulled on the reins, and the hallucination vanished. At Quincampoix, to give himself courage, he drank 3 coffees straight off. He thought they had made a mistake in writing her name. He looked for the letter in his pocket, felt it there, but did not dare open it. He was reduced to conjecturing that it was perhaps a prank, someone's revenge, the whim of a man on a spree. And besides, if she were dead, would you not know it? But no, the countryside had nothing extraordinary about it. The sky was blue, the trees swayed, a flock of sheep passed. He glimpsed the village. They saw him rushing up, bent right over his horse, which he was drubbing with heavy blows, and whose saddle girths were trickling blood. When he recovered consciousness, he fell all in tears into Bovary's arms. "My daughter, Emma, my child, explain to me." And the other replied through sobs, I don't know. It is a curse." The apothecary separated them. "These horrible details are useless. I will apprise monsieur. There are people coming. Dignity the deuce. Philosophy." The poor boy wanted to appear strong, and he repeated several times, "Yes, courage." "Oh well," cried the good fellow, "I'll have it, in the name of God's thunder. See if I shan't be bearing her right to the end." The bell tolled. Everything was ready. They must be setting off. And, seated in a choir stall, one next to the other, they saw the 3 presenters continually passing back and forth in front of them, chanting psalms. The serpent player blew with all his might. Monsieur Bernigin, in full apparel, sang in a shrill voice. He bowed to the tabernacle, raised his hands, stretched his arms out. Lestiboudois went round the church with his whalebone staff. Near the lectern, the coffin lay between 4 rows of tapers. Charles had a mind to get up and put them out. He strove, nevertheless, to stir himself to his devotions. to lift himself up into the hope of a life to come when he would see her again. He imagined that she had gone on a voyage, far away, for a long time. But when he considered that she was under there, and that everything was finished, that they would carry her into the earth, he got caught in a fierce, black, despairing rage. Sometimes he thought he felt nothing, and he enjoyed this soothing of his sorrow, reproaching himself all the while for being a miserable wretch. They heard on the flagstones something like the sharp click of an iron-shod pole tapping them with even strokes. It came from the back and stopped abruptly in the church's side aisle. A man in a coarse brown jacket kneeled painfully. It was Hippolyte, the servant from the Lion d'Or. He had put on his new leg. One of the presenters was walking up the nave for the collection, and the 2-sou coins chinked in the silver dish, one after the other. "Hurry up now. I'm suffering." "I am," cried Bovary, as he threw a 5-franc coin at it in anger. The churchman thanked him with a slow bow. They sang, they kneeled, they got up, it never ended. He remembered how once, in the early times, they had attended Mass together, and they were on the other side, to the right against the wall. The bell began again. There was a great stirring of chairs. The bearers slipped their 3 poles under the coffin, and it was carried out of the church. Justin then appeared at the door of the pharmacy. He went back inside all of a sudden, pale, tottering. They stood at windows to watch the procession pass. Charles, in front, threw back his shoulders. He put on an appearance of courage and nodded at those who, emptying out of lanes and doors, found a place in the crowd. The 6 men, 3 on each side, were walking with short steps and puffing a little. The priests, the precentors, and the 2 choir boys were performing the De Profundis, and their voices dwindled away over the fields, rising and falling in waves. Sometimes they disappeared from sight with the track's windings, but the great silver cross stood erect still between the trees. The women followed, covered in black mantles with lowered hoods. Each carried in her hands a big lighted candle, and Charles felt himself swooning at this continual repetition of prayer and flame, under these cloying smells of wax and cassock. A fresh breeze blew, the rye and the rape were verdant, the dewdrops trembled on the sides of the path, on the thorn hedges. All kinds of joyous sounds filled the horizon. The banging of a cart rolling at a distance over the ruts, the cockerel's crow repeating itself, or the scamper of a hen that you could see fleeing under the apple trees. The clear sky was speckled with pink clouds. Curls of smoke fell back upon the thatched roofs covered in irises. Charles, as he passed, recognized the yards. He remembered mornings like this, when, having visited some sick patient or other, he left them and went back to her. The black cloth, sprinkled with white teardrops, rose up from time to time and revealed the coffin. The weary bearers were slowing down, and it advanced by continual jerks, like a launch that pitches at every wave. They arrived. The men continued further down, to a spot in the grass where the ditch had been dug. They lined up all round, and while the priest spoke, the red earth, thrown up on the sides, was trickling at the corners noiselessly, on and on. Then, when the 4 ropes were ready, the coffin was heaved on top. He watched it descend. It was descending forever. At last they heard a thud. Squeaking, the ropes came back up. Then Bournisien took the spade that Lestiboudois held out to him. With his left hand, as he went on sprinkling with the right, he pushed in a large shovelful with vigor, and the coffin's wood, clipped by the pebbles, made that tremendous noise that seems to us to be the resounding of eternity. The clergyman passed the aspergill to his neighbor. It was Monsieur James. He shook it solemnly, then held it out to Charles, who sank down onto his knees in the earth and was casting in handfuls of it as he called out, "Adieu." He blew kisses at her. He crawled to the grave to be swallowed up with her. They led him away, and he was not long in calming down, experiencing, perhaps, like all the others, the vague satisfaction of having done with it. 26 Père Rouault, on the way back, began quietly smoking a pipe, something James, in his heart of hearts, deemed improper. He noted likewise that Monsieur Binet had refrained from appearing, that Tuvache had made off after the Mass, and that Theodore, the notary's servant, wore a blue coat, as if they couldn't find him a black coat. Seeing it's the custom, devil take it. And to impart his observations, he went from one group to the other. They deplored Emma's death, and above all Leroux, who had not failed to come to the funeral. That poor little woman. What woe for her husband? The apothecary answered, "Without me, I'll have you know, he'd have carried out some fatal attempt on himself. Such a good person she was. And to think that it was only last Saturday that I saw her again in my shop. I didn't have the leisure," said James, "to prepare a few words for me to cast on her tomb." Back home, Charles undressed, and Père Rouault donned his blue smock again. It was new, and as he had, along the way, wiped his eyes often on the sleeves, its color had come off on his face, and there the trace of tears made lines in the layer of dust by which it was soiled. Madame Bovary Sr. was with them. All 3 kept quiet. At length the good old fellow sighed. "Do you remember, my friend, Me coming to toast that time when you just lost your first deceased. I comforted you back then. I found what to say, but right now, then, with a slow groan that raised his entire chest. Ah, it's the end for me, you know. I've seen my wife depart my son after, and here's my daughter today. He wanted to head back to Les Bertas straight away, saying that he could not sleep in their house. He even refused to see his granddaughter. No, that'd be too much grief for me. Just give her a fine kiss. Farewell. You're a good lad. And besides, I'll never forget this, he said, slapping his thigh. Never fear. You'll always have your turkey. But when he reached the top of the hill, he turned round, as before he had turned round on the St. Victor Road, on parting from her. The windows of the village were all aflame in the sun's slanting rays as it sank into the meadow. He put his hand in front of his eyes, and he glimpsed on the horizon an enclosure of walls where, here and there, trees formed dark tufts between white stones. Then he carried on at a gentle trot, for his nag was lame. Charles and his mother, despite their weariness, stayed chatting together for a very long time that evening. They spoke of days past and of the future. She would come to live in Yonville. She would run the house. They would never more leave one another. She was ingenious and fawning, inwardly delighted to retake possession of an affection that had evaded her for so many years. Midnight rang out. The village, as usual, was silent, and Charles, wide awake, still thought of her. Rodolphe, who to distract himself, had beaten the wood for game all day long, slept peacefully in his chateau, and Lyon, further away, slept as well. There was someone else who, at that hour, was not asleep. On the grave, between the pines, a child wept on his knees, and his breast, made sore with sobbing, heaved in the shadows, under the pressure of an immense regret gentler than the moon and more unfathomable than the night. All of a sudden, the gate creaked. It was Les de Bedoy's. He was coming to look for his spade that he had forgotten earlier. He recognized Justin scaling the wall, and now knew just who the evildoer was that kept stealing his potatoes. Madame Bovary Ⅱ Charles, the next day, had the little one returned home. She asked for her mamma. They told her that she was away, that she would bring her back some toys. Bert spoke of her again a few times, then, in the end, thought no more of it. This child's cheerfulness broke Bovary's heart, and he had to suffer the pharmacist's unbearable consolings. Soon the money business began afresh, Monsieur Leroux stirring up his friend Vincart again, and Charles pledged himself to exorbitant amounts, for he would never consent to allow the least stick of furniture to be sold that had belonged to her. His mother grew exasperated with him. He waxed more indignant than she did. He had quite changed. She quit the house. Then each person set about profiting. Mademoiselle L'Empereur claimed 6 months of lessons, even though Emma had never taken a single one. Despite that paid-off bill she had shown Bovary, it was an agreement between the two women. The booklender claimed 3 years of subscription. Mayor Rollick claimed the postage for a score of letters. And as Charles asked for an explanation, she had the decency to reply, "Ah, I don't know anything about it." It was to do with her transactions. With each debt he paid off, Charles thought he had done with them. Others kept arriving unexpectedly, over and over. He demanded that the arrears of former consultations be paid. He was shown the letters his wife had sent. Then he had to apologize. Felicite now wore Madame's dresses. Not all, as he had kept some, and he would go to examine them in his dressing room, secluding himself there. As she was roughly her size, Charles, on catching sight of her from behind, would frequently be gripped by delusion and shout out, "Oh, stay, stay." But at Pentecost, she decamped from Yonville, carried off by Theodore, and stealing everything that remained in the wardrobe. It was at about this time that the widow Dupuis had the honor to inform him of the marriage of Monsieur Owen Dupuis, her son, notary at Yvetot, to Mademoiselle Leocadie Leboeuf of Bondeville. Among the congratulations that he conveyed to her, Charles wrote this sentence: "How happy my poor wife would have been." One day, when wandering aimlessly through the house, he had climbed right up to the attic. He felt under his slipper a ball of thin paper. He opened it out and read, "Courage, Emma, courage. I do not wish to be your life's misfortune." It was Rodolphe's letter, fallen to the floor between some boxes that had lain there, and that the wind from the dormer window had blown towards the door. And Charles stayed motionless and gaping on that same spot where long ago, even paler than he, Emma, in despair, had wanted to die. At last, he discovered a little R at the bottom of the second page. Who was it? He recalled the attentiveness of Rodolphe, his sudden disappearance, and the constrained manner he had showed on meeting him 2 or 3 times since. But the respectful tone of the letter deceived him. They perhaps loved each other platonically, he told himself. Moreover, Charles was not the type to go to the bottom of things. He recoiled from evidence, and his uncertain jealousy was carried away in the immensity of his grief. They must, he thought, have adored her. All the men, most certainly, had hankered after her. She appeared to him more beautiful, and he conceived a permanent, furious desire for her, which inflamed his despair and was limitless, because it could not be realized. For his own pleasure, as if she were still alive, he adopted her partialities, her ideas. He bought himself polished boots. He took to wearing white neckcloths. He applied cosmetics on his mustaches. Like her, he signed promissory notes. She corrupted him from beyond the grave. He was obliged to sell the silver plate piece by piece. Then he sold the sitting room furniture. All the rooms were stripped, but the bedroom, her own bedroom, stayed as before. After his dinner, Charles would go up there. He pushed a round table in front of the fire, and he approached her armchair. He sat down facing it. A candle burned in one of the gilded candlesticks. There, close by him, would color in some prints. He suffered, the poor man, to see her so badly dressed, with her laceless boots and her blouse's armholes torn down to the hips, for the housekeeper took but little care. But she was so sweet, so pretty, and her little head would lean so gracefully, letting her full blonde hair fall over her pink cheeks, that an infinite delight broke upon him, a pleasure entirely mixed with bitterness like those badly made wines that smell of resin. He repaired her playthings, made her dancing puppets out of card, or sewed up her doll's torn stomachs. Then, if his eyes lighted on the workbox, a ribbon lying about, or even a pin remaining in a crack in the table, he began to dream, and he looked so sad that she became sad with him. Nobody now came to see them, for Justin had fled to Rouen, where he had become a grocer's boy, and the apothecary's children associated less and less with the little girl, Monsieur James not caring for the close connection to be prolonged, given the difference in their social conditions. The blind man, whom he had not been able to cure with his salve, had gone back to the hill at Bois, where he related to travelers the fruitless attempt of the pharmacist, to the point where James, when he went to town, hid behind the curtains of the Hirondelle in order to avoid meeting him. He cursed the fellow, and, in the interest of his own reputation, wanting to be absolutely rid of him, he swung all his guns upon him in secret, revealing the depth of his own intellect and the nefariousness of his vanity. So for 6 consecutive months, you could read in the Rouen Beacon paragraphs conceived thus: "Whoever proceeds towards the fertile lands of Picardy has doubtless observed, upon the hill at Bois, a wretch suffering from a loathsome facial sore. He plagues you to death, persistently follows you, and levies a veritable tax on the traveler." Are we yet in those monstrous times of the Middle Ages, when vagabonds were permitted to show off in our public places the leprosy and the scrofula that they had carried back from the Crusades? Or else, in spite of the laws against vagabondage, the approaches to our great towns continue to be infested by gangs of paupers, some to be seen going about on their own, these being, perhaps, not the least dangerous. What are our magistrates thinking of? Then James would make up anecdotes. Yesterday, on the hill at Bois, a skittish horse, and an account would follow of an accident caused by the presence of the blind man. He did so well that they imprisoned the fellow, but they let him go. He began again, and James also began again. It was a battle. He won the day, for his enemy was sentenced to life confinement in an almshouse. This success emboldened him, and not a dog was run over, a barn burnt down, a wife beaten in the district, that he did not immediately apprise the public of it, ever guided by a love of progress and a loathing of priests. He made comparisons between elementary schools and the Ignorantine brothers, to the detriment of these latter, called to mind St. Bartholomew in reference to a grant of 100 francs made to the church, and denounced abuses, shot forth sallies. He was having a say. James kept on undermining. He was becoming dangerous. Nevertheless, he was suffocating in the narrow confines of journalism, and soon he must have the book, the literary work. So he composed general statistics of the canton of Yonville, followed by some climatological observations, and the statistics push him on towards philosophy. He engrossed himself in the big questions: the social problem, the moralization of the poorer classes, pisciculture, India rubber, railways, etc. He came to feel ashamed of being a bourgeois. He affected the artistic manner. He smoked. He bought himself 2 chic pompadour statuettes to adorn his drawing room. He did not give up the pharmacy. Quite the contrary. He kept up with the latest discoveries. He followed the great advance in chocolates. He was the first who brought Chaussee and Revalenta into the Saint-Inferieur. He was smitten with enthusiasm for the Pulvermacher hydroelectric body chains. He wore one himself. And, in the evening, when he removed his flannel vest, Madame James remained utterly dazzled before the gold spiral beneath which he would disappear, and felt her ardor double for this man, pinioned tighter than a Scythian and as splendid as a Magus. He had some fine ideas concerning Emma's tomb. At first he proposed a stump of pillar with a piece of drapery, then a pyramid, then a temple of Vesta, a sort of rotunda, or else a heap of ruins. And in all these plans he stuck to the weeping willow, considering it the required symbol of sadness. Charles and he took a trip together to Rouen, to view tombs at a monumental mason's, accompanied by a painter, one Vaufrelard by name, friend of Brideau, and who kept making puns all the time. At last, having examined 100 drawings, ordered an estimate, and made a second trip to Rouen, Charles settled on a mausoleum which would bear on its two principal facets a guardian spirit holding a snuff torch. As for the inscription, James found nothing fitter than Sta Viator, and he stopped there. He racked his brains. He continually repeated Sta Viator. At last, he hit on a Mabillem Conjugum Calcas, 27, which was taken up. One strange thing was that Bovary, while continually thinking on Emma, was forgetting her, and he was in despair at feeling this image escaping his memory amidst the efforts he was making to retain it. Yet each night he would dream of her. It was always the same dream. He would approach her, but when he was on the point of clasping her, she fell to rottenness in his arms. They saw him entering the church in the evening for a week. Monsieur Bournisien even called on him 2 or 3 times, then gave him up. Besides, the old fellow was becoming intolerant, fanatical, James said. He would fulminate against the spirit of the age, and never failed, every fortnight, in his sermon, to relate the death struggle of Voltaire, who died eating his own feces, as everyone knows. Despite the thriftiness with which Bovary lived, he was far from being able to pay off his debts. Leroux refused to renew any promissory note. The seizure grew imminent. So he had recourse to his mother, who agreed to let him take out a mortgage on her property, while pouring out violent recriminations against Emma. And, in return for her sacrifice, she asked for a shawl, which had escaped Felicitas' pillagings. Charles refused. They fell out. She made the first overtures towards a reconciliation by proposing to take in the little girl, who would comfort her in her home. Charles consented, but, at the moment of parting, all courage forsook him. So there was a definitive, total rupture. As according as his affections disappeared, the more narrowly did he confine himself to the love of his child. She worried him, however, for she would cough sometimes and had red blotches on her cheeks. Opposite him sprawled, blooming and merry, the family of the pharmacist, whom all earthly things conduced to satisfy. Napoleon helped him in the laboratory. Athalie embroidered him a bonnet grec. Irma cut out paper circles to cover the jams, and Franklin recited the multiplication table in a single breath. He was the happiest of fathers, the most fortunate of men. Illusion. One secret ambition gnawed at him. James longed for the cross. He did not lack for claims. I degree being distinguished by a boundless devotion at the time of the cholera, 2 degrees having published, at my own expense, various works of public benefit, such as, and he called to mind his dissertation entitled, On Cider, of its manufacture and effects, plus some observations on the apple plant louse, sent to the Academy, his book of statistics, and even his pharmaceutical thesis. Not to mention the fact that I am a member of several learned societies, he belonged to only one. Lastly, he cried, with a cunning sidestep, even if it's only for distinguishing myself at the fires. So James bent to the powers that be. He privately did Monsieur le Préfet great services in the elections. In short, he sold himself. He prostituted himself. He even addressed a petition to the sovereign in which he entreated him to do him justice. He called him our good king and compared him to Henri IV. And, each morning, the apothecary threw himself on the newspaper to behold his nomination within. It did not come. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, he had a turf plot designed in his garden representing the Star of Honor, with 2 little grass twists springing from the top to imitate the ribbon. He would stroll around it, arms folded, reflecting on the government's folly and man's ingratitude. Out of respect, or a kind of sensuality that made him slow down his investigations, Charles had not yet opened the secret compartment of an ebony desk that Emma habitually used. One day, at last, he sat before it, turned the key, and pressed the spring. All Lyon's letters lay within. No doubting it this time, he devoured them to the last one, rummaged in every corner, every piece of furniture, every drawer behind the walls, sobbing, howling, desperate, mad. He discovered a box, staved it in with a single kick. Rodolphe's portrait leapt at him full in the face, amidst a confusion of love letters. People were astonished at his despondency. He no longer left the house, received no one, refused even to go and see his patients. So they maintained that he shut himself up to drink. Sometimes, however, a busybody would raise himself above the garden hedge and discern with amazement this long-bearded man, muffled up in sordid clothes, wild-looking, and weeping loudly as he paced. In the evening, through the summer, he would take his little girl with him and convey her to the cemetery. They would return from there in the dark of night, when the square was lit by no more than Benet's garret window. Nevertheless, the voluptuousness of his grief was incomplete, for he had no one around him who shared it, and he would call on Mère Lefrançois so that he could talk about her. But the landlady would only listen with half an ear, having heartaches like him, for Monsieur Leroux had just set up Les Favorites du Commerce at last, and Hibbert, who enjoyed a high reputation for running errands, exacted an increase in salary and threatened to hire himself out to the competition. One day, when he had gone to the market in Arguile in order to sell his horse, last resort, he met Rodolphe. They paled on perceiving each other. Rodolphe, who had only sent his card, stammered the odd excuse to begin with, then grew bolder and even stretched his self-possession. It was very hot, this now being August, to the point of inviting him to the tavern for a bottle of beer. Leaning on his elbow opposite him, he chewed his cigar while he chatted, and Charles lost himself in reverie before this face that she had loved. He seemed to see something of her again. It was a wonder. He would have liked to be this man. The other continued to talk cultivation, cattle, manure, stopping up with banal phrases, any little space between where a hint might slip in. Charles was not listening to him. Rodolphe noticed this, and he followed the memories fleeting past in the motions of his face. Little by little it turned crimson, the nostrils palpitating fast, the lips quivering. There was even a moment when Charles, full of a dark rage, fixed his gaze on Rodolphe, who, in a kind of fright, broke off. But soon the same mournful weariness reappeared on his countenance. "I hold nothing against you," he said. Rodolphe remained speechless, and Charles, his head in his hands, repeated in a feeble voice and in the resigned tone of numberless sorrows, "No, I hold nothing against you any more." He even added a high-flown phrase, the only one he had ever uttered. "It is the fault of fate." Rodolphe, who had driven this fate, thought him too easygoing and weak for a man in his situation, comic even, and a little contemptible. The next day, Charles went to sit on the bench in the arbor. Daylight filtered through the trellis. The vine leaves drew their shadows on the sand. The jasmine gave out its fragrance. The sky was blue. The Spanish flies hummed around the flowering lilies, and Charles choked like an adolescent under the vague exhalations of love that swelled his grief-stricken heart. At 7 o'clock, little Bert, who had not seen him all afternoon, came to fetch him for dinner. His head was tipped back against the wall, eyes closed, mouth open, and he was holding in his hands a long lock of black hair. "Papa, come now," she said, and, thinking that he wanted to play, she gently pushed him. He fell on the ground. He was dead. 36 hours later, at the apothecary's request, Monsieur Canavet hastened in. He opened him up and found nothing. When everything was sold, there remained 12 francs and 75 centimes that served to pay for Mademoiselle Bovary's journey to her grandmother's. The good woman died that same year. Père Rouault being paralyzed, it fell to an aunt to take charge of her. She is poor and sends her, to earn her bread, to a cotton mill. Since Bovary's death, 3 doctors have succeeded one another at Yonville without managing to prosper there. Monsieur James so instantly demolishing them. He has a hellishly fine clientele. Authority treats him with care, and public opinion protects him. He has just received the Cross of the Legion of Honor.